Hey guys. So we meet again. It's funny how life works, huh guys? You can't get rid of us. We're like a case of herpes. Hey guys, if you haven't realized, we are your shadow. You are me. I am you. Dum 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 dum. Do you see it when you look in the mirror, guys? One moment. Give me one damn moment. What's going on over here? All right, guys. So we had a little contest this weekend. We've returned to a real sense of normality now in the sport known as fake boxing. It's not exactly following the rules of the sport. We make it up as we go along, you know. That's how corruption is. This is how we work. We're everywhere, people. We're everywhere. And we'll go and we squirm in every single little nook and cranny of society. So this weekend we had little cockroach, our new guy. If you guys don't know, there's a new variant of Shakur 19. It's Lamont 19. It's very similar, very, very similar. A lot of people, they just kind of go along with, in my conda, I mean, they completely go along with everything we tell them. You guys are really fucking retarded, you know that? You just float through life thinking everything's as it is. It's all right, what's right on the surface. The funny part is that what's on the surface is Lamont losing. Well, we'll say it's close. It's really close, guys. We're gonna have to take a point from this guy. We're gonna have to do anything we can in order to double dip on this roach contest. The funny part is the fact that people really believe what we tell them. They don't believe what's in front of their eyes. Well, I can't say that's for everyone. Some people are just incredibly dishonest, and some are just really dumb. You know what's really funny? When they're both. And that's very common. Little Lamont. He's just another pawn in this game that we play. This propaganda parade that we put on for the public. You guys are never gonna see the truth, are you? And I love it. I just love a useless idiot. But to me, useless idiots are always useful. Woo! All right, everybody. With that said, wow, that was freaking crazy. You know that? You know that, guys? Guess what you're watching? You're watching Foo Sports Live, the greatest show on earth. All right, guys. So today we're going to be talking about this amazing, totally not a robbery. Interesting how they're framing this. They're framing this as that it's a robbery. And not only was it a robbery, but it was a robbery that Lamont should have won. The robbery is that Pitbull got a draw when the real reality is that Lamont didn't lose. He should have lost. There was no draw here. I'm going to bring up my card later because I did a live play-by-play of this. You guys want to watch it? That's on the Real Food TV right now, the greatest channel known to man. Remember to subscribe, right? So we're going to be talking about this amazing, in my mind, and I think most people that watch boxing and know how to score a fight, it's a robbery. It's really the robbery is Pitbull being robbed. That's what it was. But the crazy part is how the media can just spin this into it being a robbery where Lamont was robbed, which makes no sense because the guy was having issues all night. He never made the adjustment. The only adjustment he made was to illegally push Pitbull Cruz for the majority of the fight. He was getting his ass whipped on the back foot. Pitbull's just pressing in forward, just piecing him up all over the place, hitting with all kinds of shots. Yes, some of them are straying low. Lamont's using those elbows and pushing the shots down. Pitbull hit him on the hips, all this, you know, that kind of stuff. Not too much of it. It's a rough fight, right? In some ways, mostly rough coming from Pitbull. Lamont is, for the most part, trying to do almost nothing, which is usually what the ass style does, as they call it. I think BDA Boxing coined it the ass style, which I think is funny because Pitbull is the ass destroyer. No Diddy, right? So give me 1 second. I'm going to look at the chat real quick, and then we're going to get into all of our different topics of the show. We're going to be talking about, once again, the robbery that happened last weekend. And we're going to be talking about some more topics in the world of combat sports. We don't do other sports outside of combat sports in this channel, people. The reason why is I think all other sports outside of boxing and MMA are kind of trash, right? Bare knuckles boxing is cool, but that's boxing. And kickboxing is a form of, it's a combat sport, okay? I like combat sports. All right. One moment, I got to go to my video on shitcylinder.com, and we are being live streamed right now also on rumble.com. If you guys want the web address, I'll put that in the comments. Okay. 1 second. Just getting into it, people. Just getting effing into it over here. All right. Got Foo speaking nothing but facts. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining us. All right. But people, guess what? Before we get into the topics, we've been supplied by a sponsorship. Finally, it's been a long time. We've been working very hard on this page, and we finally got a sponsorship out of all people to give us a sponsorship. It's a company that's actually making a game starring Shakur Stevenson. Isn't that crazy? It's a weird kind of game too. It's similar to Doom. It looks like they wanted us to talk about it. This is actually gameplay that was played by Shakur himself. We're going to watch a little bit of that right now, okay? I mean, look at it. Shakur plays just like he boxes in real life. This is crazy. And he's using that whole ring, huh? Oh man, you gotta watch out. He's getting hurt over here, people. He's getting pieced up. This is like this Zepeda fight almost. He's missing those punches. Wow, Shakur's arms got a little hairier, isn't he? Yeah, he's gonna need those brass knuckles in the ring. Okay, look at it. Look at this. Could Shakur be any more boring than this? My God. Dude, you're missing. You hit him with too many doinks. Doink, doink. This is the only way people can catch this guy. You got to shoot at him because he doesn't want to engage. He's barely engaged. Oh, well, what is he doing? Oh, he got an achievement. Ducking the fight, huh? All right. So, this is going to be a hard fight for him. He's fighting a demon with his fist. Most boring player. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, he's slipping the fireballs. This is what Shakur has to do at Turkey's house when he's trying to slip the baby oil. Oh, this is a decent left hand, let's say. I don't know if that was a UK stoppage. I mean, that dude was pretty dead, but I don't know, maybe it could be deader. All right. This is actually I'd say this is a little more entertaining than Shakur's usual fight, right? All right, people, so this is Shakur Stevenson's new game. We've got a sponsorship. They wanted us to show some of this gameplay. I mean, the guy looked pretty fucked up. You see him on the ground there? Some other fighter doing Shakur's dirty work. But he's going to fight that guy potentially in the future. Oh, Shakur's down.
walk away with a silver medal, which is an incredible accomplishment. Can you take any pride in that?
No, I don't like to lose. Second.
All right, so that's pretty interesting. That game looked pretty good. People, just so you know, that's coming out this September. Coming September. That's Shakur the Boar. It's coming. It's coming at you soon. I don't know if you guys were into that. The game looked kind of interesting, that you kind of fight with just your hands. I've got a readout here. It says that it's a new generation of combat sports game. This is they're saying that this is very different from your typical first-person shooter. This game, you actually get rewarded for being as boring as possible. So you notice he was avoiding all the shotguns and all the big fancy weaponry. He was just using his, Shakur hands. But they let you get upgrades to your fist. You can get like metal implants to kind of get rid of his bitch hands, his lady hands. It actually improves. You can improve his grip, like so he doesn't have girl hands, kind of like weak girl hands. Not saying all girls have weak hands. Shakur has the weakest hands. Like Shakur was a girl, he would have weaker hands than most girls, right? But that's what they're saying. It's kind of the opposite of being exciting. The game is about being boring, as boring as possible. And so once again, that's why he was avoiding the weapons, right? And they also reward you for things like ducking fights, as you saw. You saw that? You got an award for ducking a fight. That's crazy. But that's Shakur the Boar, people. That's coming out. It's coming out on Xbox, the Xbox, the Series X, Series S, and the PS5. And I heard it's actually going to get an upgraded version for the coming consoles. The new consoles that are coming out, PS6, and it's going to be on the Nintendo Switch as well, right? Just so you know, that looks like a good one. That's one to watch out for. All right. But with that said, people, we got some amazing topics to get to. Right. Where the hell's my? Oh, here it is. All right. So we had the robbery this weekend. Or last weekend. So we're going to watch some of this stuff and some of these things, okay? First thing first, we have Mr. Lamont Roach here showing his amazing skills in this fight, okay?
This fight to take the lead, especially with giving up rounds 11 and 12. The best decision for Lamont Roach last night was the draw. You're lucky Isak Cruz is not a smart fighter and doesn't know how to keep his punches up after he's been warned several times. He's not smart enough IQ-wise.
I think it's really gross how this guy says this. He thinks that Roach won the fight, but then he's over here shitting on him. Not Roach, on Pitbull. He thinks he won, but he's shitting on him. He's not smart enough. And how do you know that? I mean, was Lamont smart? He didn't look too smart to me. He was getting his ass whooped in every department. He couldn't brawl this guy and he couldn't box him. He was just losing. That's all he could do.
Did not win this fight.
Big ass left hook. Boom. He gets dropped.
He didn't do enough early on in the first half of this fight to take the lead, especially with giving up rounds 11 and 12. The best decision for Lamont
I don't see why he didn't just end it right there.
Roach last night was the draw. You're lucky Isak Cruz is not a smart fighter and doesn't know how to keep his punches up after he's been warned several times.
I don't agree with this narrative at all because, first of all, they robbed him. That point was a robbery. They should never have taken that point. This was not blatant cheating like you see coming from guys like Andre Ward, Keyshawn, guys like Shakur Stevenson with constant low blows. Even Devin Haney's hitting you with headbutts and low blows and kidney punches and all this dirty shit, elbows. You never see a point taken, ever. But, they got to take a point. Why? Because they want Roach to get this. They wanted to build this narrative of that the fight was razor close, and that's why it was a draw. In reality, I had this fight so far ahead for Pitbull that they could have, even with this robbery point deduction, he should have still won the fight. This fight was not so razor close that this 1 point deduction won this guy the fight. I had Pitbull very easily winning the first 6 rounds. And then you add on top of that the knockdown. So we'll just say we'll remove the knockdown. And keep in mind in this round that there was the deduction. Lamont Roach lost that round. So you would call that what? You could call it a 9-9 round or a 9-10 round, whatever. Anyway, It wasn't a 2-point round. And so you have it 6 ahead. I'll just say, let's just cut that out because, you know, they deducted the point. So we'll say it was Pitbull up by 6. He won 6 rounds in a row. And then he won the 11th and 12th he won those rounds. So he won their fight. There you go. Simple. But I think he actually won more rounds than that. On the night of the fight, I gave Lamont 2 rounds. Now, I'm going to rescore it again. But even when I rescore it, I'm pretty sure I'm going to find that Pitbull beat this guy. This guy really didn't have much success in this fight. Just in 1 round alone, Pitbull's got loads of highlight reels. I mean, he's nailing this guy with so many clean, heavy blows. It's crazy.
He's not smart enough IQ-wise to make the adjustment with his body attacks. You're lucky that was the case, or you'd have been walking home with your 2nd loss. Lamont Roach did not win this.
Anyway, he was right the first time when he said Lamont Roach didn't win this fight. That's it. There's not much more to say. He didn't do enough. All right. All right, what's up, guys? Thanks for coming in here. We've still got a bunch of topics to go through. Well, actually, one of the main topic of this stream is the Lamont 19. There's a new variant of Shakur 19, people. It's called Lamont 19. All right. So they're telling people a gang of shit. It's not enough that they robbed Pitbull Cruz of this win, but they're going to come. But they're going to come in there, and they're going to try to pretend that Lamont was robbed. That's insane. That they just flipped that around like that. That's some crazy stuff that they're doing. All right. All right, so we have some of the highlights of the fight. We're going to show just a little bit of this.
On a power saver device that could cut my energy bill in half. They thought I got scammed.
That is not the highlights. That is some weird AI commercial, right? Give me 1 second.
Of the tape, they favor Lamont Roach, but that's always the case for Cruz, the pocket rocket.
That's funny. That's always the case. So he's always at an advantage, right? And look at that. Lamont Roach, after the fight, had the nerve to come out and say that, well, this isn't my division. I'm too small for this division. Well, if that's the case, why are you heavier than Pitbull? Why is that? Dan, you got a height and a reach advantage, right? He's got every advantage in this fight. And I bet you, well, from the looks of it, he's bigger than Pitbull. He's bigger, right? And then he has the commentators riding for him, saying all kinds of shit. The commentator at the end of the fight had the nerve to say, he said, I just don't think Pitbull did enough. Like he was just building this narrative the whole time. I remember, and I think it was around the last round, he said, oh, I know who won this fight, but it doesn't matter what I think. And then like a minute later, he says, Pitbull just didn't do enough. So what he's doing is he's trying to lie to the audience. He's just brainwashing a bunch of half-wits.
At 5'4", giving up 3 inches and giving up a huge amount of reach.
All right, look at this. Look at these guys. Let's see this. When they're right next to each other, when they're standing around, he's a little closer to the camera. But look, this guy had the nerve to say after the fight that he's not in this division. This isn't his division. He's just small, right? No, what he is probably a weight bully in the division below him. He's a weight bully. And now he's fighting at his actual weight. Like, look how big this guy's abs are. This guy got some massive Ninja Turtle abs. There's another case of a guy who's got abs that are as big as his damn chest. They come out almost as far as his chest. The guy looks bizarre.
This is for the WBC Interim Championship of the World.
All right, we go. Here we go.
In the dressing room. I want you to protect yourself at all.
All right, we're going to skip ahead. I don't know why they're showing this whole fucking thing. Well, what I noticed real quick is that look at this guy's trunks. Like, Roach's trunks are pretty high. They look pretty high to me. Pitbull's are a slight bit higher than they should be. But Lamont Roach's trunks are also high.
Obey my commands at all times. Touch them up, back to your corner.
Back to your corner.
And it's tough.
We're going to cut ahead just a little bit.
Roach making his debut in this weight class. A minute gone here in round 2.
So he hits him with a jab. Roach is fighting a very defense-first style over here. Look, what's up with Roach's head? Can somebody tell me what's with this guy's head? His head looks overgrown. Let me see if I can zoom into this. He's got such a weird freaking cranium, this guy. He looks like those aliens from the Twilight Zone. Look at this thing over here. Look, there's like a sweep. It comes out. Like, what the fuck is that? He's like, is this man an alien? I feel like you could pull his face off and it'll be like a fly. It's weird. Maybe he's a roach, people. Maybe he actually is a roach. Could that be what we're seeing here? Is this man a roach?
Impose their will.
There's a tap from Cruz.
Right hand. This is what's happening all night. They try to make it out like if this guy was to box, it would have been different. That's what they did the whole night. This is what they did for this guy. They pretend that, oh, well, look, if he would have just fought the right game plan, he would have been easy. It's like, no, it wouldn't have been. This is why I predicted him to get knocked out. And he actually did almost get knocked out. The only thing that saved him, well, I actually predicted he would be knocked out around the 5th round. He actually got dropped in the 3rd. It happened even sooner. The only issue is that Pitbull Cruz was having to wrestle with this guy. This guy was bulldozing his way in and pushing Pitbull off balance because he actually couldn't hang with Pitbull on the back foot. And people don't understand that. I've heard people say that, oh, well, Lamont was doing really well in the beginning. But then, you know, this is what Max Kellerman made it out to be. He made it like Lamont was fighting real well in the beginning and then Pitbull caught him. No, it wasn't that. He was on the back foot and Pitbull was piecing him up from the first bell. There was no this whole narrative of he's boxing Pitbull's ears off. He was not successful in boxing. Actually, if anything, Lamont Roach on the back foot was more vulnerable to Pitbull's attacks than he was when he was bulldozing in and pushing Pitbull off balance. This was his game plan. Like, he adjusted his game plan pretty much to cheating. Because going and bulldozing and pushing a dude off balance is not legal boxing. Okay? If you guys really watch this fight, you're going to see Roach come in and he's going to lean his heavier body on this man and push him over in order to get leverage and to take away Pitbull's leverage. Okay, so he goes in. He doesn't throw his punches correct, Roach. You see Roach is trying to punch with Pitbull. Let's see this one more time. Let's exchange. He throws this lazy right hook and Pitbull just clips him with a hard, not even clip him. He got nailed with this left hand for Pitbull. Boom. It's like catch and shoot. Right? Catch and shoot. Pitbull catches the right hook and then comes back with his left. He catches him right on the chin. And boom, he's down. That's it. Now the referee obviously has to push him away because he fell up on the ropes. He's rocked. In some ways, maybe he's being on. Actually, his glove touched the ground. That's why it's officially a knockdown. The only thing that kept him up was his glove. Right? So there it is. I told people before the fight, anybody that knows, you could see that Pitbull Cruz has got a very good catch and shoot. He knows how to catch a right hand. He comes right back with his right hand. Boom. He should have tucked his right hand a little bit more. He brought it out, but he's not fighting exactly the best puncher. Right? So he caught him with that left hook, and that's it, you know. He dropped him. He's going to show us a bunch. And he loaded that shot. He leans to his left, and then he comes right back with the left hook. This dude is rocked. And I told people, I said, look, this guy's better than Tank Davis, Guy Pitbull Cruz. Look, he's over here schooling the guy that Tank had huge problems versus. Right? We're going to make that smaller a little bit because I don't want them to kill the stream. You know, this is what these guys do. Right? You see this dirty stuff this guy does. We're going to look at some of this dirty shit Mr. Roach does. You see, he'll grab him. And look, he's literally holding his arm and then hitting him with the right hook while he's holding his arm. So you can't defend against that. Then look, he's pushing up all over him. Then he just pushes him. And this guy comes out and he pretends that Pitbull is initiating all these clinches, when in reality it's him who's bulldozing in, right? So what else is Pitbull supposed to do? There you go. You see him getting clipped with 2 more shots. Keeps slipping in that left hand. Roach coming over with the right. Does not land. And again, look at the size difference. You can tell Roach is a bigger man. Like, he's eating these jabs and he comes in again. He's the one bulldozing in. Now, I've actually heard people complain about Pitbull headlocking. Like, look where this guy puts his head. He comes down low and he just shoots in. So what is he supposed to do? Right? See a little more, he hits him on the hip. I mean, we've seen this in about 1 million fights. You see this Lamont Roach throwing a inside slap. That is not a scoring blow, but for all the people that don't know how to watch boxing, they don't know the rules, they think this is an actual punch. Right? Let's hear this.
Coming in and standing his ground. Ooh, the left hook by Roach upstairs that landed.
And you see what this guy says? Is he dishonest or does he not know the fucking rules? All right, let me show you this real quick, just to clear this up. Okay, so this is the rules on proper punching in boxing. All right, this is about slaps, right? It says in boxing, slapping is strictly prohibited. It is considered an illegal move. The rules of boxing are designed to ensure fair competition and prioritize effective controlled offensive techniques. Slapping lacks the power and precision of proper punches. It's significantly reducing its effectiveness in a bout. Right? So slaps are prohibited in boxing. They are not scored. That's it. And there are other reasons why there aren't slaps. The lacing in your gloves is inside of the hand. It's on the inside of the glove. So you know there's laces in there. That's more prone to cutting a fighter. If you get slapped in the face with a glove, you're not supposed to slap people. And gloves are built in a way that they're smooth on the outside or on the top side. You know, the side that you look at with your hand on the top, not on the inside. And so this guy's over here slapping this guy as hard as he can with the inside of his glove. The referee could actually give him warnings for that and possibly take points. But you see, they don't do it. But even if they don't do it, right, if they don't take that point, if you're going to be scoring boxing, you guys, even at home, that's what I do. I score it at home, usually. That is not scored. That is not a scoring blow. That is an inside slap. You don't score those, just like you don't score this right hook that Pitbull landed on the leg. Right?
By catching him coming in.
And keep in mind, these guys will cry and they'll make shit up about, look, Pitbull hit him on the leg. It's like, aren't you the same guys that said that Amir Khan lost to Crawford? Aren't you? You got the same guys. The same dudes that say this guy's cheating or whatever were okay with Crawford hitting Amir Khan straight up in his dick. And they're okay with, what's his name? The other guy, Andre Ward, who beats guys on dick punches. I mean, dude, we don't take you seriously. We don't. Because look, it's one thing, you know, you can go and you can complain and say, oh, look, Pitbull hit this guy on his leg, on his thigh, right? But if you're going to do that, you have to also admit that Andre Ward never beat Kovalev. Because in that second fight, he beat him with low blows, right? And then the first fight, he just got straight up robbery, but that's outside the point.
Standing his ground.
All right, so that is not a scored blow. This commentator is a fucking idiot, or he's dishonest. I think he's both.
Standing his ground.
Ooh, the left hook by Roach upstairs that landed. Another left
So
hook.
you say this hook might have landed. It wasn't a hard blow. He throws it in like a hammer kind of motion. It's thrown with the thumb up, right? And he almost stabs Pitbull with it. He doesn't throw it in a real big, heavy hooking way, right? He also illegally bends below the waist, Lamont Roach. He does it constantly.
Left hook by Roach.
Which is extremely impressive because Pitbull's a short guy. So for this guy to keep ducking below his waist is incredible. Right. Just so you guys know, this is another not really... I mean, look, it looks good in the camera, but that is not an actual landed punch. Right? I'm going to slow it down for people who can't see. For the slow pokes. 1 second. Where the F is the speed? I can't see. Give me 1 second. I can't even see anything. I got to bring this over here. Can't show too much, or I got to pause this every couple of seconds because I'll just kill the stream. All right, 1 moment. I don't even know where the hell the speed thing is. There's supposed to be a setting here that lets me change the speed of the video. What the fuck? Is there even a setting here to change the speed? Oh, actually, there's more settings. You can scroll down. Wow. All right, so I'm going to slow it down just slightly, right? All right, guys, we'll watch this one last time. Let's roll this beautiful slap footage. All right, so he throws it with the inside of the glove. Watch this. You see that? That's not technically a scoring blow. Now again, it looks decent, the camera, but he doesn't turn it over. It's an inside slap. Sorry about that. One last time. Not getting a good angle on it. And there you go. Like I said, look, the guy's constantly bending below this guy's belt. Like how is he able to do that? Like, again, this guy is very short, and so for him to be able to duck that fucking low, that's illegal, right? That's really, really illegal to do that. But this is how boxing is. They just pick and choose what they're going to enforce. The referee should tell him to lift his fucking head up. And I don't know if you guys noticed this, but they do this all the time to the fighter they want to lose. The fighter they don't want to win, they will just constantly just bombard them with, like, don't do that, and don't do this, and don't do that, and don't do this. All right, anyway, it's an inside slap. Take it or leave it. It doesn't matter because even that with that inside slap, he lost the round. He's losing almost all these rounds.
Another left hand from Roach. In rounds 3 and 4, and guess what? Roach has outlanded Cruz in each of the last 4 rounds.
All right, so each of the last 4 rounds. So right here they have what? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 rounds. So they're saying here, if it's the last 4, that would say he's landed. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're saying that he won the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's absolute bullshit. They're saying like this guy's outlanding him in 4 fucking straight rounds. That's bullshit. I wasn't listening to the commentary because I don't listen to the commentary. It's bullshit. So this is what was happening to these morons. They're at home just getting brainwashed by these commentators that just want this Roach guy to have his rematch versus Tank Davis. Or what they want to do is they want to double dip on this fight and then have either one of these guys fight Tank Davis. Right? That's what they want to do. They just want to double dip and they lied their asses off. Because this whole thing, this guy won 4 fucking rounds in a row, that wasn't true. That thing never happened.
Yeah, and they've shown, and then you can see now how confident Roach is getting. A little bit more bounce on the feet.
Someone check Senior's blood pressure as we see that check.
It's not even turned over, that punch. This is why he can't hurt anything, because he doesn't turn his punches over.
Someone check Senior.
This like looks like a slap. It's another slap.
Someone check Senior.
Yeah, it's a slap, people. It's not. This guy doesn't turn his punches over.
Bounce on the feet.
Someone check Senior's blood pressure as we see that check hooked by Roach.
It's terrible blocking technique there, the way he does that. Whatever. It's better than, I guess, eating the punch,
check
right?
hooked by Roach. Another round that favors Lamont.
And this is another round where he's getting his ass whooped.
Roach Jr.
They spoke too soon. This was the round where Pitbull comes in at the end and literally just beats the fuck out of this guy. Yeah, this flurry right here beats any punch this guy threw throughout this entire round. Because he's not landing really solid punches. He's throwing little slaps and touches. And Pitbull just lays into him at the end of this round. There we go. Left hook. Boom. Chin checked him. Like you can tell he got rocked by that punch. And he nods his head. He nods his head no, but he got his ass whooped. And this is where he tells you that line that I told you guys earlier. Let's get a good listen to this bullshit over here. I'm going to listen to this right now. All right, so he lands a left hook. Nothing really there. Let's see if it's a real punch. Anyway, we'll just say it's a punch. Okay.
I know who I think has won this fight, but my opinion doesn't matter.
So he comes out and he says, I know who won this fight, but my opinion doesn't matter. You know, these guys have earpieces, right? They have earpieces. So they probably told him to say this. And he's saying, oh, you know who. Wait, let's hear that one last time.
I know who I think has won this fight, but my opinion doesn't matter.
So they already knew what the narrative was going to be, I guess, right? That he comes in here and he says this. He comes over and he says, I know who I thought won the fight, but my opinion doesn't matter. And then, well, it doesn't matter, then keep it to yourself. Because what they're doing is they're leading the viewer to believe what they want them to believe, right? This is part of the Lamont 19. They have to spread their bullshit. I just think Cruz didn't do enough, right? He just ends it off with that. I just think Cruz didn't do enough. Why wouldn't you think Lamont didn't do enough? Why didn't Lamont not do enough? Because I know Lamont didn't drop Cruz. He didn't drop Cruz. And he also didn't win a string of rounds and then pick up the last 2 rounds, what they call the championship rounds. So this guy knocks this dude down and then wins the championship rounds and then wins all these. Like, look, there's a case to be made, and it's a strong case that Cruz won all 6 of the first rounds. I think he won even more than that. I think he might have won almost the entire fight. I mean, I think even the round the guy got the point in, I think Cruz was winning that round. So this was almost a complete blowout, this fight. Again, I had the fight score 2 rounds for Roach when I watched it. This guy was not throwing real punches. Roach is the one who was having big problems. Cruz did more than enough. He not only beat him the majority of the rounds and landed the majority of the clean, effective punches, right? He not only controlled most of the fight on the forward foot, right? Yeah, they're clashing together, and that's all because of Lamont. But he's not only winning the majority of the rounds and landing the big showy punches, the punches that score rounds for you, right? Clean, effective punching. But he's also dropped the guy. Okay? So to say that he hasn't done enough is fucking ridiculous.
Both score the bout 113 to 113, a draw. The decision is a...
All right, so Lamont, the little girl, can come over here and pretend like he's acting like a little kid that didn't get his toy. Just because you're disappointed, buddy, doesn't mean that you won the fight. You're very lucky that they even gave you a draw, because you didn't deserve it. You definitely did not deserve a draw. There's people right now are acting like this fight was a war. This was far from a war. This is very one-sided. That's a Pitbull Cruz. Pitbull Cruz got robbed in this one. Okay. 1 second. 1 minute. So we got the highlights over there. We're going to show you the statement from Mr. Lamont Roach. We're going to analyze this real quick. It's kind of interesting. This is what we do. We do a show called Duping Delight on the channel, and 1 second. All right, so we do a show called Duping Delight where we do stuff like what I'm about to do. We analyze things like what people say, facial expressions, and so on. We have another episode coming up soon. It is about Woody Allen. I keep reminding people. I'm going to get around to doing that real soon, possibly this week or next. All right, so this is a direct quote from Lamont Peterson, all right? It says, "All I want is a fair shake, man." All right? Which is funny because he knows for a fact that he did get a fair shake. He not only got a fair shake, he got special treatment. All right, that's it. And this is that's the end quote. And then we have the narrator, who have the writer, the guy who posted this on it was on a sports website I pulled this from. Roach said after Saturday's fight, "I think I pulled the fight out." This is like, is this like a new thing people say? They like, I'm pulling it out. Like this is how it's a weird way of speaking. I don't know. It's weird. I'm seeing it all the time. I saw a quote from Shakur Stevenson. He said, "I think Lamont pulled it off." So what? He pull off the robbery? All right. So the wordage is really interesting because look what he says here. He says, "I think I pulled that fight out." So he uses the word think. He wouldn't do that. He would just say, "I won," right? He would just say, "I won." He wouldn't say, "I think." So it's a thought. It's a belief, right? And I don't even think it's a strong belief. And then he says after that, and this is what tells you he believes it was, and this isn't even true, this statement here. He says a close victory. This is what he says. How would he know that? Was he counting the punches? Because boxing scored on these punches. It's actually pretty nuanced, right? 1 second. It's pretty nuanced. He's coming over here saying it was a close victory. Yeah, okay. It was a distant loss. That's what it should have been. He lost by a country mile. It was pretty big. The loss was big for Lamont, but they had to rob this guy. All right, this is some bullshit. So once again, he says it's some bullshit, but then he says here, I think it's a thought. Why does he believe strongly that it's bullshit if it was a close victory? Which is to say that it was a close fight. So how could it be bullshit if it's a close fight? The true bullshit is the fact that this guy has the nerve to come over here and pretend he was robbed. All right? And then he says, "Man, I clearly thought I won." He clearly thought he won. Once again, he has the word thought in there. Instead of writing, "Man, I clearly won." No, "I clearly thought I won." Yes, you thought you won. But even a man that's lost every round of a fight can come out and say, "I thought I won." This is the same thing that happened with Triple G and Daniel Jacobs, right? Jacobs comes over there and lies his ass off, because he knows he has a bunch of supporters that are going to push these silly ideas, right? It's to keep the fans. You got to understand, this guy had a big fight that he was supposed to have a few months ago that he's still hoping for, and that's that Tank Davis rematch. This guy basically, Pitbull snatched the bag right out of his hand, right? And the network didn't want to see this guy lose because it doesn't look good for Tank Davis, right? That this guy's actually losing, right? Because Tank never beat this guy, Roach. But Pitbull not only beat him, but he schooled him. He took him to school for most of this fight. Now, people will say like, "Oh, well, Pitbull was pushed back. Oh, Pitbull was gassing." Well, we don't score clean effective he was gassing or he was pushed back. Because actually he really wasn't pushed back. He was just fighting a guy at times who turtled up and did nothing. So Pitbull would move around a little bit, and he had him come forward for a change. And if you watch those rounds, there was about 2 or 3 rounds where Pitbull moved around a little bit. Lamont was getting pieced up. He was getting outboxed by the guy that was supposed to be the bull in this fight. And yes, he was the bull for the majority of the fight and was very effective at it. But once again, the adjustment Lamont had done is he started bulldozing forward and pushing Pitbull off balance in order to take away his leverage, which is, it's pretty kind of illegal. You're not supposed to be wrestling around and pushing your opponent off balance, right? That's a really cheap way of trying to get an unfair advantage over him because you're using your heavier body to take away his ability to hurt you, right? And so once again, we'll just look at this for the last time. He says it's bullshit. And they says, man, I clearly thought I won. Yet you really did. I feel like you don't think you won. I think you're just full of shit. And I truly don't think that guy thinks he won that fight. He's just trying to get it in people's heads. The same way Adrian Broner did it when he lost to Manny Pacquiao and came out and said, yo, this bullshit. I won that shit. Right? He does that just because he acts outraged and acts like he's some ghetto hood hoe and is angry because he didn't get what he wanted doesn't mean that it's true. And I think that's what's happening here with Lamont Roach. He actually in a lot of ways reminds me of a child, like a spoiled little brat. Okay? All right, so right now what we're going to watch is a little bit of the post-fight interview, right? But before we get to it, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV, the greatest channel on demand. You're watching Food Sports Live, right? Okay? And guys, if you want to donate to our Venmo because YouTube hates us, it's in the description of every effing video on the channel.
All right, people. The Real Food TV, people. Just trying to, money. Just trying to get some money over here, Oh, shit. Well, thanks a lot, sir, for dropping the damn whatever you have there. What was that? Oh, thank you very much. What's that? How the hell did you give me a nail? Why'd you work a construction job or something, you bum? What a fucking asshole. All right. Hey, come on, people, come on. Oh, whoa. What, sir? Hello, sir. Hello. Wow, $1. Wow. I got $1. Payday. You know these. I gotta take that out of there. People might think I actually have money. I got $1 at least, right? Donate to our Venmo, please. It helps.
It does help, people. We're going to go watch this video, post-fight interview of Pitbull Cruz, Lamont the Cockroach. All right, here we go.
Lamont, do you want an immediate rematch, and how do you see why do you think you will win an immediate rematch in decisive fashion?
Of course, I think the best thing to do is move forward with an immediate rematch, and I would say on somewhat a level playing field. I don't know why they think that the judge or the ref was on my side when I got hit low a lot.
Because he was helping you all night. Maybe that's why.
I got hit low a lot. I mean, it's boxing. It happens.
Look at this guy's face. How fucked up his face is. This guy ate a lot of punches.
I got hit low a lot, and he was holding every exchange. So,
he's holding every exchange, and I've actually heard people complain about that, which is hilarious because this is the same group of people that like Devin Haney because his last trash performance. These people literally call holding boxing. They call that boxing. These are the same people that like Floyd Mayweather, and now you're gonna say, well, this guy can't hold. The funny part is that Pitbull really wasn't holding. It was Lamont Peterson who was spearing his way in and bulldozing this guy, wrapping up his arms and so on. He was the one initiating all the holds. Wasn't Pitbull.
I'm not complaining. It was for a hell of a fight, but it's no. I really wish that it's just an even playing field. That's all.
Sure.
It's funny because this guy didn't come out and say anything, even though they robbed him of a point.
Before you continue, let me let Isaac know what Lamont was saying. Bueno, entonces Isaac, lo que acá Lamont dijo fue que fue una gran pelea, pero que vos también estabas golpeando bajo mucho y que también estabas agarrando mucho. Entonces eso fue lo que él pensó de esta pelea.
¿Y los rabbit punch?
What about the rabbit punches, Lamont?
¿No cuentan?
They don't count? What happened? You're complaining about the low blows, basically, but what about the rabbit punches?
La oreja?
Yeah, the hits to the ear.
I saw it many times. He was hitting him right in the back of the head. When Pitbull would come down, he would smash him in the back of the head.
That was a good punch?
Cabezazo?
The headbutts? What about the headbutts?
He's good?
Yeah.
Punch? No.
And he says a punch. Yeah, he likes to hit with heads too. His big ass head.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead, Sean. Sorry for the interruption.
Isak, do you want an immediate rematch? And obviously he feels he wants.
What's funny is he said after the fight that he broke his hand. Does it look like his hand's broken? All I see is a guy holding a bag of ice very firmly and holding it to his lip. Where's his broken hand?
In the fight, and he gave his reasons why. What are your reasons you feel you won the fight? And again, do you want an immediate rematch?
Bueno, primero que nada, ¿te gustaría tener una revancha inmediata contra Roach? Y segundo...
All right, Bully Crip laughing my ass off, but Lamont somehow did enough, in quotes. Commentary was trash. Yeah, exactly, man. They're building the narrative. The thing is, there was a lot of people rooting for Lamont Roach. And, you know, it just doesn't look good for Tank Davis that Pitbull dismantled this guy. He completely schooled him. And, you know, arguably, this guy Roach beat Tank Davis. A lot of people do believe that he beat him and that he was robbed. He definitely wasn't robbed in this fight. He very clearly lost, just like I thought he would. All right. He clearly never wanted to exchange with Pitbull. Yeah, he really wasn't doing it. He did a little bit of it, but he was getting smashed. He was trying to. He was throwing badoinks, right? He's throwing slap, 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 slap. Then Pitbull would just come with a left hook, boom, and just knock the sweat off his head. Like you'd see, like Pitbull was hitting him with thumping shots. That's because his technique is far better. And he's got better head movement and defense, Pitbull. He's better in the inside. This is what I said. I said that if this guy comes in and he fights Pitbull on the inside, he's going to possibly get laid out. And what you saw was you would see Roach standing there for a minute with him, throw little taps, and then lower his level and shoot in and just come in and just tackle this guy. That's what he was doing that throughout the whole fight. He just kept tackling in. Okay. All right. He clearly never wanted to exchange. The American commentators were bitching and crying when the ref took points. All right. Who is that? Jermaine Taylor for low blows against Arthur Abraham. He was just there to survive. That's the way I saw it, man. It looked like he was just surviving. And I think he knew he just came there to survive. I think they got in his head and they told him that this was going to be a robbery. Like somebody told him that, don't worry, it's okay. Just survive the last 2 rounds. Because when I saw this guy raise his hands in victory, Lamont, when he did that and got up on the ropes, I was like, this guy is an absolute bullshit artist. Like, on what planet did he win that fight? That he's so confident that he puts his hands in the air. It made no sense. And you could see the look in his face. There was a round in there where Pitbull beat the shit out of him. And then Pitbull bent down and started doing this weird kind of lizard tongue thing at him. And Lamont just looked defeated. He looked at him and he turned around and walked away. He had this look of defeat in his face. All right. And I've heard people try to make it out like, well, Pitbull's losing the round. And he did that because he's frustrated, which I find really funny because you look at a guy like they were saying, oh, he's losing. That's why he's being silly and sticking his tongue out. No, he did it because he dominated the guy. Right? He did it because he dominated him. This isn't like Terrence Crawford, who eats punches to the face, does nothing for an entire round but run away, and then sticks his tongue out and somehow they give him the round. Right? It's just kind of hypocritical that when Terrence Crawford sticks his tongue out like a retard, he's somehow winning. But when this Pitbull guy does it, he's losing. He's frustrated. That's why he's taunting. Right? That's some bullshit.
¿Qué opinas de lo que él justamente acaba de decir, no?
¿Quiere revancha la gente? Hagamos.
All right. Brawling ain't enough to beat us gods. BBC, oh God. All right. You trolling there, BBC.
Yo no soy Davis, estoy listo para la revancha.
All right, so he's agreed to have a rematch with this balding man. Look at this. This guy needs to cut down on the PEDs.
La gente, hagámosla. Yo no soy Davis, estoy listo para la revancha.
So he's saying he's not Tank Davis, that he'll actually rematch him. You got to watch out because they'll try to rob him in the rematch too. I'm telling you. This guy, I bet you in the rematch, this guy Roach would throw loads and loads of low blows. He'll probably drop them on low blows and they'll pretend like it didn't happen.
Okay, do the fans want a rematch? Do you guys want a rematch? I'm not Gervonta Davis. I'm ready.
All right, so there we go. We saw it. That is the part of the post-fight press conference. We're not going to watch the whole thing, right? 1 second. All right, we got another shot of that big moment in the fight. One of the big moments when Pitbull Cruz laying into this guy. Boom, big right hand. It's an uppercut that lifts his head. It's not a huge one. It's a long uppercut. You see Roach kind of falling in. He's throwing shoe shine. Pitbull comes back with a bomb. And he smashes him with that left hand. He goes Roach once again. Look how he comes in here. Like a mummy, he puts his hands down. Look, that's why he eats this punch while falling in, because he's trying to put his weight on top of Pitbull. Look at the way he comes in. Just always trying to shift his weight and put it on top of this guy. He's falling in. Look, he's coming in again. He's trying to push him, constantly trying to push him off balance. He tries, but the thing is, Pitbull's taking that small step back and lining him up for a counterpunch. So what happens is that Lamont falls into the void. Pitbull's not there to be pushed over. He's taking that small step. In reality, it's Pitbull has made the adjustment. And you saw it throughout the fight. We're going to see it here again. Yeah, Lamont comes in, Pitbull's waiting for that, and boom, he just punches with him, left hook. Boom, he rocks him. And look what Lamont does. He arches forward to push the man off balance. This is what he did all night. He's constantly trying to push him off balance. This is terrible posture for a boxer to be standing in this position. This is terrible. He's very clearly lost around. Pitbull just looks at him. He's just like, yep, that's all you got. That's what it seems like to me. Right? But that's one of the things Lamont's doing. You notice he keeps trying to shift his weight and trying to put his weight on top of Pitbull. 1 second. 1 second, please. All right. All right, so we got some other news around the world of boxing. A devastated Joseph Parker vows to clear his name. So Parker tested positive for a PED a few weeks ago. All right, 1 second. I'm going to read some of this headline here. We got Chris Algieri talking about... All right, this is about the Wardley fight, him agreeing to it. All right, I'm looking for the direct quote. It says, before my recent fight, I took a voluntary test and have now been informed that it returned an adverse result. This came as a real surprise to me. All right, this is I think there's a statement here. This might be from Suleiman after the Terrence Crawford feud. Oh, no, this is another story. Sorry, guys. All right, 1 second. So this is there's the quote from Joseph Parker. Calm down, Conor McGregor, okay? Okay? Calm down. All right, I did not take any prohibited substances. I did not use performance-enhancing drugs, and I do not support their use. I am cooperating fully with the process now underway, and I am confident the investigation will clear my name. And so he goes on and he talks about he's actually 33. Parker's 33. That's kind of surprising. I thought he was older than that. This is kind of his transformative moment, I guess. If you guys don't know, in numerology, a 33 is a pretty powerful number. Anyway, I think maybe they're trying to screw him over because Parker is kind of... 1 second. Parker is kind of a threat in the division, and they don't really want him to rematch that Wardley. That's my guess. Because he's most likely going to beat Wardley in a rematch. So what they'll do is soil his name and have it where Wardley tries to bypass him, tries to bypass the rematch. He's already got, in my mind, a pretty kind of a robbery stoppage. It wasn't right to stop the fight when they did. The fight wasn't over. I mean, it was a decent fight that Parker was clearly winning, and then they just took it from him. They took it from him. He was defending himself effectively, and they ended the fight right there and gave it to Wardley. Like, you don't do that. The point of the referee is, in many ways, to protect the fighter from himself, right? Or if the fighter cannot mostly it really is if the fighter cannot defend himself. So if the fighter's, this guy's throwing all these blows, the fighter can't defend himself, then the referee steps in, has to step in and stop the fight. Well, in this case, Parker was very clearly defending himself. He had been hit with a couple of decent shots. And this was in a fight that he was winning, that he was on the road to winning. I think this was very late in the fight that this happened, that they stopped it. And so they end it when the guy is clearly defending himself effectively. So why'd you end it? Basically to award this Wardley guy that win, right? All right, anyway, Parker is going to try to clear his name. We'll see if it happens. Hopefully it does, and he's able to have his rematch versus that Wardley guy. All right. All right, we got some more stuff in the news. This has nothing to do with combat sports, unless it's the sport of being a multicolored haired piece of beep. I don't know where my beep button is. Damn it. I'll find it later, people. I got a new control over here. All right, so it says 6ix9ine speaks out after being sentenced to prison for probation violation. Mr. 6ix9ine. You know what's crazy? I think this guy's actually still in his 20s, yet he looks like he's been through the ringer. You know that?
Hey, Takashi, how do you feel today?
¿Sientes que fue justa la sentencia del juez? Sí, 12 meses de supervisión.
Takashi, do you feel the judge was fair today?
No.
Anyway, there's little old 6'9". He's having some legal problems as he always does, right? It's not not boxing. Hip hop's #1 rat, I guess. Right, 1 second. Gotta clean this up. My some of these stories I got this stuff all zoomed in a little too much. All right, so we got a headline from the world of MMA. I mean, this is about Alex Pereira. He says he's opens up on 2 heavyweight bouts. All right, give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna look at these heavyweight bouts he wants to have. Okay, so I guess one of them is wait. All right, so this is a quote from Alex Pereira. He says that I spoke about my interests, right? I want to fight at heavyweight, but I don't know. I mentioned the White House against John Jones. This is worded really weird. I don't know if he speaks this way. So he wants to fight John Jones at the White House. And the other fight is... This article is like... They didn't even list the other fight. What the F? It says he wants 2 different fights. One moment. I'm looking for where the hell he says this. Anyway... I think he wants to fight Aspinall. There you go. They don't write it out real well. They should put it in a list, I think, right? But it says John Jones. It's the one that he's quoted as asking for. A 2-weight champion, the other blah blah blah. The other option is a shot which the current. All right, so it's John Jones and Tom Aspinall. Okay, there you go. Isn't it amazing? He wants to fight John Jones. All right. I don't know if he's ever going to get to fight John Jones. Because John Jones very rarely fights. All right, so Anderson Silva wants Jake Paul to get his flowers. I mean, flowers for what? Flowers of shit? Why would he deserve flowers? He's done almost nothing in the sport except fight, MMA fighters and pro basketball players. But you got to keep in mind, for some odd reason, Jake Paul has like a little cast of characters. And this guy here, Mr. Anderson Silva, he's going to be fighting on Jake Paul's up-and-coming card. So he's helping him. It's part of his promotion, MVP Promotions. So what do you think? He's going to talk poor of the guy that's getting him money? I mean, this guy might have actually taken a dive versus Jake Paul when those guys fought. Maybe taking it easy on him a little. It looks kind of weird. Jake Paul, this newbie, is not struggling with Anderson Silva. You know, he's got a decent boxing background, Anderson Silva. So why is it that he's having any issues with Jake Paul? It's just a weird thing to see. And it's not like he was the oldest guy in the world. I think when he fought Jake Paul, he was like in his late 30s, early 40s. Anyway, he wants Mr. Jake Paul to get his flowers, which is just him brown-nosing, possibly, right? All right. So, and Anderson Silva, brown-nosing, right? And his nose is already brown. Why does he need to? Well, anyway, 1 second. All right, Anthony Joshua says there's only one way he'll truly feel like the winner versus Jake Paul. He says he wants to dominate him. He has to dominate him and knock him out, right? You know, it'd be crazy if he got knocked out or fake knocked out. Fake knocked out is funnier. You know, like AJ's just like, oh, my God, Jake, you're so strong. Oh, and he just falls on the ground. And you can clearly see he's not knocked out. He's doing that like Masonic or whatever you call that, the vow of silence. They put their finger over their mouth. Anyway, AJ says that the only way he can win this is if he totally dominates the guy, right? Says Anthony Joshua tells Jake Paul only total dominance counts as a win. All right, so there you go. And I mean, that's really the only reason why people are going to buy this fight is because they have a healthy hatred for Jake Paul, as they should. I mean, the guy's an absolute con man. And the guy claims he's Puerto Rican, yet he's Jewish.
Last night.
He's a Jewish guy. But going back to the, I mean, you could be Jewish, I guess, and be from Puerto Rico. No, not from, but like kind of live there. And that's what he's currently doing. He's a Jewish guy that lives in Puerto Rico. And then claims that he's Puerto Rican, which is just, he's really not. He's living there for tax write-offs. He's an absolute scumbag. Anyway, going back to the subject of Pitbull Cruz versus Lamont Roach, we have Devin Haney's daddy here, and he has a song to sing for us.
Lamont, Senior, Junior, Cruz, great fight. Don't hang your heads even a little bit, because it was a great fight. Senior, Junior, now you box at an elite level.
Why do I feel like he wants to rhyme, but he can't? Like, I feel like he's like should be saying like Dr. Seuss lines.
When you doing your thing. So let's get back to the rematch and box his ears off.
He speaks like he's rapping or he's telling a poem. Like, what is this? Why does he sound like he's telling us like a poem? don't be on that thing and that thing-a-ling. And when he sping, you do the pitbull thing. And you ring-a-ling, and the roach, he's on the coach.
Do the Devin Haney, do the Devin Haney. Huh?
Oh shit.
Do the Devin Haney, do the Devin Haney, huh? Off. Do the Devin Haney, do the Devin Haney, huh? The Devin Haney, huh? And he do the Devin Haney, huh? And he do the Devin Haney, huh? Do the Devin Haney, do the Devin Haney, huh? And don't make it close.
All right. I mean, Devin Haney, that's what he does. He makes it really, really, really close. So close that his chest is literally on your chest all night. No Diddy, no Haney. Damn it. And by that, I mean he hugs the fuck out of you. All right? We got brain damage. Speaking of, I guess, I don't know, men being chest to chest. We have Mr. Earl Spence back from the grave. He's going to tell us who he thought won the fight.
What'd you think of the fight, bro?
With this one?
Yeah, the
man.
So what'd you think of the fight? What, this one? No. I mean Riddick Bowe versus Galata.
It was a good fight. Cruz lived us with his nickname, being pitbull.
Cruz.
We come forward throwing a lot of punches. Lamont was trying to stay focused. And it was a great fight.
That's funny. He says people throwing a lot of punches. Lamont just trying to stay focused. By that he means not doing jack shit except moving around.
Lamont was trying to stay focused. And it was a great fight. I had it kind of close. I did think, Cruz edged a little bit, but.
So there he goes. He thought Cruz won it. He says, I thought Cruz edged it a little bit. There you go.
Lamont kept his composure.
Lamont, it's just funny. His statement about who won the fight is, I think Pitbull edged it. Lamont, he's just focused. He's focused. What the fuck? What kind of, what?
Edged a little bit, but Lamont kept his composure.
Lamont kept his composure. You don't win fights on keeping your composure. By that, what does he mean? He just blocked a bunch and didn't do much? I think people edged it. Lamont kept his composure. It's like, okay. So he didn't get knocked the fuck out, I guess, right? He was just defensive enough to not get knocked out. He survived. In other words, he simply survived.
And it was a great fight. Hopefully they have another fight again.
What surprised you the most about the fight in general from both?
They both took each other's shots really well. Lamont took his shot.
Both of them took their shots really well. All right, give 1 second, people. I got a phone call. We're going to watch just a little bit more of this video, right?
Shots well, and it was expected Cruz to take his shots. But Lamont took his shots well and kept fighting back because I thought he was going to wear down. I thought he was going to wear down in the later rounds. I thought Roach was going to wear down in the later rounds. But he kept the pace up, he kept fighting, kept his composure.
If you have a rematch, who do you think would take it based on what we saw?
I don't know, because I didn't know who was going to win the first fight. I don't know. Whoever had the best game plan, I think Lamont can't get macho with him and try to fight him, because in the first half, he was just trying to fight him.
I was surprised the way
he was trying to fight him, but I think if he boxes and uses angles and move around like he did a little bit, I think he could pull the fight off.
What about you, Errol? How you been? When are we going to see you back?
All right. Sorry. I had to step away for a second. All right, so this guy thinks if Lamont was to run around, they call it boxing, but it's not boxing, people. It's fucking stalling and running and grabbing. He's like, if Lamont just ran around like a bitch and grabbed more, he would get a robbery win, right? Maybe he should have worded it that way, but that doesn't sound as cool as he boxes ears off. Let's hear that one last time. This is the solution, right? This is how you win fights. If Lamont would have just blocked more and hit him with badoinks, little touch jabs, and ran around and grabbed him a bunch, you know, maybe he win. And by win, you mean he would win on bullshit, because that's not how you win boxing matches. You have to deliver actual real punches and not just grab and wrestle the whole damn fight.
I was surprised the way
he was trying to fight him, but I think if he boxed and used the angle.
The problem is that he can't box that guy. No one can really box that guy. They all cheat. They all got to hold him like crazy. It was the same thing with like Mike Tyson. These guys didn't really truly box him. They would grab him up. They'd throw a punch and grab, 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 jump in, run away, grab, 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 circle laterally to the left, throw a feint, jump in, grab. Right? That's what they do. That's not boxing. Right? But this is the solution. If only he would have wrestled him some more. And they're bringing up that he fought him. You don't fight him. Why are you fighting him? You want to know why he fought him? Because Pitbull's too good. He's too good for this guy. That's what it is. Like I said earlier, Pitbull was catching this dude while he was running away. He was trying to fight on the back foot, and Pitbull would just come in, and he gets his leverage because the guy's not laying all over him. So he's totally fine with you running away. He's going to catch you. And that's what he did to Lamont. That's how he dropped him. You know, when Lamont was dropped in this fight, he was on the back foot. He was trying to box. It just didn't work. It didn't effing work. But there was some whores in that ring, people. His name was Lamont Roach. He got some special treatment in there. All right. Remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man. This channel is amazing 7 days a week. You're messing with some wet ass food TV. All right, guys. Subscribe. You're watching Food Sports Live. Lamont 19.
Catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I want to ride. I do a kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word is wet, come take a dive. It continues along these lines. And it gets significant.
All right. So we got El Barbarino in the comments. She says the older he gets, the more like someone's auntie he looks. Yeah, are you talking about Devin Haney's dad there, Bob? Spider-Man Silva only said that because he fought Jake Paul. Yeah, he's in Jake Paul's pocket. All right. That's another thing, right? All right, people, we got some whores in this house. Okay. We got some whores in this house. Okay. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to be watching some hypocritical stuff that goes on into the sport of boxing, where these guys can basically do whatever the hell they like and other fighters can't. So it's just kind of, double standards over here. One second, we're going to watch some of these double standards, all right? Because Pitbull Cruz was robbed of a point. One moment. I'm going to look at some of this stuff. Thingies and stuff, right? Look at these double standards. Some of these double standards, right? All right, we got Mr. Devin. This is Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia. Let's listen to the commentary. There you go. You're not supposed to punch. You're not supposed to punch an opponent in the back, right? So he not only punches him in the back, but he punches him on the kidney, which is a double no-no. These are intentional fouls. These are not accidental. These are worthy of point deductions or possible DQ. This is what they accused Pitbull Cruz of on Saturday, of hitting on the kidney. And you got to understand, that shot that he threw was in the moment. That's sort of like when a guy turns his head at the last minute and the shot could go behind the ear, behind the head. You're supposed to control your punches, but completely right here, Mr. Haney is not controlling his punches. Well, he is controlling them. He's deliberately hitting this guy illegally. You go kidney punch right in front of the ref. Not only did he hit him on the back, but he punched him on the kidney. All right. And then you hear Sergio Mora saying, take what he gives you. This was after Haney had landed numerous kidney punches and back punches. And he's saying, just take it. Sergio Mora is basically pushing the viewers to believe that it's within the rules to hit guys illegally. No, you don't just take what they give you, because the last time I checked, I remember Floyd Mayweather went an entire career exposing the back of his head. So look, if you take what they give you, then all those opponents of his could have punched him right in the back of his head. Just look at the back of his head and boom, and just rail him there. Another thing that's interesting here is how, if you notice, the commentators are criticizing Ryan for using movement, footwork. Watch. One last time.
Constantly moving is Garcia, but he's not doing much with that movement.
And you see that everybody in the arena is booing. And they're saying, constantly moving Garcia, but he's not doing much with that movement. Did you hear that said when, Floyd Mayweather was running away in every fight that he ever had? Haney's running around and running and grabbing. When you see Canelo Alvarez versus Crawford and he's just running around, or when Crawford fought Madrimov and he's just running around, you never hear these ultra negative criticisms the way you hear when it's other fighters, right? This guy here is getting all this criticism for using movement the same way those guys use movement. They're saying, well, he's not doing much with it. Well, none of those other guys do nothing with it. They just run around and paw their hand out and then jump in for a grab. Or they'll throw one jab after running around for a fucking straight minute.
Keep banging away.
So there you go. You guys get it. The double standards are fucking crazy. We have some more over here. All right. Get some more double standards. We're just going to point this all out. Once again, right in front of the referee, right? Look at this.
But is that all he has? No, he has a right hand too.
He leaps in. He comes in. Boom. Boom. Big old rabbit punch. Huge rabbit punch right in front of the ref. And look what the guy says. Don't turn your back. So he's actually blaming Ryan Garcia for Devin Haney fouling him. Don't turn your back. He could punch you in the back of the head because you turn your back. Guys, you remember when Floyd fought Ricky Hatton? And Ricky Hatton just threw a punch that might have gone towards the back of the head, right? Keep in mind, he didn't even hit him with the punch. He threw a punch and they deducted a point from him, and he didn't even hit Floyd with the rabbit punch. This guy literally rails this guy with 2 consecutive rabbit punches. And then the referee tells Ryan, don't turn your back. That's it. No points taken, nothing. Those standards are amazing, aren't they? Those double standards. Watch this big rabbit punch. Boom! Right in the back of the head. Right in front of the ref. That's what you call an intentional foul. It's very different from an unintentional foul. Because keep in mind, a foul is still a foul, even if it's unintentional. Now, maybe you could say that if it's straight to the back of the head because Ryan had just turned at that moment, that'd be one thing, right? You say, oh, it's an accidental foul. And then the ref would come in and say, maybe just watch, don't turn your back because now he's hitting you in the back of the head because you're turning your head around. But that's not the case here. This guy came in and locked up with Ryan, held him in a clinch, right? And then intentionally smashed him in the back of the head. All right, so he's got a hold of him, and he's decided he's going to hit him in the back of the head. Boom, he just smashes him. So there you go. There's more double standards. We're going to go through some other ones. I'm just showing you this. These guys never get points taken away. When they want one guy to win, they're gonna railroad the other guy, and this is what happens to Ryan Garcia. This is what happens to many fighters in this ring. They fight these guys, but they got guys like Roach coming out and just lying and saying that the other guy got the special treatment. Well, if he got the special treatment, then why was it a draw, right? No, it was you, Mr. Cockroach, that got the special treatment. That's why they took a point from that guy to help your ass out. Here we go, more of the same. Well, back shot, kidney punch. Once again, referee tells him he keeps blaming Garcia for it when this guy is throwing numerous illegal shots. So he leaps in again, and here goes. He's on top of him, clinching up, and here comes the back shot. Boom, back shot. Kidney punch, intentional, 2 intentional illegal blows. Don't turn your back, Ryan. All right, so we saw that. We're going to go through all these files I got here. I got just a couple more.
back there on Devin.
So look at this. Devin Haney, he spears his way in. I'm just showing this people because I've seen these illegal fouls in so many different fights, and the refs are always letting these guys get off the hook.
Back there on Devin. Thanks, Dirk.
And look at this. They're giving Ryan the warning. Devin Haney's coming in illegally and wrestling the fuck out of this guy, and the other fighter gets the warning. I saw the similar thing to this on Saturday when Pitbull Cruz was fighting this Roach guy. They're giving Pitbull Cruz all these warnings, but yet this guy is excessively holding and bulldozing in.
That's a moment where he's turned his back there on Devin.
And look, he didn't even turn his back, and they're over here commentators saying he's turned his back.
That's a moment where he's turned his back there on Devin.
All right, so you got a warning. Again, it's all different for different fighters. And here we'll see it again. Another intentional kidney punch right in front of the ref. I'm pointing this out because look, the other day, this guy got a point taken for a kidney punch, and yet there's guys in many fights are throwing intentional kidney punches. Right there you go. Going to show you a very famous guy who did these right in front of ref as well. You know, they never take points for this unless you're not the anointed one. All right, so we got Floyd Mayweather here. This is double illegal. I'm gonna see if I can zoom into this. Give me 1 second. Where I'm looking for. 1 second. We're gonna zoom into this shit. Where the heck is my zoom? All right, see if this works. All right, so this is Arturo Gatti versus Floyd Mayweather. This is like a famous highlight. And I just think it's interesting that all these people right now are saying that Pitbull Cruz is cheating when they thought this guy, Floyd, had this virtuoso performance. It's super duper amazing. I mean, this fight is everywhere. You see these highlight reel. What people didn't know is that this is filled with illegal techniques. This guy was cheating his ass off. See this again? Floyd jumps in, right? Leaps in. Arturo Gatti pulls a Floyd Mayweather and he ducks under the shot. Floyd is illegally pushing his head straight down and throws an uppercut. Look how low this guy is. He's way off balance right now, Gatti. And he hits him with an uppercut. Illegal. Incredibly illegal. Now look at this. He eats a left hook. The guy hits him with an illegal shot. Arturo Gatti tells this guy. Floyd hits him with a left hook. And now look. The referee actually tells Floyd to stop. He tells him to stop. You know what Floyd does? He hits the guy in the break. Now look. He tells him to stop, and look what Floyd does. And now you see how the ref runs in, right? Because this guy's not supposed to throw a punch right now. He's hitting this guy on the break. So he's knocked him down. And actually, in reality, that wasn't even a knockdown. He was on his feet. He wasn't. The rule is that if you're on your heels, right? So if you fall back, somebody hits you and you fall up on your heels, then you're officially knocked down because the ropes are holding you up. Arturo Gatti was not held up by the ropes, right? I guess you could sort of say he was, but you could also say that it was an illegal punch, which it completely was. There should have been a point deduction here. But I wouldn't say he was knocked down by that punch. But he was hit with an illegal punch. So in reality, they shouldn't have called this a knockdown. They should have taken a point from Floyd. I mean, he went against what the referee is saying. The ref told him to not punch, and he comes in and hits the guy after him doing an illegal technique. It's all illegal, all this shit. So he pushes him. Now look, now the commentators make excuses for Floyd. Protect yourself at all times. Well, you don't need to protect yourself when the ref tells the other fighter to not punch, right? He tells him not punching. He punches anyway. Punching on the break. Now that looks like a punch that have strayed low because Arturo Gatti, maybe it's not intentional, but that strayed low. Gatti is pushing it down with his arm. So we can excuse that. He throws his right hand and watch this big ass kidney punch he throws. He could not land on the left hook. Floyd cannot land the left hook. If you noticed, Gotti's doing a decent job blocking this left hook. Watch. He blocked it. Now watch what Floyd decides to do. Boom, kidney punch. Now he lands the right hand after he throws a big-ass kidney punch. It's a kidney punch. You're supposed to lose a point, right, guys? Pitbull Cruz lost a point. Decent right hand. Left hand did not land. Comes back, he lands the right and another right. Gatti isn't really a boxer. He was training with Buddy McGurk for this fight, I think. And Buddy McGurk is kind of a trash trainer. He's making fighters fight outside of what they're strong at. This is why Oscar's win over Gotti was a lot more impressive. Gotti fought in the way Gotti fights. And Oscar was still able to knock him out, which Gotti wasn't exactly the best fighter. But still, I'm showing you the illegal stuff this guy does in this fight, and there was no problem with it. No one ever points out all the illegal shit Floyd did in this Gotti fight. You go back of the head. He hits him right in the back of the head there. Let's see that again. I'm going to show you. He hit him in the back of the head. It might have gone a little too far back. Right there. That's all in the back of the head. These are right and the left. He's throwing some shots. Nothing on him. The guy is a pillow fister. But we're going to see that big kidney punch. Boom, kidney punch. You're going to see a big kidney punch he's going to land in a second.
It's hard to just snap your finger.
Keep in mind, these two shots don't land. The right hand lands. You got people, he's way, not to say that Gotti won this fight or something. I'm just saying, a lot of the bigger name fighters, they always can cheat. It's okay. They let him get away with it. This is going to be a shot on the big shot to the kidney. Watch. Intentional kidney punch right there. As hard as he could throw it. He knows that's not a legal zone. Watch this. Boom, just on the kidney. Another kidney shot. 2 kidney shots in a row he hits him with. And there's never a problem with it. People watch this footage like glowingly. They're like, oh my God, the excellence of Floyd Mayweather.
They took a long time to turn Gotti back.
Boom, kidney punch. Kidney punch. Anyway. Anyway, people, look, those are some massive kidney punches. They really are. But again, they only take points when the guy's supposed to lose points. Not to say that Gotti would have won that fight. He was outmatched. That was the whole point of it, right? It was a cherry pick from Mr. Floydy. But that's not the point of what I'm talking about, all right? All right, we're going to just see a couple more little files here. 1 second. See what I've gone through here. I should have got rid of some of these files. You're going to see, I'm going through my files right now. Give me 1 second. I don't know if I show this one yet. I've shown this many times on the show. Same fight. I should have got some from some other fights, but I'm just showing you, when they want a fighter to win, they don't give a fuck what the guy does. This is some of the most blatant kidney punches I've ever seen in boxing. Look at this. Devin Haney comes in, kidney punch, kidney punch, kidney punch, kidney punch, kidney punch. And look at this, look at this. Not only is the guy openly cheating, but the commentators are now educating the audience to think it's okay to hit guys with illegal punches. This was the Sergio Mora guy saying. He's like, that's what I'm talking about. That's what you do. Well, you punch a guy illegally in his kidney multiple times. And if that's the case, why weren't these commentators crying when this guy robbed Pitbull Cruz of a point? When he hit him with an unintentional shot, and it actually wasn't on the kidney, it was over here. This is where the punch landed, somewhere around the hip. This guy is landing here. Around in the kidneys, right? You're not supposed to punch guys there. It's dangerous. You know, look at that. So many kidney punches he hit him with. Wait, we're going to listen to the commentators one time. It's very interesting.
Look, there you go. That's what I was telling you earlier, Todd. That's exactly what he should be doing. Just aiming and ripping that body right there. See him giving it to you. Keep taking it.
And Harvey Doc says it's legal. You see how they try to mislead the audience? It is not legal. That is not a legal area. You're not supposed to hit guys on the back or in the kidneys or any of that. It's completely prohibited in the sport. That's why Ryan should have just smashed the back of his head as hard as he could throw it. Harvey Doc says it's legal. Look, imagine if this guy hit Ryan in the back of the head as hard as he wants. Harvey Doc says it's legal. It's legal now. Illegal tactics are legal now. Because Harvey Doc says so. There you go. I got Ryan hit him with a rabbit punch. He deserved that shit. Boom, rabbit punch. He deserves it. He should have hit him as hard as he could. He tried. They called him clean shots. He hit him with a rabbit punch. Anyway. This dude is such a scumbag. And those comments, that Sergio Mora people is a total fucking company, man. He's so fucking disgusting. I'm not. When I hear Sergio Mora say something stupid,
I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
yeah, I'm not
surprised, motherfuckers.
I'm not surprised. Because he's a piece of beep. All right. 1 second. All right, so I'm going to look through some of my files.
Uses a sneak.
Going to show you guys this is kind of funny here. The AI, what the AI says is hilarious, but it was written down by someone, right? Let's look at this. Is the AI
uses a sneaky yet subtle move when he steps on Canelo's foot, so he can't move as he lands his jab. The same thing done by Mayweather against Canelo, who used it to disrupt Canelo's movement going.
So someone wrote this shit, you know, I think they have to write it into the AI and then the AI does the talking. So somebody, you know, these people like cheating. People like cheating. And sometimes when it's not convenient, they'll say, well, guy's cheating. And then they're okay with cheating.
The same thing done by Mayweather against Canelo.
So he's saying it's okay to step on a fighter's foot.
Who used it to disrupt Canelo's movement going forward. Canelo then did the same and stepped.
And then he says Canelo did the same. I'll tell you this. I pointed this out in one of my videos. That's not intentional. What Canelo's doing there is not intentional. And the reason why anyone would know this if they actually threw punches, they know how to throw punches. You do not want to put your whole foot on top of someone's foot like that. Because now you've taken away your base. And if that guy sweeps his foot out, he'll take away your base. So that's not a great idea, stepping on someone's foot like that. They're like, well, you're keeping him there. Well, what you're doing is you're taking a lot of the power off of your punch and you're taking away a lot of your balance. And this is what you need when you're punching. You need very good balance. What you see here from Canelo is he's actually reaching in. He's stepping in far in, and he just happened to step on his foot. I don't believe for a second he did this intentionally. The other videos you saw where the guys are stepping on their foot just a little, that might be intentional. Right? Because those guys are trying to catch the guy as he comes in. Because what you see here, since Canelo stepped on this man's foot, he's actually at a disadvantage, Canelo, here. Because Crawford has his base. He's got a base. He can slip to the left if he's fast enough to come up with an uppercut, right? Block with the right, come down, block with the right, come up with the left uppercut. Something like that, right? He has options here. Canelo's completely off balance. And this is why you see here, Canelo actually, instead of throwing the punch, he just evades. Because he doesn't have his base under him.
Stepped on Crawford's foot, but Crawford cleverly leaned back out of range and countered Canelo with 2 hooks.
Yeah, he counted on 2 hooks. No, what happened is that Canelo didn't complete the punch. He was off balance, and so he didn't even actually really throw the punch. He threw it away. He threw the thing, and then he came right down. And he avoided. There was nothing on that punch.
Canelo with 2 hooks.
Canelo. And then what's funny is that whoever wrote this trash has the nerve to say that this guy countered Canelo with 2 hooks. There's no landed punches here at all from either fighter.
On Crawford's foot, but Crawford cleverly leaned back out of range and countered Canelo with 2 hooks.
He countered Canelo. Not a single punch here is landed. But when you watch this on TV, I bet you a bunch of idiots were probably cheering and roaring and screaming for, oh my God, Crawford's kicking his ass. He literally throws 2 punches and misses both.
And stepped on Crawford's foot, but Crawford cleverly leaned back out of range and countered Canelo with 2 hooks. Crawford uses a sneaky subtle move.
Crawford cleverly missed 2 hooks, right? Okay, so we're going to watch right now. This is what happened on Saturday night, okay? This Pitbull Cruz versus Lamont the Cockroach, all right? Look at this. This is... This is what they took a point from him for, right? Because he's not anointed. He's not Devin Haney. He's not Floyd Mayweather. Look at that. Look at that. That shot is barely anything. And if anything, Lamont Roach's trunks are very high. The guy's got his elbow right in Pitbull's face. Pitbull throws the punch. It doesn't look to be intentional. It's almost like a borderline hip punch, right? It's on the hip. I mean, Canelo made his career on that. And lots of hip punches. And actually, within the rules, I don't even think a hip punch is really illegal. Thigh punch is illegal, but you can land punches on the hips. That, to land a kidney punch, I think it would actually have to be higher. And this isn't even a punch. This is an open hand. He just threw the shot out there, and it's really not landing solid. Like, the shit Devin Haney was doing was way more egregious than this. It was egregious, the stuff Devin Haney was doing in there. 1 second. Referee comes in, hard break, and takes a point. It's fucking pathetic. So there you go. He says, bring him up. He took the point. It's not right. There you go. Last time. There you go. It's a bunch of shit. Like when it comes to certain fighters, the guys they want to win, they're going to come in there and they're going to enforce the rules 100% by the book. But if it's any other fighter, they're now illegal blows are now legal blows. You know, it's just all, it's really funny the way that shit works.
Uses a sneaky yet subtle move when he steps on Canelo's foot.
Oh, sorry guys. That's the thing we just saw. A subtle but sneaky move. All right. Okay. So Ryan Garcia the other day, I didn't get to this part. Ryan Garcia, not the other day. I just showed you. Ryan Garcia, you know, he's getting all kinds of shit for moving around. But this is the guy they claim to be one of the greatest to ever do it. Let's see how much he moves around. Right? Because Ryan, he's moving, but he's not doing much with it. All right, there you go. There's Floyd. Oh, what is he doing with that movement? He's doing a lot, huh? He's doing a lot there. Subscribe to The Real Food TV, people, the greatest channel known to man. You're watching Food Sports Live, anybody that's new here. We're being streamed live on Rumble.com in U-cylinder, in shit cylinder. That's what I mean. Floyd Mayweather, one of the greatest runners to ever run in a boxing ring, all right? Look at some of these comments real quick. 1 second. What the F? What the F? All right. Man, I felt bad for Gotti. He was able to withstand flush punches. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe if you aren't. Subscribe if you aren't. All right. We got some more stuff to talk about for the show. Well, the show must go on, all right? We're not even close to done. We got a little bit more show to go. It's one of the greatest shows known to man. Remember to subscribe. Food Sports Live. All right. Once again, people, today we are being sponsored by the amazing game developers of the new Devin Haney video game, all right? Shakur the Boar. It's coming out soon, people. It's coming out, I heard, this September, all right? It's a first-person action game for a whole new generation. The goal of this game is to be as boring as possible, right? That's what it is. It's Shakur the Boar. Shakur the Boar, the whore, right? That's just the way the cookie crumbles, huh, guys? When you fight in such a shitty manner in the ring, they make shitty games. And actually, I think the game's kind of interesting, right? It's kind of interesting, I think. 1 second. It's kind of interesting that you don't... That the objective is not to really kill the enemies with guns. It's to run around and be as boring as possible. I think that's pretty... That's interesting. It is an interesting game. It's interesting, huh? It is kind of interesting. It's interesting that this is a sport about being entertaining. But we brainwashed you fucking idiots into believing that what is not entertaining is entertaining. It's the sport of running. ... We've returned to a sense of normality in boxing this weekend with Pitbull Cruz, Lamont the Cockroach Roach. The robberies just keep on going. But yeah, people, you really believe that running is boxing. When Ryan does it, he's running. When Haney is doing it, that's just smooth boxing. When Crawford is running, that's just smart, intelligent boxing. But when Manny is taking a single step back, or Triple G, oh man, they're losing. They're losing big time. He made him walk backwards. Sorry. Need some water over here. Anyway, people. I love you, useful idiots. We can just make you believe whatever we want. Did you guys know that women are men? And men are women? Think about it. 2 + 2 = 5. It never gets less funny. It's always funny. And it'll always be funny forever. You dumb motherfuckers. The new variant is out there, people. The Chicago 19. This is the variant. It's similar to the last one. Because this virus, it's a virus of the soul in many ways. Because you guys can't think for yourselves. You're just a bunch of sheep, lemmings. And you let the deceivers deceive you. But a deceiver would never deceive me. They always tell me the truth. And they tell me that they tell me the truth, so it has to be the truth. Wow! What a bunch of fucking idiots. All right, thank you for that, Mr. Fauci. Okay, we got some more topics over here, people. By over here, I mean in my folder. In the show folder. All right, 1 second, please. Damn it, people. Remember to get your full vaccination of Wake Up here on the Real Food TV. You're getting fully vaccinated right now. Against the Lamont 19, this virus is it's really, really disgusting. You know, it's a terrible virus to have. Look at this guy. Look at it. He's got roaches everywhere. This guy's got a roach on his head. That is not a roach. That is a piece of dust with legs. Vermont's getting the roach is getting the roaches punched out of his head. I don't know if you guys noticed that those are roaches. Someone would probably say that's racist. They always do. They always have a way of calling everything racist. But I don't stand for that, people. I do think racism is demonic. It really is. And that's why they shouldn't have been racist to Mr. Pitbull Cruz. What's up with him? What, he's not cool enough? Come on, people. He looks sort of like the demons from the movie The Gate. He got a little bit. Anyway. You are listening to the smooth sounds of the Real Food TV. All right. Relax with us and listen to this highly relaxing Asian music. Okay. Where the heck is my folder? I'm looking for my folder that has all my files in it. Hopefully I didn't lose this. 1 second, please. Got a lot of stuff. Got a lot of things and a lot of stuff.
So this stuff right here is going to help you produce more red blood cells. So when you see them guys with the mask on and they breathing in there and they like basically in high altitude with less oxygen, guess what this product going to do? It's going to help increase your red.
This product right here gonna make your dick swear. This product right here gonna make your dick hard. Yeah. Yeah, he look like a fish. Again, he also looks like he looks more like the demons from the movie The Gate. He really does.
Your red blood cell production. That's what this gonna do right here. So this stuff right here is gonna help you produce more.
God, look at this guy. He's a damn chemist. This dude must have been a drug cheat, huh?
This a bad boy right here, man. This ain't no joke.
Anyway, this guy is totally fucking insane, people. Look at this. Tim Bradley, you need to lay off the drugs, man. My God. All right, so that's Tim Bradley telling us around the Crawford fight about the wonders of drug usage in sports. They probably should ban everything he had there. All of it. He has all these, all these powders, all the shit that they literally built in a laboratory. And that's supposed to be fair? What the hell? So what about your opponent if he doesn't have those drugs? Those aren't drugs. That's not cheating. That's legal cheating. Whatever. Anyway. We're going to go forward. We got a little bit of information here that Has to do with combat sports. It says Donald Trump, UFC White House will have 8 or 9 championship fights. I mean, does the UFC even have that many divisions? I'd have to go look that up. But yeah, Donald Trump is reporting that the UFC might have the White House card might actually be the biggest card in UFC history, I would say. 8 or 9 title fights. That's a lot of title fights, people. The whole card is title fights, but that ain't much slim pickings when it comes to title fights on that UFC card. But we've got a sighting of Eugenia Cooney. It says Eugenia Cooney back in Florida, appearing extremely thin at airport. Okay, I mean, look, Eugenia Cooney looks is thin everywhere she is. She's very thin. So to say that she appears thin, I mean, this lady is almost non-existent. I don't know if you guys know about Eugenia Cooney. She's a person that is highly damaged by social media. Really, the social media platform should have removed her years ago. She's literally getting all these people who are obsessing about her because I feel like they're trying to see, like, when is she gonna die already? This girl's been morbidly skinny, I guess, for about a decade now. She's been on the internet. I mean, this shit is sick. The social media platform should have said, bro, if you can't put on weight, you can't be on our platform anymore. You need to gain at least 50 pounds, all right? Because you're promoting a death culture, right? She's some kind of bulimic or whatever. I just thought it was kind of funny that the headline is, she appears skinny. Wait, did it say skinny or thin? Let me see that again. She appears skinny. Wait. She is appearing extremely thin. Yes, I agree, but I wouldn't say thin. I'd say she's appearing like a corpse, right? So Eugenia Cooney, we hope you get the help you deserve or the help you need, because if you don't, clean up your act, you're not gonna live long. And we wish that you live long. We want you to live to at least a couple 100 years. I don't know, or 100, or over 100. She looks like she might have lived a couple 100 years, right? She has that kind of she's got that whole vampire chic thing going on. Like, she's become like a vegan in the vampire world. She doesn't drink blood. She's like, I refuse. I don't drink blood. She just eats raw chicken and that's it. She's like Savage, that guy on YouTube. And it's sort of keeping her alive, but she's just got to drink that blood. That's what it is. If she gets that blood, she might actually survive a little bit longer. All right, so we got Tank Davis. He announces who he wants to fight in his comeback fight. So I guess Mr. Tanky's not done yet, okay? So following controversial draw with Lamont Roach Jr. earlier this year, 31-year-old Southpaw was set for a money-spinning exhibition. Okay, so the Jake Paul fight didn't happen. I think the reason for it was it had to do with the fight not selling. Now, they want to come out and say stuff about how it had to do with his court cases, but I don't believe that at all. I think the fight just wasn't going to make money because I think that Jake Paul train is up. No one cares about Jake Paul, right? All right, 1 second. I'm looking through the article for what he wants next, all right? But from what I read from another article, Tank Davis looks like he wants to fight a rematch with Cruz. He says he wants Isaac Cruz next, right? And Tank is quoted as saying he thought that Cruz won the fight versus Roach. Okay? All right, we got Henry Cejudo. He's retired, people. Probably shouldn't play that because the UFC is so tight on everything that they would probably pull my video if I show anything. All right, 1 second. So Henry Cejudo has retired again. I mean, how many times has this guy retired? 1 second. All right. Hello, Fu. Hello, Bob. Gotta be Photoshop, bro. What's Photoshop? What do you mean? Show the clip where Timothy Bradley was complaining about racism. Oh, I might show that later on there, man. All right. Ah, man. All right. So Henry Cejudo has retired. I like Henry Cejudo. I like the cringe, but I think his layoffs are too long, and I think that's one of his biggest issues. All right. So this is this article here. This is just the result They show one right hand from this guy. This dude really didn't land much, and look in the picture. He's up on the ropes. He's getting controlled for most of the fight, and he was outlanded. All right, so they got a little highlight here. This guy being dropped. You see that for a second. So, all right, so the guy says the first knockdown of Roach's career. I think Roach got dropped in the herring fight. All right. All right, when is Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua? Date, time for Netflix fight. All right, we're going to look that up. I don't remember what it is, but I think it's happening next week. Joshua's 36 years old. All right. 1 second. They're showing the career numbers. I'm going to look through this article. I'll tell you when it happens because I don't remember the date. All right, so Jake Paul will enter the ring to face Anthony Joshua on Friday, December 19th in a sanctioned heavyweight fight. It's happening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Time. Okay, location is Miami, right? So if you guys want to go watch that, it's happening. It's going to be streamed live on Netflix. So there you go. It's on a Friday. There you go. I'm going to go through our documents here. 1 second. All right, Jake Paul. This was something that was happening yesterday where Jake Paul was teasing. 1 second. A lot of people were scared that the fight was going to be called off. It actually wasn't called off. Jake Paul just made some announcements today. This story is from yesterday. Look at his little girly hands. He's got girl hands. The announcement is that he has signed a new fighter. It's actually Daniel Dubois' sister. Is that kind of funny? Dubois' sister. Matt Damon's sister? You think she's just as cheap? She punches ladies low? What'd be funny is if his sister looked like him, just with like, what do you call it? Pigtails? She has like pigtails. Wait, that's a face, right? Why does he have like a, wait, what is this? Look, he's got a face there. That was probably towards the press conference for the Pereira because, you know, Pereira beat his ass. And that statue there is Pereira. It's supposed to be. This guy is corny, this Hill guy. You know, that dude has some of the worst tattoos ever. If you've seen his chest, he has like these really terrible tattoos of hands with the thumbs up. It's really, really, really disgusting. Makes me throw up a little bit. All right, so if you guys don't know, Hill had an altercation with Joanna Young Gaychek, whatever her name is. She's kind of creepy, isn't she? He was he told her he was going to beat the crap out of her. I'm going to see if I can find a video of it. But yeah, Hill had a altercation with her at one of these events, which is insane. Big giant UFC light heavyweight having a fight with a woman, a very small woman too. This Joanna is tiny. I'm going to see if I can find the video. I think this is the altercation here. Let's see this. I think he said, if you touch my girl, I'll knock you out. I mean, she is a professional fighter. That's the thing, right? And I don't know what happened there, what caused that. But we have a video here from Lamont Roach. He's in the hospital. He's in serious condition. I'm kidding. This is him trying to prove my hands hurt. Even though you saw him at the press conference and his hand looked totally fine.
Imagine if I had both of my motherfucking hands.
Another excuse. The guy comes out, he says, I won the fight, but my hand was messed up. And the ref was against me. And Pitbull was holding. And my hand was broken. It's like, bro, you're making every excuse in the book. If you think you won, why are you saying you thought you won? Like we read the statement earlier. He sounds like a guy who isn't sure of his win. I think he's just making it up because he doesn't want to lose his Tank Davis bag. He doesn't want to lose his current status in the sport, right? Because he used to be looked at as the guy that, you know, unofficially beat Tank Davis, right? He was robbed of that win. And now he's coming off of a fight that he clearly got his ass whipped. He got his ass handed to him. And so he's going to come in here and make up all this bullshit.
Come on, Mo. Stop the fucking noise.
And look, this guy is worth some money. That rematch with him and Tank Davis is worth money. So they don't want to drop that bag. So he's going to come out here, and it wouldn't shock me if this is completely staged for the internet.
We need to start a motherfucking movement or something, Slim. They must got it out for me in boxing or something. I'll be right back. You hear me?
Man. Why is he acting all lazy? Like, again, he's probably completely just a bullshit artist. They must have it out for me. He's a victim, right? And just because you think you won doesn't mean you won, okay? My biggest issue is I think he knows he didn't win.
Both of my motherfucking hands. Come on, Mo. Stop the fucking noise. We need to start a motherfucking movement or something, Slim. They just got it out for me in boxing or something. I'll be right back. You hear me? Imagine if I had both of my motherfucking hands.
All right. You're telling a bunch of lies, and guess what?
I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
You're just trying to get that bag. And, I'm not surprised by that.
I'm not surprised,
Okay. Anyway, I think it's really disgusting. But you don't see Pitbull coming over here saying all this shit, right? Even though he knows he was robbed. All right. So Lamont Roach supposedly in the hospital. Okay. 1 second. Just so you guys know, the super fight is going down. It's happening. Mike Tyson announces date and location for Floyd Mayweather fight. It will break all records. Very doubtful. I mean, look, this guy Mike Tyson can barely walk. He can barely fucking walk. And so what is he supposed to do? Run after this guy? I mean, how is this fight going to look? Is Mike Tyson supposed to chase after this retard? And I know it's an exhibition. It's not a real fight. But still, like, the whole point of an exhibition is for fighters to show their talents, right? What was Mike's talent? His talent was to be an energetic, amazing come-forward fighter with very, very, very high-level footwork and explosive punching power, right? And so how's he supposed to display that against this old, another old man, Floyd Mayweather was around in his 50s now, I think. Not completely old, but, he's old. He's up there in age. His skill was running like a bitch and clinching you and hitting you with, pot shots and running away. I mean, so this is just, look, if it was a prime Mike Tyson or younger, a little bit younger, maybe even 50-year-old Mike Tyson, he might have been able to catch him. And if they had a real fight, Mike would probably knock him out. Not probably, definitely would, because this guy Floyd's getting caught up on the ropes all the time. So if with a big heavy guy like Mike Tyson would just break him in pieces, even punching him on the arm would hurt. Who knows? He might actually break his arm. Break one of his arms, or both of them, or break his skull. It's a stupid fight. And it's not a fight, it's an exhibition, and it's one that shouldn't happen. This is, even if it, as an exhibition, this shit should have happened 10 years ago. Not now. This guy, Mike Tyson, is 60 years old. And this other guy is more than 10 years younger. And also, he didn't have the kind of tough career Mike Tyson had. Mike Tyson has loads of wear and tear on his body. With the drug addiction or drug issues he had, along with, fighting as a heavyweight. And the heavy training. Like, he was known for his extreme training, Mike Tyson. Floyd Mayweather, you see him in the gym, he's doing pity pats on the bag. Like, he didn't put a lot of wear and tear on his body. But the coward's been out the sport for a while. He's not a Manny Pacquiao. He's not cut from that cloth. I'm talking about Floyd. Complete coward. He avoided Keith Thurman and many other fighters he was supposed to fight. Right? All right, so the fight, fake fight, I should say. All right, I'm not going to read any of that. It's just some BS. 1 second. Maybe we'll read some of these bullshit statements. All right? It's going to be in March. Sorry, people, I can't see this shit. All right, so it's going to be in March, and it's going to be in Africa. This is going to be incredible. We're going to break all records. It's going to be one of the biggest events in history of the sport. This is how it's written. End quote. I think that's from Mike Tyson, that quote there. Tyson is now 59, while Mayweather is 48. But despite their advancing age, it would still likely be a huge spectacle if it does indeed go ahead. So the way the writer's writing this is that maybe it won't happen. We don't know, but it's kind of crazy that they're saying that this fight is happening. It's happening in early next year, but yet they've barely done any kind of advertising for it. Like you look at something like Canelo Crawford, that was being advertised for an entire year before it happened. But yet this fight here, this fake fight, it is a fake fight. It's a shitty exhibition. They're not advertising it at all, so I don't believe that it's going to happen. All right? I don't. I'm surprised that they're even still talking about it. All right? All right, so did you see Ryan going? Sorry, guys. Sorry, I can't. This text is just super small. Did you see Ryan Garcia on Ring Podcast had a good mini debate about boring fights like Foster versus Fulton? I didn't see it, but I would agree with him 100%. I don't agree with Ryan Garcia when he says stuff like he thought he actually thought that Pitbull lost versus a Roach. I just think that's ridiculous. Okay? All right. I've heard at least 5 black boxers come up with that excuse after a bad performance. Yeah, they all got broken hands, right? Everyone's got broken hands. All right, Fu, do you think that Tyson actually graped that woman, that girl? I feel like he did it. I don't think he did, and he came out after, and he always denied it. But I think they were trying to railroad him, I guess. I don't know it completely, but the way he spoke about it seemed to me like it wasn't real. Like it didn't really happen, like it wasn't a grape. He said that this lady went back to his hotel room, right? This isn't like Kobe Bryant, where he met some random woman and somehow it ended up being this crazy thing with this young girl. It was like 18, 19 years old. This guy just same day met her and they found signs of grape, right? With Mike Tyson, I think he went to like his hotel room and this woman came with him. This wasn't like the hotel valet. Again, going back to Kobe, this woman simply worked for the hotel and was showing him the room. And he just right there, boom, like some fucking porno or something, right? Mike Tyson, I think he was in like a club setting. Possibly the people drank. I got to go look more into the details. But as far as I know, she went back with him to his place at night. So, she went back with him to his I think hotel room. Not even his house, like hotel. Okay. Anyway, I don't know the full details of it. I'd have to go look more into it. But I have never really believed that he craped that person. All right. But you never know. It could happen. But according to Mike Tyson, he seems to be very serious that feel like he got fucked over. And that's why I think he carried a chip on his shoulder. Because he was really unhappy with that. And he's always been there with that, talking about that. Very, very angry about the fact that he had to pay the price for that. Something that he may have not actually done. But I don't know all the details, but I just short and sweet, I don't think he ever did. He ever craped the person. I think it was consensual in that case, not in the Kobe Bryant case, which has all kinds of violent details of what that happened there. Right? With Mike Tyson, wasn't, as far as I know, there wasn't a bunch of violent details on that. It was just person coming out and saying that happened. There wasn't like in the case of Kobe, this girl had gone to the hospital like the very next day. This woman, that wasn't the case. Sounds similar to the Marilyn Manson accusations. Yeah, Marilyn Manson actually, they said these people they accused him of doing these harmful things to. He was with them. He was dating all of them. So it's just kind of odd that they come out way after to railroad him when he's dating all of them. This isn't like Bill Cosby, right, where they say he drugged and craped them, right, while they're sleeping. This guy over here, Manson, he was literally dating all these women, and they decided to, out of nowhere, come out and paint him as the worst human on earth, which is just weird to me. And I've seen it happen before. When it comes to Manson, I think there's some things he says in his music. He kind of talks of the future, of what's going to happen in the future. And I knew he was going to get canceled. I thought this when he put out an album called, I forgot the name of it. Damn it, I wish I remember the name. It was his album before his current album. Like his new album is called One Assassination Under God. The album before that, he said a lot of things of the coming future. And as soon as I heard that album, I knew they were going to cancel his ass. And then boom, they canceled him within a few months. They said all these accusations of, he's torturing women and all this other interesting stuff. Like basically BDSM relationships. So anyway, I mean, the guy doesn't really conceal that. I've seen a bunch of his music videos. He's into that freaky shit. But whatever, I don't think he's craping them, and I don't think that was the accusation. It's that the claim was, I think he's mean. I don't know. Manson's innocent. All right. Anyway, we'll go back to the whole thing of this thing called combat sports, right? All right. Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson officially set for January 31st, 2026 in New York City. All right. Okay. The chess match fans wanted but may regret. All right. So this writer goes on and talks about, I guess, all the negatives of this. My guess is that Shakur Stevenson is going to stink the fucking place out. Sorry, guys. This is doing something weird. Yeah. So 1 second. All right, so there's a full article here where the writer's going to talk about how, basically he's going to talk about how Shakur Stevenson is going to fuck the whole fight up. That's my guess, right? All right, it says, Turkey's possible role. It's unknown if Turki Al-Sheikh is going to finance this fight. If so, he needs to remind Teofimo and Shakur that he doesn't want a Tom and Jerry fight. That might help them resist fighting in their standard style. Lopez used to be a puncher when he was fighting. And I don't know where this writer gets that this guy was a puncher. He was never a puncher. He says he was a puncher when he was fighting at 135, but since moving up to 140, he's become a copy of Shakur with what is he talking about? Oh yeah, Teofimo Lopez. Sorry. He's talking about Lopez. Sorry, I'm getting confused. It's Lopez he's saying is a puncher. Lopez used to be a puncher when he was at 135, but since he's moved up to 140, he's become a copy of Shakur. Okay, a copy of Shakur with his hit and not get hit style. All right, so yeah. I mean, Teofimo is... Sorry, guys, that's not the right thing. Here it is. Teofimo Lopez is kind of hot and cold. I believe he possesses a lot more athleticism than Shakur Stevenson, and I think he also has more pop in his punches. I'm predicting that it's going to be a very, very boring fight, and mostly because of Shakur. This writer over here is just leaning it all on the shoulders of Lopez, but I think it's really Shakur who's going to stink the whole place out, or he's going to cause the fight to be a stinker. I don't think Teofimo Lopez will have much of a problem fighting this guy if this guy actually came at him and brought something, but that's not Shakur's way. Shakur's always trying to catch you at the end of the jab, the end of his right hand, and he just hits you with little touching shots and runs away. And then if there's any problem, he'll jump in and grab you. It's fucking terrible. But that fight is happening next year, right? You guys looking forward to that? Are you? All right, 1 second. I think it's kind of weird they got the 33 in there. I mean, this has nothing to do with combat sports. This passenger who died on cruise ship was served 33 drinks. Lawsuit claims 33 drinks, huh? So some guy, I assume it's this fat guy, drank 33 drinks. 33, huh? Illuminati confirmed. All right, some guy drank a bunch. That's not good. You don't want to drink so much. All right, Gonzalo, stop drinking so much. You definitely don't drink 33 drinks. People, that's the transformative number. That's the number of the new beginning, death and rebirth and the changing, your life changing, all kinds of stuff, people. And speaking of 33, you got Mr. Terrence Crawford, who's now, I guess, stepped in with the 33 club. Isn't it kind of odd that Terrence Crawford never having any issues with the police, right? But now when he's more recognizable than he's ever been in his career, now he's getting pulled over, right? And he's being involved in these kind of like race-motivated cases of, they hate me because I'm black. They hate me because I'm black. Then why didn't they dislike you before? Now they hate you? Like I said, Mr. Crawford sold his buns, and he's become a member of the 33 Club, all right? Passengers in boxing champion Terrence Crawford's vehicle allege rights violations during traffic stop. All right, so these guys are like obsessed with having guns. You know that? It's really weird. Mr. Terrence Crawford and his entourage, they always got guns. Even Terrence Crawford, I saw him in a video. He's with Muhammad Ali's son, who he loves to try to punk out. It's really disgusting. He does it probably because it's Muhammad Ali's son, right? And he's just he feels some kind of like he feels good about trying to punk out this guy, right? All right, so these guys are alleging that they were pulled over illegally, I guess, because driving while black, and that's not really the case. They were accused by the police of driving recklessly. Okay, this is a reckless driving case. All the passengers, or a couple of them, had guns, and so they said they pulled everybody out of the car, which I think is totally fine. because when you read the article, this article comes from Yahoo News. The passengers, there's about 3 passengers in the car, and I think there's more than 3, but 3 of them had firearms. All right, so they asked these people, all right, well, actually, the passengers said that they had legal guns, legally acquired weapons when they asked them. So what happens is that the police pulled them out of the car. They told them to get out, which just totally makes sense. Look, you have 3 armed people in the car, and you can't verify that they have legal weapons, right? You can't just take their word for it. So probably what they did is they made them come out of the car. Maybe they ran these guns, right, to see if they are illegal. And that's what happened. So they're saying their rights were violated, but guess what, buddy? You guys were driving recklessly. This is what happened. According to this, they were driving recklessly. But I just think it's kind of funny that Terrence Crawford now, he's taken his big step into the public eye, right? He's getting more notoriety than he's ever gotten in his entire career. And now more people know who he is, but now magically that he's just getting pulled over by the cops, right? I don't know, people. I think it's some race bait shit, but going by the details of the case, I don't really see where their case is. Right?
In terms of the
So we already saw this. This is the Pitbull Cruise highlights. 1 second. So here you go, Terrence Crawford now stepping into his moment of race bait, going back to Lamont Roach versus Pitbull Cruise. A little more highlights. Boom! There's another angle of the shot that rocked his ass. Yep, that's what happens when you throw badoinks. You see, Lamont Roach is just throwing little slaps. He's not turning his punches over correctly. But a lot of people probably look at this trash that Roach is doing and think those are actual punches. I feel like a lot of people count everything these guys throw. If they see a Roach, and not Roach, if they see like a Shakur Stevenson in there, he just throws 5 punches and they pretend he landed all of them. All the stuff Roach throws here is all landed on Pitbull's arms. So none of this is landing. He comes back with the left hook. Boom. That's it. That's an actual punch. Because when you throw these little tippy-tap punches, it's not hard to punch through your little slaps. There you go. Roach getting rocked. He got schooled through the majority of that fight. Okay? That's just what it is, people. And all of Roach's fanboys will cry. Why know why? Because they're trash. Okay? We got that other highlight. We've seen this one already, but this is a more higher res version of the schooling that Lamont Roach received on Saturday. One more time. Boom, left hook. 2 left hooks, left hook, boom, right hand. Touching him up with some shots. Here comes the left hook, boom. Keep in mind, people, this is what you call beautiful boxing. This is what you call beautiful boxing. So you see right here, Lamont Roach is trying to step in, push Pitbull off balance. Guess what Pitbull does? He walks Lamont into a trap. He takes that step back, and here comes the left hook. Here it goes. You see how Pitbull's taking that step back? He gets the space, and here comes the left hook. Boom. Catching him with a short left hook. Lamont Roach is falling in. Like, he's constantly trying to push this guy off balance. But guess what? Pitbull just keeps taking that step back. Now he's taking the step back again. He tries to get the left. Lamont jumps off. Now it's again. Pitbull re-engages with the intention to throw this left hook again. He steps in, and right off the step in, he throws this left hook again. Step in, boom. And he loads it up immediately. And he lands it solid. You see the sweat flying all over the place. He just gives him that look. He's like, bro, I beat your ass. And you gave Tank some problems, but you didn't give me any. All right? All right, we'll watch a little of the post-fight interview here.
Pitbull Cruz, you hear this crowd. What is your opinion of the scoring and the decision?
Yo hice mi trabajo. Los jueces vieron lo que el referee lo favoreció y yo solo vine a hacer una gran pelea y a brindarme a la gente de San Antonio que es lo que se mereció.
I did my job, I did my work. The referee was on his side, and obviously you saw that the judges too. I thought I won this fight, and the crowd here in San Antonio saw that I won this.
Roach stood his ground. He didn't run. He didn't box. Were you impressed by what he was able to do tonight at all?
You see how they tried to give the credit all to Roach. He didn't run. He didn't box. So they try to make it out like, oh, well, he wanted to do this. And that's why this happened. No, people, he tried to box. This man didn't allow him to. Look, you can go and run all you want, but if you're fighting an opponent that could chase your ass down and cut off the ring, you're not going to be able to box, okay? This statement here, this guy said, is absolutely disgusting. This man doesn't have to find any... What he's even talking about? The dude tried to box. That's just a way to give Roach some kind of win. He didn't have a win. He simply lost.
I thought I won this fight.
And that guy did not want to fight the way he fought. He knew that was his only option, was to come forward and put his heavier body on this guy to take away his leverage and throw and land some punches here and there. But the reality of it is that Pitbull Cruz mostly dominated this fight. He's on the forward foot. Yes, Roach came in, but again, the thing is with Pitbull is that he likes when you take the steps back. He builds his momentum, he comes in, boom, and he just throws his shots. Roach's game was to smother Pitbull's work. That's what he attempted to do, but as you saw in the replay, Pitbull's taking these small steps back, and boom, he shoots a shot in, and he's hitting this guy. You got to keep in mind, this guy has a height advantage, a weight advantage, and well, I don't know if he has a speed advantage. I don't think so. But he has the height and the weight and the, what was the other one? He has a height and weight advantage and reach. He has a reach advantage as well. And even with all these advantages that Roach has, this man still beat him fairly easily.
And the crowd here in San Antonio saw that.
He also had the fucking judges advantage and the network advantages with the fucking commentators. And he's got the ref advantage. This guy had every advantage in the world, Mr. Roach, Cockroach. And he still fucking lost.
Won this.
Roach stood his ground. He didn't run. He didn't box.
Roach stood his ground. He was sprayed with Raid, and he lived. Pitbull Cruz's fists were Raid. Okay, all right.
Were you impressed by what he was able to do tonight at all?
He has very good, very big head, very big giant head. Is that HGH?
Sabíamos que en algún momento lo iba a hacer y bueno, demostré que Isaac el Pitbull Cruz tiene cualidades para boxear y se lo hizo en su cara a un boxeador con esas cualidades.
Yeah, no, I knew that he was going to stand his ground and fight toe-to-toe, but guess what? I also boxed too, something that people didn't realize that I could do. I boxed.
There he goes. A lot of people said he ran away, but actually the reality of it is that he was just playing with the guy because a lot of times Roach just turned into a turtle. Isn't that amazing? He transformed into a turtle! From a roach to a turtle! That's amazing. So we had a Pitbull, a Roach, and a turtle in that ring. And at times when Roach became a turtle, Pitbull Cruz was like, what the fuck, bro? I'm throwing punches. You're not doing anything but trying to catch punches. This is stupid. And then he would motion to him like, come on, let's fight. And the thing is that Roach was scared. That's from Saved by the Bell. That's why I said it that way. You guys get the reference? I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so scared. That was Lamont Roach on Saturday, people. Pitbull Cruz was like, I don't care if you're scared, motherfucker. Throw some damn punches. Let's fight. Stop being a turtle. A turtle who doesn't punch. Right? That's what Roach was. And that's why Pitbull decided to start boxing. Because, I mean, what is he going to do? He's going to turtle while coming forward and then do what? He's got to throw a punch. He's got to commit to something. So what Pitbull's trying to do is trying to catch Roach as Roach is trying to throw something while Pitbull is out of range. So Roach is going to have to now try to commit to a punch, right? He's going to either have to do that or he's just going to be coming forward and not doing anything. And that's kind of what Roach still did. He came forward, he didn't throw much, but when Pitbull was boxing, he was catching this guy with stuff. He's still hitting with nice, solid left hands, shooting in with that jab. Pitbull Cruz actually has a very good jab. A lot of people didn't know that. I've seen him, he's had a jab for years. And I think actually he should have thrown more jabs in this fight. I thought the strategy for this would have been like, that's another fight I saw at Pitbull's when he fought a guy like Roach, where he just kind of used the jab to set up all his other shots. So, for example, he takes steps back, guy comes in, boom, jab to the body, steps back again. This is Pitbull doing this. He has another jab to the body, hits him with, and then he'll draw a jab to the body, or he'll like fake a jab to the body and come with the overhand right, and then come back with a left hook. Like, do stuff like that and mix it up. He did some of that in the beginning of the fight, Pitbull, but then Roach decided to come and smother his work because, again, Pitbull Cruz on the forward foot was way more dangerous for Roach. He had swapped his game plan. Roach's adjustment was to come forward and push the Pitbull over, right? That big-ass Roach, using his giant Roach body, was pushing Pitbull and pinching him, trying to pinch him with his pincers, but it wasn't working. The Pitbull was hitting Roach with his massive paws, but the paws closed. It's like a fist paw. His paws aren't really punches, but he throws them like whatever.
Are you interested in a rematch?
Absolutamente, pero con cambio de referee que no se vea la localidad.
Yeah, absolutely. With the different referee, though, without the referee being on his side.
What was your issue with the clinching and the point deduction in round 8?
Que él se acercaba mucho y el referee manifestó que él estaba pegando abajo, pero era del que él se acercaba mucho y el golpe estallaba abajo. No era...
It was him getting in close. And when you get it close, well, you got to grab. But that wasn't my fault. And the point deduction, they shouldn't have taken that a point away because I only hit him on the side. And it was only one time that he warned me.
What's your final message to the fans?
Yo gané, el que me quitó la pelea fue el referee.
I won this fight, and the referee took this fight from me.
Let's throw it back to ringside in Moro Ronaldo.
All right, Brian, thank you very much.
All right. Okay.
She's working.
So there you go. Pitbull Cruz feels that he was robbed. He thought he won the fight. I thought he very clearly won the fight, and I think he actually really was robbed. Okay. More of the same. More cockroach coming in, getting hit with an overhand right. Pitbull just pressing in. Roach throwing some left hooks, not really landing anything solid. Took a partial blow from Roach with the right hand. Pitbull comes back with a harder right hand of his own. There's a rabbit punch there from Mr. Lamont Roach. Referee's looking at this clear as day. Looks to be a rabbit punch. Boom. You see that right in the back of the head. And then he pushes off with his shoulder illegally. And look, he gets the space by pushing the guy into position, hits him with a rabbit punch. Then he does it again. Look, oh, you say he just pushes him like that? That's why I took, what? Sorry, people. I got the damn phones right in the fucking way. Should have told me something. What the hell? The Pitbull come back with his right hand. See this one more time. Roach hits him with a partial. Comes back with a right hand and misses. Pitbull comes back with a right hand and he hits Roach solid. Roach hits him with a solid rabbit punch behind the head. Referee sees it and says nothing. Pitbull comes back with a right hook to the body. It looks like it might have gone a little low, but it looks within a scoring zone. This guy's got high trunks. See it again. And there it goes. This is what I tell you about. Lamont Roach was doing this all night. He's just bulldozing his way in and pushing this guy with his heavier body. So he pushes him out of position and it hits him with a rabbit punch. He pushes him again. Watch. And there he goes. And they said Pitbull's initiating all these clinches, but look at Roach initiating all this shit. He was doing that all night, so I don't know where people come up with this whole thing of Pitbull initiating clinches. Like, look, this guy's whole body is arched forward. Why is that? He's trying to push his weight all over this smaller man. Look at him, man. He just bulldozes his way in. Oh, but it's Pitbull initiating the clinch. Even though when you see the replays, this guy's literally falling over on top of this Pitbull guy. He's putting all his weight on top of him. So that's not very smart. And it's for sure him fighting in an illegal manner, right? You're using your body weight. Like, well, who are you? Who do you think you are? Tyson Fury? You son of a... 1 second. Okay, I got a couple other things over here. I'm going to see what time it is. Okay, it's 11. All right. 1 minute. Pitbull is a true Mexican warrior. They don't want Pitbull to be on top. Yes, I mean, Pitbull is considered, I think really guys are really scared of him. No joke. He's considered one of the best guys at the division. In my mind, he's possibly the best guy at the division. I could see Pitbull going up in weight and beating guys at welterweight. I think people would be shocked to see a guy like Pitbull actually beat Devin Haney. I think he actually has the tools to beat a guy like that. because he's a hard worker. He's a very hard worker. And Devin Haney jumps into position. He would literally like leap into Pitbull's big punches. For example, one of Pitbull's best punches is a left hook. Devin Haney's not a heavy puncher, so Pitbull Cruz I don't think would have any issue hitting Devin Haney as he leaps in, either to the head or body. So it wouldn't shock me if Devin Haney would be the guy who would be laid out versus Pitbull. He'd just leap in and boom, he'd just eat a big left hook right into his fucking face and be down on his face. Right? It wouldn't shock me because Devin Haney, he doesn't really punch much. He mostly just hits you with a jab here and there, and then he plows his way in. He just jumps in on you with double underhooks. You also got to understand that Devin Haney comes in low. He's constantly bending down to grab you with underhooks. So what Pitbull does, and he did it in this fight as well, because Lamont was coming in low. He would get underneath the belt line and spear in and grab him in underhooks. And what Pitbull did is he would hit him with uppercuts. That's what you do to Devin Haney. That's what Lomachenko did to Devin Haney. He was hitting him with many uppercuts. He was hitting him like basically popping Haney's head up as he's ducking down. And I think Pitbull would do the same thing to Devin Haney. Pitbull actually has very good eyes. He sees the openings, right? All right, so reading some more of these comments. Pitbull jabbed Tank 12 rounds with success. Yes, he has a decent jab. Abner said Roach won. Did he? I don't know. I didn't see that. Is that the statement he made? I went back to the shop, said this is not top shelf, brah. You've all hit some bunk weed. All right, we got a couple more topics over here, people. Wait, what is this? Roach, Robert Garcia. Okay. All right, so this has to do with...
I'm Michael from the Warren Street.
This here has to do with the dues that Mr. Terrence Crawford should have paid to I think it's the WBC, where he's kind of he's not paying his dues. That's what it is. He's being a scumbag. It's less than 1% of his income when it comes to his purse, and he's decided to not give the people money who allowed him to have his little corny fight versus an old Canelo, right? But they'll say, oh, well, he's not. Well, Canelo's younger than him. Okay, whatever. Yeah, well, he's more war-torn. Right, let's hear this.
So much to talk to you about. Where do you want me to... So many big news in boxing. Is there? So you were out of town. You were in Mexico. Terrence Crawford got stripped by the WBC for not paying sanctions. I'm telling you, he didn't pay sanctioning dues for the last two fights. We've had this talk in the past where you always told me sanctioning dues are important. And you're a big supporter of them because you said
I'm a big supporter because look, all these guys right here. Right now, if you ask them, you're gonna get they want that time, that opportunity. They want that fucking opportunity fight to become champions, to become WBC, IBF, WBO, WBA, whichever one of those sports. They will train their ass up to become that.
And you've had already 17 world champs, so you know that.
And they know that that's what it takes. So that percentage, it's money that you know. It's like paying a manager, paying a trainer. You don't become champion and tell the manager or tell the trainer, sorry, now I could only pay you so much.
One fighter did that in Australia and got sued. I'm not going to say his name, but he was with Peter Khan. That's all I'm going to say.
Stuff like that happens. Where so now you want to pay me less? Like it doesn't work like that. If the belt.
All right, 1 second, guys.
To a position where you're going to make 3-4 times more than what you were making, then you have to pay. Plus, the WBC already said it. They also work with the fighters to get
smaller. Yes. They said a 3% or 0.6.
Oh, wait a second. Sorry, guys. My Oscar De La clip is fucked up.
They worked something up, which I think was 300,000. Yes. So from 50 million to 300,000, it is a lot of money for this guy, but for Crawford,
it's one sponsorship. Not even a sponsor. One sponsor is.
All right, so he's talking about how Crawford didn't pay his fucking dues. These guys helped him out, helped him make $50 million, and he gave them nothing.
It's all.
But look, you love Crawford, Robert.
You have to know that you get it. Just like promoters get paid. Just like
people, Ellie Setback has to work on his fucking graphics. That ES News looks like shit. You need to work on your Photoshop skills there, Ellie.
Managers need to get paid, just like trainers need to get paid too. I don't know if I don't know how I don't know their situation, but with the trainer, with the managers. You know, I don't think it's fair that, you know, the manager gets you to $1 million payday. Oh, sorry, now I can only pay 3%. Now I can only pay. No,
Fighters do that too. You get not you, but other coaches.
Okay.
Nacho, 10%. Then his fighter makes $40 million. Now it's $80,000.
I've heard that happen. But
That's not cool.
I think it's not cool. I think it's not fair.
Give him the 10% because that's what he did.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Nothing against Crawford. Tremendous fighter, Robert. I respect him a lot. After Canelo.
Nothing against Crawford, but he's a cheap motherfucker who stabbed the people in the back that got him $50 million. Right? They got him a $50 million fight that he didn't deserve at all. They should have made him fight another guy at 168 before he got that crazy opportunity, right? All right, so we got Max Kellerman, who's on his little shitty show, and got Ryan Garcia on there. Give me one moment. These guys talked about the Pitbull Cruise car, the Pitbull Cruise robbery. All right, so we're going to see what they had to say.
Welcome to Inside the Ring, where the show starts before the show starts. We're already in the middle of debating stuff and everything. This is boxing's official show of record. I'm your host, Max Kellerman. Joining me, one of the most talented fighters in the game and a major social media influencer. How many followers you got on IG now?
A lot, Max.
Over 10 million?
A little more than you and Shady and Mike combined. But yeah, let's go.
Are you over 10 million?
Yeah, are we live right now?
Yeah, we're live.
Say that, you got nice hair.
Well, you have better hair than me. I mean, for my age.
Got better hair than me, too.
To my left, Ring Magazine senior insider Mike Coppinger. Would you like to make a comment about his hair?
Oh, yeah, very nice and shiny.
Come on, how many guys can pull up the balls look this well, Ryan?
Not many.
Give me that.
All right, these guys are fucking annoying. We're going to go forward just a little.
I thought he looked patient. He was good, Shady.
Hey, man, listen.
I'm just interested in what Max Kuckerman has to say.
This is what I do, right? I talk boxing, I live boxing, and guess what? I box. Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
I'm running you over.
What you mean?
I'm talking about pads.
No.
Yeah.
You know what, though? You got a nice left hook, but I felt your hook. I could take that.
Bro. Oh, wow. All right, next time we're bringing the body protector, and you're not going nowhere. I'm hitting you on that wall and hitting you as hard as I can.
Right, we need
end up like Blue
We need him around. We need him around. Take it easy.
Yeah.
It's time for the lead hook. We start with Pitbull Cruz and Lamont Roach in their junior welterweight main event Saturday.
All right, thank you, Fu. This whole segment was fire, but the last half was the best part. We'll watch the last part and react to that, all right, man? Thanks a lot.
Saturday night. Lamont Roach came out patient in this fight, guys. I was impressed early, even if he wasn't winning every round.
This shit is so ridiculous, the stuff this guy says. He's a total mouthpiece. That's what he is. Oh, wow, Lamont Roach came out patient. Okay, well, Pitbull Cruz came out like a fucking, like a bat out of hell. What's more impressive, a guy being patient or the guy coming in to knock his damn head off? I was impressed. He was patient. Yeah, by patient, what do you mean? Lazy? Not doing anything? I was impressed by the way he did nothing.
Roach in their junior welterweight main event Saturday night.
Boom! Right straight, right to the face. Oh, Lamont Roach keeps his hands down and circles away. Very impressive.
Now, patient in this fight, guys. I was impressed early, even if he wasn't winning every round.
And you see how he implies that, right? He implies he's winning all these rounds. Like, he gives him a win even when he's losing. I was impressed even though he wasn't winning all these rounds. Like, what did you expect him to do? Lamont Roach, he's in some ways, he's a boxer puncher. All right? That's what he is. And he's not the kind of guy who's just going to rush you and beat you up. So how are you impressed? He's acting like this is rare. Wow, I expected Lamont to just run out there and beat Pitbull up. No, he was patient. Like, this is what I knew what was going to happen. Anybody who knows Lamont Roach or his style would know this.
He looked patient. He was staying on the outside. When he wasn't using his jab from the outside, he was using that little check hook. He was trying to slip and counter, not always successfully, but it looked good to me, and then Cruz caught him with it.
And what he's saying here is so fucking dishonest, it's crazy. Keep in mind, this guy over here, Pitbull Cruz, from the jump, came out and was beating the shit out of this guy. So this guy, the way he's implying that Pitbull Cruz did nothing up to the knockout is just extremely dishonest. He made it out. He says this as if there was nothing happening, and then boom, then Pitbull just caught him. No, he was beating the shit out of this guy.
Fight, guys. I was impressed early, even if he wasn't winning every round. I thought he
and by he wasn't winning all the rounds, he was winning none of the rounds, because up to that knockdown, he had not won a single round in this fight. He was just simply getting owned. He was losing all the rounds. And this was, I think, about the third or fourth. This was actually the third round. And Lamont had lost the first, second, and then lost the third. Big, real big. He had been outpointed and dropped.
Patient. He was staying on the outside when he wasn't using his jab from the outside. He was using that little check.
And he's just winning. Even though he's losing all the rounds, he was standing on the outside, losing, landing jabs on the outside while losing.
Trying to slip and counter, not always successfully, but it looked good to me. And then Cruz caught him with a hook, knocked him down in the third round. And following the first knockdown of Roach's career, he got into a good rhythm in the middle rounds, I thought.
I don't know why these guys keep saying it's the first knockdown of his career, because I think he actually was dropped in the Herring fight. So I don't know why they keep parroting this over and over again. I think he actually was dropped in the Herring fight.
And it got to a point.
Look at this. There's a slap. Why is all of this guy's highlight slaps? Do they not understand that slaps are not scored in boxing?
In the middle rounds, I thought. And it got to a point,
That's a big slap, but he didn't turn it over.
When Pitbull, after he had that point deduction for the incessant hitting on
Again, the guy does not throw punches. He throws fucking slaps. He's got his bent elbow here. Who throws a hook like that?
With a hook. Knocked him down.
Let's see that again. That's how you throw a slap. You don't throw hooks like that. You turn it over. The elbow would be pointed towards your left. It wouldn't be in the posture that Lamont's throwing it, where the elbow is down.
And following the first knockdown of Roach's career,
right,
he got into a good rhythm in the middle rounds, I thought. And it got to a point, though.
You see, he says, I thought, yeah.
When Pitbull, after he had that point deduction for the incessant hitting on the hip.
And you see what excessive hitting on the hip. Again, the guys, just, people, you got to understand, this guy, Max Kellerman, is an absolute piece of shit. This is the guy that saw Kovalev get hit with numerous low blows that called the end of a fight. And he said those are borderline, even though they were literally in the guy's cock and balls. And the guy landed about 3 or 4 consecutive low blows intentionally. That's a DQ. That's not a win. But this is the guy that lied for HBO and said that those were legal blows.
It was like time for Lamont to leave no doubt.
Right.
It was time for Lamont to leave no doubt. Well, he left lots of doubt. He very clearly lost. You see how they're framing this all for Lamont. Everything he's saying here is it's Lamont. You know, he started off he was doing, I was impressed by the way he was losing.
Gotta credit Pitbull instead of just taking credit away from Lamont Roach.
Look, all he does is take credit from Pitbull. He's giving it all to Lamont.
Like time for Lamont to leave no doubt.
Right.
And
why could it be? It's time for Pitbull to leave no doubt. No, it's time for Lamont. Like it's all framed for Lamont. Lamont is the hero of this story, everybody. He was supposed to win. I was very impressed by Lamont. Why? What about Pitbull, who was winning? Lamont was trying to adjust to the man that is winning.
Credit Pitbull instead of just taking credit away from Lamont Roach. Pitbull got resourceful. He figured out a way to avoid the loss. The fight was declared a majority draw. The one judge.
He figured out a way to avoid the loss. Again, the guy just lies through his fucking teeth like crazy. No. It was Lamont who figured out a way to avoid the loss. I don't know how he did it. Maybe he blew turkey out of the chicken. I have no idea. My guess is that the networks want to see this guy fight Tank Davis. Another thing is that this loss would have looked really bad for Lamont. It basically would have killed the Tank Davis fight. And the thing is that they want to bury this Pitbull guy. This guy has a great chance of beating Tank Davis in a very devastating fashion if they fight again. I think Pitbull will probably knock out Tank Davis if they fight again. This Pitbull's gotten better since that first meeting those guys had. And this was a cakewalk for this man. If you look at this guy at the post-fight press conference, he has almost no marks at all on his face. This guy really did not hit him. Pitbull was nailing him with punch after punch. Big, huge punches, rocking this guy, shaking him up from the head down to his toes with these left hooks that he was landing on Lamont Roach. I was going to say Lamont Peterson. Fucking Lamont. Damn it. People, it's just all bullshit. And it's disgusting how they keep building it for this guy. Oh, Pitbull found a way to not avoid the loss. No, it was Lamont that got the gift in this fight. He got the gift, not Pitbull.
In boxing, majority draw, it just means the majority of the
But
judges
this is the Lamont 19, people. This is what it is. It's not enough that they robbed Pitbull of his win and awarded him a draw in a fight that he Not even arguably. He just won this fight. Anybody that actually watches this fight is going to know that he won the fight. Okay? They're going to know. But again, it's not enough that they robbed him of his win. But then they're going to come in and say the win or the draw he got was a gift. Because Lamont was the one who got robbed in this fight. And this is the great lie, people. They can literally tell you what you see with your eyes is fake. Okay?
Always win. So if 2 judges have it a draw, that's the majority. That's
Keep in mind that even though they robbed Pitbull and this motherfucker over this little Frankenstein head motherfucker, ugly fuck, is over here lying his ass off. Look, this guy over here is like laughing. Maybe he knows how full of shit this guy is, right? Again, this is the business of boxing. For some odd reason, I've already told you, they want Lamont to fight Tank Davis. Like, this guy's like laughing. I don't know why. I don't know what's funny. Maybe it's the fact that he knows Max Kellerman is so full of shit. But this guy's going to come over here and he's going to say, that Pitbull, there was a robbery that Pitbull got anything. But going back to I'll go to the judges. The funny thing is, even with all this guy's lies, the only guy that got an official win in this fight was Pitbull Cruz. On one of the judges' cards, Pitbull Cruz was awarded the win. And that's even with the point deduction. And this is what I've been telling people. This fight was not no razor close war. That's what they want to feed people. Oh, it's a great fight. No, what it was a very one-sided fight where Pitbull Cruz pretty easily beat this guy. Yeah, he had some issues with his gas tank, but that probably has a lot to do with the fact that Lamont Roach, with his much bigger, heavier body, is leaning all over this smaller man. Okay, that's what he was doing. That's the only reason he even survived this fight was because of all that fucking shooting in and pushing, right? But yes, once again, even though this guy's shitting all over Pitbull, making it out like Lamont got robbed, the only guy that got a win in this fight officially was Pitbull Cruz. The other 2 cards was a draw, which was complete bullshit. This guy lost this fight. Lamont Roach lost this fight.
Draw. They decide. But the one judge who did score it for a fighter scored it 15-11 for Pitbull.
Oh my God, isn't that shocking? Isn't that crazy? What a dumb judge. 1 second, people. There's some retarded add-on, and I think it's generated by AI. I hate AI. Chuck Johnson. Legend. That's my impersonation of Chris Eubanks Jr. Chris Eubanks, not Jr. Chris Eubanks is the crazy one, the dad.
Lamont Roach said he's tired of this happening, referring to his draw. It just means the majority of the judges always win. So if 2 judges have it a draw, that's the majority. That's a draw. They decide. But the one judge who did score it for a fighter scored it 15-11 for Pitbull. After the fight, Lamont Roach said he's tired of this happening, referring to his draw earlier in the year with Tank Davis. So, guys, does Roach have a legitimate beef here, or did the judges get it right? Let's start with you, Mike.
I think the judges did a great job, Max. I had it 113, the same as 2 judges.
Yeah. You're a fucking dirty fuck. That's what you are. Dude, these guys really, they're just mouthpieces. That's their only job, is to be mouthpieces, because they have to build a narrative that this shit was a draw. Oh, it was a draw. Really close. It was a war. It was an amazing competitive fight. No, it was one-sided. And at least one of the judges saw that the shit was, look, again, even with a deduction, the guy still won the fight. That's the way I saw it. No joke. I gave Lamont Roach 2 rounds. Now I could go rescore it again. Maybe I'll find 1 or 2 more, but he lost. He still lost. And that point deduction was an absolute fucking robbery.
Look, at most draws, right? It's a fight that could have won either way.
No, this fight could not go either way. It couldn't. It could not. It was not that close. And once again, at least one judge saw that. This shit was not close.
There are some draws you watch them and you say, both guys kind of lost. This was a draw where both guys elevated their stock, I thought. Pitbull coming into the fight.
No, Lamont Roach did not elevate his stock in this fight. He did not look very good. He didn't elevate anything. If anything, this fight lowers Lamont Roach's stock. This actually makes him look not as good. The Tank Davis fight made him, I look sort of okay. Why? Because most people thought he was going to lose. This fight, it doesn't really lift his stock at all. It doesn't.
Off as a guy that just comes forward blindly, right? Like you said, he has really good boxing IQ, actually. And Roach, he actually suffered a broken right hand staying around 5.
Always with the broken hand, right? That's all to save his reputation. To say, oh, well, I look like shit because my hand's broken?
And he showed proof. He's in a cast right now. So to fight 7+ rounds with a broken hand.
That's 7+ rounds with a broken hand. That's some funny shit. Proof, please. So what? You're in the hospital. Yeah, all right. I can do the same shit. I'll just go to a hospital. I'll wrap a fucking cast, some little shitty, some wrap. I'll go to the fucking drugstore around the corner and get some wraps and wrapping them around my hand, then go to the hospital and then print up some fake doctor documents. Look, if that's gonna make you maintain like your marketability, which could equal tens of millions of dollars, then why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't a promotion do that? Why wouldn't a network do that? So I don't believe for a second that this guy's hand was hurt. I think that's something they fabricated after the fact. They always come up with the broken hand lie. And look, Ryan's over here laughing. You think he doesn't know about this shit?
He's laughing at me.
No, I'm laughing at what he said.
Yeah.
He said that Pitbull has high IQ.
Well, Max told it to me.
Oh my God. Oh, Pitbull has a high IQ. Sorry. I thought he was laughing about the hand. Oh yeah, Pitbull doesn't have a high IQ. Ryan's okay. He's kind of funny, but I think Pitbull Cruz would beat him. And I think he knows that. So he's going to go shit on him because he knows Pitbull's more accomplished than he is. And he really is. Ryan is a guy that had a lot of potential, but he basically he didn't act on it, He's kind of he's his own worst enemy. This guy Pitbull Cruz has worked very hard for what he has, right? You can tell. You can tell the way he fights. He comes in there to destroy guys, and he's got very good defense. A lot of the abilities he has are very impressive. I think he's a very, very good fighter. Ryan is a mess, and so he's going to go and do what guys like Devin Haney do, and he's going to go shit on this guy, right? He's going to shit on why?
I'll tell you what. Let me find out from Ryan what he thinks about it.
He closes his eyes and throws.
Right, but I'm not talking about that, Ryan. I'm talking about. Look, let me ask. Does Pitbull deserve criticism?
These guys think I don't understand this. Like, people think this guy just comes in and just wings out shots. No, he doesn't. If he was just simply winging out shots, then why are all these counterpunchers having so many problems actually hitting him? These guys do not hit him very much. I don't know if you guys noticed this. They have big problems hitting this man. That's because he has very good timing, the way he approaches these guys. I think he has a pretty deceptively good jab. And his footwork is also very deceptive. He comes in very stoic, very slow plotting, and then boom, he just shoots and hits you with a shot. Like, you saw some of these fast-paced, these shots he's hitting Lamont Roach with in that fight are very explosive. The way he steps in with a straight right hand, super fast. Super fast.
For Roach, fighting him to the point where he had to do something he doesn't normally do. He's sticking his tongue out at him. He's moving around a little bit. Or does he deserve credit for being resourceful? See, boxing IQ is not just, I have these skills, I'm going to apply them this way. It's sometimes.
All right, Rolly Romero exposed Ryan's IQ with the same hit that Gervonta did. WTF, Ryan's stupid. That's why I cannot accept him fully. Yeah, I mean, Ryan is just flip-flopper. He's all over the place. Crip boxing, okay. Yeah, Pitbull has IQ. Pitbull does have I think he does have a fairly good high boxing IQ. And I saw it in the fight. You would see Lamont do certain movements, and Pitbull would predict his movements. So he came in and he hit this guy with some uppercuts. He was actually reading his defense. That's something that's like a higher level thing that you see from guys like Lomachenko, right? That's what time you get that. And he has that. He does.
Figuring out a way to pull a rabbit out of a hat. Which one, criticism or praise?
Well, I would say that it's a little bit of both. I mean, at the end of the day, he was fighting his style for most of the fight, and then Lamont did the right thing, which I thought was the smart thing to do. People were trying to bash him, but stepping to Pitbull. At the end of the day, Pitbull can't fight back.
So remember, that's exactly what I said. Remember, I said he did that. What he did, and it was earlier in the fight, but that's all he did. He would step to him and kind of take away his leverage, because it's better for Lamont to push this guy over, because then he's not getting railed with these big, heavy shots. But the problem is Pitbull was taking that small step back and boom, and hitting him with a bomb, and he's doing that throughout the whole fight. But his job, he was attempting to take away a lot of Pitbull's leverage, and so it's better for Lamont to come forward and smother this guy's work than it is to box him. As they say, run around, circle laterally and all that, because Pitbull was catching him. And this is when he rocked him, is when this guy was trying to box. So this whole idea that he's always going to box, just hit him with the little jab. This guy doesn't let you do that. So I don't understand. Like, people need to go back and watch that Rios fight. This dude did not lose to Rayo. Rayo was getting hit with bombs. The media just wanted to create that narrative that this guy had this crazy high-level performance boxing. Oh, he's so good. It's like they see this guy posture, and he gets a win simply on that. Wow, he's moving like Floyd. Wow, ba-doink, ba-doink. He's in with little touches and running away. And then Pitbull comes in, boom, and hits him with a big straight right hand, right? Big right hands, big overhands. Rayo's getting hit with smashed in that fight. But yet they're like, oh, that's another round for Rayo. It's like, come on, bro. I know what you did there. You robbed that guy, and then you go and his titles get sold to someone else. Whatever title he has, whatever he's accumulated, whatever achievements he has, you steal it from him because he fought some guy who's literally running the whole fucking fight and then leaping in and grabbing and then he's getting hit with the harder punches, and Pitbull is controlling the pace of the fight. But yet this other guy's going to win because what? Because he hits him with little taps and runs away and grabs a bunch. This shit is stupid.
Save his life. So once Lamont started doing that, he started breaking Pitbull down a little bit. Pitbull got uncomfortable. Didn't really know what to do with it. Decided to go on his bike, act like he was boxing. Bro can't box. I seen the after interview.
He acted like he's boxing. He was boxing, bro. That's what he was doing. There's no act. He was on the back foot. The guy was coming in. And he was hitting him with jabs. Okay. And he's hitting with solid jabs, stepping in, and he was hitting Roach with clean punches. I don't know where this whole thing of acting like he's boxing comes from. The guy wasn't acting. He was actually fucking boxing. Those were real punches being thrown. He wasn't There was not an act, unless those are fake punches and this is a Rocky movie. No, those are real punches. I don't know what. I guess the best example here would be like hater, right? You know how these guys throw around the word hater? I think that's really what this is, because in a lot of ways, like I said earlier, Ryan Garcia is an underachiever, and he is his own worst enemy. He's the reason why he hasn't achieved as much as he should have. Pitbull's a guy who seems, from I see, has worked very hard for what he has, and he, in my mind, might actually be the best fighter at this division right now. Even at 140, right? 140, best guy there.
Don't ever do that again. But when the 11th round came, I think 10th or 11th, when Pitbull caught him again with the right hand and kind of shook him, that kind of made the fight a draw, because then Pitbull stole the 11th and 12th, which is mind-blowing because Lamont...
How did he steal the rounds? He didn't steal anything. They're not stolen. They're earned. He landed those punches. It's Lamont that was punching with little taps. Look, if Lamont was hitting Pitbull with big, concussive, clean, effective punches in that 11th round... Because this is the round you could say that Pitbull kind of took it at the end, right? And he didn't steal it. He actually worked for it. Stealing is sort of like what Floyd does, I feel like. You know, where he runs around like a bitch, lands little taps, and they give him the round. This guy came in, and he came for the kill. He came at Lamont, was trying to knock his head off. And so he comes in there towards the end of the round to cap it off, right? That was a close round, that 11th round, right? But Lamont's landing little touches. And then at the end, Pitbull's like, oh, fuck this. And he comes in and boom, he just hits him with that big, I think it was a straight right hand, or it was I think it looked like a straight right hand. And he just rocked Roach with that. And then he hit him with like 3 more hard left hooks. And these are the best punches of the round. And so those automatically take the round. Because that's it's scored on clean, effective punching. So if they're getting hit really clean, that's it. You won the round. So there was no real defined winner in that 11th round, up to the point where Pitbull came in and really started putting the gas on this dude. Because this guy here, it really is not, this Roach guy, people, he's just not really putting his foot on the gas. He's fighting this very cheap, shitty way where he's just trying to throw shoe shine, tap here, and every once in a while he'll throw like a heavy inside slap. But outside of that, the guy's really not going for it.
Had the momentum, but he didn't like go into like, all right, I'm making a statement.
By the way, I believe...
Because he could have kept hitting him, but he would stop. So I
believe, Shady, it was Teddy Atlas who told me this. I'm talking about years ago, before either one of us were on ESPN. I'm talking about like probably 28 years ago or something, at the former editor of the Village Voice, Jack Newfield's house, okay? We used to get together, have some boxing parties. We'd watch old fights. We'd watch the Oscar De La Hoya pay-per-view, whatever it is.
And we watch Gabe Horn together, especially black dudes. As Max Kellerman, he loves himself some cockroach, Lamont Roach. All right. Garcia's super jealous. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, Garcia jealousy. Ryan clearly on drugs here. He might be on a little bit of coke or poppers.
I think it was Teddy who said, all great fighters have this in common. They figure out a way to land their shots, right? It sounds obvious, but a guy like Pitbull, this is what I mean by IQ. Even in the 11th and 12th rounds, you mentioned the right hand, he was landing this little up jab too. He was mixing in these little shots that what was staying in your mind is Lamont Roach's head was flying back, right? He figured out a way to get it done. What was your impression?
He always had a jab. If anything, Pitbull, what you saw in this fight is like less than 50% of what Pitbull has. He fights a lot better than this. In this fight, a lot of his work was getting smothered, and it was really weird how he was like I think it was in the second or third round, they're already dumping water all over Pitbull. Like, I don't know what was going on in this guy's camp, but that was very weird to me that he's getting drenched in water as if he had gone through 11 rounds at this point. Like, there was some gas tank issues there very early on in that fight. I don't know what caused it, but there was something happening with him physically.
So first of all, I didn't like Lamont Roach's game plan, right? If you watch everybody that really beat Pitbull,
look. Anybody, people. I said it earlier. I've said it many times. Pitbull arguably has never lost a fight. Now, people don't want to believe that, but it's. You could argue that he's never lost. When you really watch these fights, I don't think he lost to Rayo. I think at the very least, what he should have got in the Tank Davis fight was a draw. And what else did he lose? How many losses does he officially have? I don't even know. But I know that from all the fights I've seen of Pitbull, I don't think he's ever lost any of those fights. At the very least, what Pitbull has gotten in these fights is draws. And in some cases, like when the Tank Davis, there's arguably he won the fight. And then if you look at the Roach fight, he arguably won the fight. And actually, it's not much of an argument. It's actually pretty obvious. The Tank Davis fight is a close fight. So close that I think it should have been called it could have been called a draw. I think they officially gave it to Tank Davis, but there's a case to be made that Pitbull won that fight. But again, officially they should have ruled that as a draw because it was very close. Even though I think Pitbull won it, I think they could have just simply called it a draw because it was very close. Again, this guy's going to come over and say, well, Pitbull's lost some fights. Yeah. Oh, you should have fought like Rayo. What? Throwing doinks and grabbing? Rayo fought a very shitty fight, but in today's boxing, what is shitty and what is boring for these idiots, they think is a good thing. Well, if only you would have fought in an illegal manner, throwing taps and grabs, you could have won, just like Rayo's, who shouldn't have been awarded that win.
He outboxed him. I was at the fight with Rayo. He outboxed him.
Again, like I told you, he outboxed him. He outclassed him. Outclassed him with what? With running and grabbing? Running and grabbing and low blows? Dude threw loads of low blows in that fight, Rayo. He couldn't land body shots. He kept hitting with borderline low blows. And then Pitbull would nail him with hard shots to the head. But again, this is what these guys like. Once they see a motherfucker doing that Floyd Mayweather posture, oh, well, look, Pitbull missed some punches. Rayo lands nothing but touches and eats a big-ass right hand. But he won the round because pa-doink, pa-doink. Run, grab, run, grab, touch, run, grab, touch. Boom, he gets it with a big right hand and then a big left hook. Oh, Rayo's won the round even though he got hit with the cleanest, most effective punches of the round and was on his bike the whole fucking round running like a damn coward. But this is what these idiots think is real boxing. He outclassed them with running and holding.
Roach is a lot better than Rayo to me. Right? He could have outboxed him. And another
why is that? You want to know what's funny? I don't think Roach is better than Rayo. Rayo has better footwork. He has better defense. Now, I think I don't think he beat Pitbull. I'm going to go rescore that live on one of our shows we do. It's called, it's a rescores for the channel. Let me see, I might have the button in here. It's the show where we go back in time, people, and we rescore fights. I might actually rescore this one, Pitbull Cruz versus Roach. And the Rayo's Roach fight, because Rayo's Pitbull fight, because a lot of people think Pitbull lost that fight. All right, the name of the show is it's when me and Bob go back in time to rescore fights, famous fights and not so famous fights, or fights that people think they know the outcome of, like they have it completely burned in their head that a certain guy lost, when in reality they might be completely wrong, and the guy who won the fight was not the right winner.
Johnson's legs is gone. He stands flat-footed.
All right, so that is Foo Sports. That is the rescores. That is Foo Sports Classics. We're going to be going back, people, and rescoring some of these fights. I think I might be rescoring the Ryo one. We'll see who won that, but I think Pitbull won it.
When he did want to push him back, he started pushing Pitbull back. I never seen Pitbull push back like that. He started doing the Ali shuffle. He was doing all type of stuff.
Oh, damn, he got pushed back. Why he doing the Ali shuffle? He losing because he's going back. But when Floyd goes back, he just super duper high level. Oh, everybody, guess what? When Ryo's going back, he winning. It's just weird how they flip-flop, how people just flip-flop all over the place. Oh, so since he's fighting like Ali, he's losing? Like, why is that? Why? Because he's boxing?
All I'm saying is that, like, he could have made that fight easy.
It's funny because he doesn't say, well, he's winning on clean, effective, making Pitbull take a small step back. It's like, why? Because he's setting up a counterpunch. I mean, what are they expecting?
We're in San Antonio. It's going to be way more fans for Pitbull. Make it easy. Take him out the game, right? I remember a while ago, Shakur wanted to fight Pitbull. And Pitbull's dad...
Shakur, the ball, the whore.
...said, we didn't want to fight Shakur because he's going to be running around, moving around too much, right? Basically saying he's going to outbox my son.
No, basically saying that the motherfucker's just going to run like a bitch. They don't want to waste their time with a guy who's just going to fucking run all day. Shakur fights like a fucking bitch. And it wouldn't shock me if Pitbull beats Shakur. It wouldn't. They just don't want to fight a guy who's not coming to fight. No one's going to be entertained by that. And there's a high likelihood that no one would even buy the fight. And it's all because of Shakur, the boar, the whore. Shakur, the ball, the whore.
If you want to fight a guy like Pitbull, little arm, real tough and aggressive, small arms, you outbox him and make it easy.
You outbox him.
Make it easy.
You
outbox him even though it's never happened. No one's ever outboxed him, okay? They haven't. People need to go back and watch their Ryals fight again. That guy did not outbox jack shit. Also, there's all kinds of different ways to box. Just because you're a boxer doesn't mean you have to run like a pussy all day. Like this whole idea that you need to run away like a bitch and hold like crazy in order to box. That's what they call boxing. Like, dude, you could box in the you could when you're coming on the front foot and beating a guy up. That's boxing. Running on your back foot, that's being a little pussy.
Can't just let a guy establish forward momentum where he's just going to run you over. And Lamont Roach is a very good fighter, but there is a higher level than Lamont Roach, right?
Exactly. Like he said, you can't let the guy get the forward momentum. And guess who has the forward momentum? Pitbull does. Well, Lamont Roach takes those steps back. It's Pitbull that has all the momentum. And so what Roach did is that he simply smothered Pitbull's work. But it didn't matter because Roach still lost. Pitbull crushed that Roach. Because the American ass style, as they call it, right? The American slick style, the ass style doesn't work with a guy like Pitbull. He's the ass destroyer. That's what Pitbull does. He destroys asses. Just got to say it.
Yeah, certain guys could do that. If Lamont Roach just starts giving ground, Pitbull's going to build up a head of steam.
He's going to build momentum.
You see it? At least Max Kellerman knows that. That's what I was saying. You can't box this guy. He's fine with you boxing. No boxers ever beat him, I'll tell you. Go watch the Ryo fight. That dude, yeah, he was running his ass off, but he was getting hit with the cleaner, more effective punches.
Steal the rounds because the thing if Roach had a little bit more power.
Wait. Look, you see what Roach is doing? He takes that step back, and what happens? He eats a fucking straight right hand.
Momentum and steal the rounds.
Because this little man sees those openings.
The thing
he sees it. Look where it is. It's right here, over that left shoulder. And Pitbull sees it. So he sets it up with this left hand. Boom. He flicks in his left hand. And what comes over the top with the right? Boom. And he hits him right on his chin. Why? Because he's got a higher boxing IQ. And he's more athletically gifted. Here it goes again. Step in, jab. 1-2. Boom. He comes in. The jab is so fast that in full speed, you can't even really see it. That's how fast this guy actually has very fast hands. I told you, he has deceptive speed. Right? So Pitbull's going to throw in the jab. And it's a simple 1-2. Boom. So it's the jab followed by the right hand.
If Roach
look, that left hand is so fast that you don't even fucking see it. Right? I've shown it. I showed it once that you could see it, but it's a very fast. It's a really fast flick jab. Lamont Roach for that split second closes his eyes, and here comes the right hand that clips him right on his chin. And keep in mind, this is the guy on the back foot being hit.
The thing if Roach had a little bit more power,
and he hits him,
he could do that.
Now he turns his head, no, but he ate that right hand.
more. You know, Ryo has a little bit more power, so
Boom.
Pitbull's not as
Catch and shoot. Catch and shoot. They're like, he's a bum.
power.
Boom. He caught the right hand. He came back with the left. And this dude, look at his legs.
Pitbull's not as, eager to get in. He's eager to get in on Lamont because Lamont doesn't have the pop. But once Lamont stepped to him and used his physical strength, not his punching power, his physical strength.
Doug, he's saying exactly what I said. He used his physicality, his bigger body, his heavier body. And that's actually in many ways cheating because he's pushing Pitbull off balance. He's not using his actual boxing to create these openings. He's using his heavy body to lay all over this guy and to push him off balance.
Then Pitbull was like, shit, what do I do? You know what I mean?
But shit, what I do? He proceeded to beat him up. We're not going to watch the whole video, people, because this is a long video.
Hey, let me say, Lamont Roach, to me, I liked what I saw early on because he was trying to do all the right things. To your point, he was trying to stay in the pocket sometimes, not give up too much ground, and slip and counter, right? The issue is, and we all like Lamont Roach on this show. He came on the show, gave a very likable guy.
Yeah, that dude just sucking his dick the whole time.
Fan.
He's a good, in spite of that, he's a good fighter, very good fighter. He takes risks.
I find him very sexually attractive. I mean, very friendly. I think he's a very friendly man. Damn, they're on that dude's dick the whole time. Who is that goon? All right. Told you Max sometimes throws some gems. Ryan clearly on drugs. Already read that. Crip so comical. All right. Why does he go into... 1 second, people. Okay. Roach cranium larger than Cruz. Yeah, his cranium is massive, isn't it? Like, that's got to be HGH, right, guys? That has to be the product of HGH. Look at that thing. Like, it curves in the back. Look at that. What the fuck is that? It looks like an afro, but that's not an afro. That's all bone. That dude must be on heavy, heavy PDs. I don't know what it is to create a cranium like that.
Just got back-to-back draws in fights. Maybe people mostly think he won both of them, right? Against Tank and Pitbull, and moved up 2 weight classes in consecutive
Well,
fights.
you see what this guy says? Most people believe he won. Well, no planet can Pitbull win this fight, right? It's all Roach somehow, even though he's the one struggling through the whole fight, right? Struggled through the whole fight and got dropped. Most people think Roach won. Well, who's that? As far as I see, only the ones that think that Roach are like some fucking like racist people or like, I don't know who the fuck thinks this guy, like Roach didn't look that good in that fight. That most people think he won. No, I would say most people think Pitbull won, especially people that know how to score the sport.
In fights, maybe people mostly think he won both of them, right? Against Tank and Pitbull and
No. I think most people, at least people who know how to score these fights, would say that most people would say that Tank lost to Pitbull, and also Roach lost to Pitbull. You also got to keep in mind that Pitbull never dropped Tank. He never dropped him when he fought him, but he arguably beat him. Where Roach actually has a lot of people say that he lost. What is it they said? They said that, oh, well, the only reason he lost, I think it was a draw? Am I wrong? Yeah, it was a draw. And it supposedly, they said the only reason he didn't win is because they didn't count the knockdown. All right. Well, Cruz didn't need a knockdown to beat Tank Davis. He already beat him. He arguably beat the guy and there was no knockdown. So he didn't even need the knockdown. He just kind of like schooled him in a way. He was making the guy miss almost everything he threw and was outlanding him.
Moved up 2 weight classes in consecutive fights to do it.
Oh, wait. Did he really say this guy moved up 2 weight classes? Like, look, this guy Lamont Roach was literally bigger than Pitbull. On the scale, he was heavier.
And moved up 2 weight classes. He's a good fighter.
Let's hear that one last time, because I'm telling you, the dick riding for this Roach guy is through the fucking roof.
He takes risks. He just got back-to-back draws in fights. Maybe people mostly think he won both of them, right? Against Tank.
People maybe think that Roach might actually be a woman trapped in a man's body.
And Pitbull, and moved up 2 weight classes in consecutive fights to do it. He hasn't gotten to the point, and we'll see if he ever does, where he's good enough to get away with that slip and counter style against elite fighters. He had the right idea, but, you know, he would get away from doing certain things.
Yeah. Alien status, exactly, man. Skip half. Yeah, he's got that. He's got like an alien head. You're right. I'm responding to the comments, guys. Like, yeah, exactly. Dude, he really does have a head that looks like an alien.
Got away from the jab. When he would slip or he would hook in front, you'd never hook with a hooker in boxing, right? If a guy has a good jab, you want to disrupt his rhythm. If he has a good hook and you're hooking with him, especially if your head's in the middle, you might get knocked out.
Yeah.
He was standing in front of his guy trading hooks.
People, really, it's just them all riding for this Roach guy. They're like, well, if he would have done this and done that and done this, it's just all for Roach. Roach. Why are you sucking this dude's dick like this?
And he got knocked down.
He's not good enough, at least yet, to win in the kind of style that he's trying to employ.
But Max, that's what I'm saying. It was sometimes in the fight where he was just sitting in front of Pitbull, and I'm thinking like, why are you just sitting in front of him like that? Move around.
Well, it's kind of like what people said about when I stood my ground with Duarte. Like, why are you standing here? Just keep boxing like you were. At a certain point, these dudes are going to keep coming. You got to show them, like, all right, I'm right here. Now do what?
But you got different power, though.
Yeah, true. But at the end of the day, it's a decision you got to make because I don't want to keep moving around all night and using my legs. It's not boring, but it's kind of taxing on your mind. Like, I'm letting this man keep pushing me back. Yes, I'm cracking him. Yes, I'm hitting him with shots, but he's not going nowhere. I'm going to stand my ground. And then now I'm discouraging him because that was his game plan.
So can we shut out the ref, by the way, because you're in San Antonio.
I like the ref.
Big Mexican-American population in San Antonio. Pitbull is a draw. You're thinking, ooh, they might get Roach with some home cooking. And Pitbull made the mistake. It's not just that he was hitting him on the hips low.
He was hitting him low.
Right?
You see, and once again, he's building this shit for this guy. Oh, you thinking of some home cooking. So what is this home cooking, right? That shit is just disgusting.
But you can get away with that if the ref's here and you do it over here.
Okay, keep in mind, guys, this is the same motherfucker that said that Andre Ward landed legal punches, and he's over here has the nerve to get on network TV and talk all this bullshit. He hit him on the leg. Oh, well, Max, I think that was a borderline shot. Now, when he sees Ward hit Kovalev with numerous intentional low blows, he calls them borderline. But now he wants to come over here and talk and say all this bullshit. Now he's all about standards of the sport and the rules, right? The dude is an absolute piece of fucking garbage. He really is.
You're thinking, ooh, they might get Roach with some home
cooking. Might get Roach with some home cooking. Wait, just like they got fucking Kovalev and Lomachenko, right? They just got fucking Roach. They just got Pitbull. What is this guy even talking about? Oh, that's some home cooking. It's fucking corny. Dude, they're just riding this guy Roach's dick all day long. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. This guy is disgusting. Look at this man. He's like, oh, Roach, give it to me. Look at his herpes. My God, look at the herpes there. How did you get that, Max? How many dudes have bent you over, bro? You and Crawford. Roach, love me gently. Sorry. Look at that face. My God, this guy is fucking hideous.
And Pitbull made the mistake. It's not just that he was hitting him on the hips low.
He was hitting him low.
Right? But you can get away with that if the ref's here and you do it over here where he can't see.
Oh, well, if that's the case, look, Ryan is a piece of shit himself. Like, he should have just came out and says, well, Max, look, when I was fighting Devin Haney, this guy over here, Haney's hitting me on my fucking kidney over numerous times, like fucking 20 times. And like, look, in one point, he hit him like 6 times in a row right in front of the ref. And the ref tells him, that's legal. And he lets this fucking idiot go off and diarrhea at the mouth like this.
Pitbull was doing it with no respect for the ref. The ref is looking right at him, and on clear vision, Pitbull's hitting him low anyway. Like, I could just do this.
That wasn't boxing.
That is so dishonest, it's insane. Because that shot that landed on that guy in the back looked to be completely unintentional. Now, what Devin Haney did and what Andre Ward did is absolutely 100% intentional. Well, he's got these guys in this position. They see the rabbit punch, and they take it. You see Devin Haney there. He sees Ryan's back very clearly, and it's not in the moment. He's choosing to do that because there's a huge gap between the grab and the punch. And he's literally looking at the guy's kidney and wham, 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 and he's just punching him there multiple times. This isn't one punch. Like, Pitbull threw one punch, boom, point. Just on one punch. On a guy who's twisting his body, right? None of those shots from Haney in that fight with Ryan were unintentional. The shit this guy, Max Kellerman, is saying here is incredibly dishonest. And once again, it's them sucking this dude here's cock all day. This whole interview I've seen so far is this man here blowing this guy here.
At him, and on clear vision, Pitbull's hitting him low anyway. Like
in clear vision, he's hitting him anyway. That's not true. That's not what he did. It was in the action. So look, if the guy's jumping, boom. This isn't like Daniel Dubois, there's no act. Look, Daniel Dubois goes from being completely cold, basically standing in his position. Usyk's right in front of him. He's not moving laterally or anything. And this guy bends his knees as far as he can get him and shoots this fucking uppercut right into this guy's lower parts, right? That's intentional, and you could see it all day. This guy over here is on the move. Lamont Roach is on the move, and he's shifting his body, kind of turning to his right. And so Pitbull's throwing a right hook to the body. This guy's tucking his elbow down. Sometimes it makes the shot sway, kind of deflects it. And so there's stuff like that happening. This guy's acting like this dude's just hitting him all intentional all the time. Now, maybe every once in a while hit him with a hip punch, but I'm pretty sure if you go look back in the boxing archives, you're going to find this prick over here actually telling people that the fighter should hit the guy in the hip. They'll say it. They're okay with that. But they flip-flop on this shit all the time. That sometimes they go with the rules, sometimes they don't. It's ridiculous. Also, this is a guy that actually said Joe Calzaghe was okay that he hit what's his name, Hopkins, B-Hop, right in his wiener, right? He hit him right in the wiener, and this guy said, "Oh, Hopkins is making excuses." Yeah, come on, people. They hire this motherfucker for a reason, because he's a mouthpiece. He's been a piece of shit for a long time.
That wasn't boxing IQ.
Pitbull is dirty.
And he is. And he was foolish the way he did
dirty.
it. And to the rest.
That was dirty. I think they made an agreement to come on here and be like, hey, let's blow Lamont Roach this whole time. They had said, okay, so we're going to blow Roach, right?
Credit. Basically, in these guys fight for Pitbull, he took a point away.
Mike, can I?
They're smoking that Roach. Look at this again with the hometown shit.
The ref's credit.
The ref was a piece of shit. What he's trying to do is he's trying to make it like this was an honorable ref. This is what he's trying to place it, this fucking clown face motherfucker. He's trying to place it like this was an honest ref. Oh my God, all props goes out to that ref that was actually helping Roach the whole fight. In a hometown. It's like, shut up, hometown. This dude over here, Pitbull, is always at a disadvantage. Always. Anytime he fights, he's always going to get whoever they want to win. They're always railroading this fucking guy. They railroaded him in the Riles fight, and they railroaded him in the Tank fight. Look, it's not enough that he had a close fight with Tank. Tank's going to come out and say, my hand's broken, right? And now he has another fight with the guy that he very clearly beat. The guy gets to come out and say, oh, well, the ref was against me. My hand's broken. I got robbed. And then he's got the whole media helping his little garbage fake narrative. And again, that's the Lamont 19. They come out there and they tell you what you see with your eyes isn't real.
In a hometown fight for Pitbull, he took a point away.
Mike, can I ask you a question real quick?
We got to give props to that ref who was a piece of shit.
Is there a rule where you cannot put grease all over your body?
Well, Ryan, you're watching my fucking videos, huh, Ryan? You know, I didn't even know this, guys. I didn't even know he said this. Ryan, I know you saw my fucking video, right? You saw my damn video where I pointed out that Crawford, I don't know what he's getting to with this, but now he's talking about the greasing of the body.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Is there a rule where you cannot put grease all over your body?
Yeah, there is.
In the ring?
I mean, you can't put too much Vaseline on your face and
you
your
can
head.
put all the Vaseline on your face.
But not too much.
You can't put on your body, though.
Look, guys, you see this shit? Yeah, people think my reach doesn't go far. I'm telling you, I exposed this with the Terrence Crawford shit, and now he's saying it. I bet you this guy's seen some of my videos. I know it. I've been harping on that shit for weeks now. The greasing of the body. Yes, there is a rule. It's against the rules. You cannot rub Vaseline or any kind of lubricant on your body, on your arms, on your stomach, on your chest. None of it. And this is what Terrence Crawford did. And this guy, I'm the only one I feel like who's been saying this. It's crazy. I'm telling you, I got some reach out there.
Bro, hey man, we're just saying it now, bro.
Anyway, I'm not going to show that. That's the video where I pointed it out. I'm going to show you. I have the video in here. I'm just going to show you real quick. This was in the Canelo Crawford fight. This guy's openly greasing himself. That is 100% against the rules of boxing. Like, look, the face is fine. You can grease your face because your face is very thin skin on there, and there's a risk of cuts. But you're not supposed to put grease on your shoulders, on anywhere below the face. Look what this fucking guy is doing here. This is open cheating. Look at this. The reason why you guys see it shot in this way is because I recorded it with my phone, because the application Netflix wouldn't let me record it through my my OBS, so I had to record it with my phone. And look, are these guys retarded? Look, this guy over here is filming it. And I saw that video was online. He's an idiot. Look, this guy's openly cheating. He's rubbing it all over his arms. He's gonna go, look right here, stomach. He motions to the guy, hey, put it right here on my stomach. And so the reason why it's illegal is because the way it's written is that it offers an unfair advantage. So Canelo's over here ungreased, and he's fighting a guy that's covered in grease. So when Canelo throws a big right hook, that shit just, and when Crawford's rolling back or jumping back or whatever, that shot is slipping, literally slipping off his body. So if he throws to the right and he hits him, it's not going to pull the skin or anything. It's just it just slips right off. Within the rules, it offers an unfair advantage because it doesn't allow for proper contact of the punches, right? The skin and the glove is made of leather, and the body, you know, it kind of like has a little drag there. So it's going to pull the body. So if you hit the guy right in the stomach, that shit's probably going to go boom. It's going to dig in a little more when the skin is not, you know, slippery. So what this guy did is that he greased himself so that the punches don't have the same kind of impact. It actually takes power off of your punches. That's why it is 100% illegal. And the fact that he did it and Canelo did it is an unfair advantage.
But not too much.
You can't pit on your body,
It's the
though.
ref's discretion.
Before
When
the
you put
fight, I
grease
was
all over
watching.
your body, are you not in the ring? Is that what he's at?
Hey, I know nobody sees that, but I did catch Pitbull putting that grease on him.
But one thing I will say is,
Look, and he says it when it comes to Pitbull. That's crazy. Like, Ryan has such a hatred for this fucking guy. Yo, Ryan, since I'm pretty sure he saw my videos. Ryan, why didn't you say this about Crawford? Why didn't you say this about Crawford? Why are you now pointing this about Pitbull? Right? Oh, it's Pitbull, right? That's crazy. Dude, this whole entire interview here is just shitting on this Pitbull guy. This is the whole intention of this. And these fucking guys don't even know the damn rules. Like Ryan, since he saw my videos, he knows more than those guys do. They don't even know the rules. And people pay attention to these guys.
All over your body in the ring?
Look, he asked him a direct question. I don't think these guys knew that he was going to ask this, right? Because no joke, I've showed this in my videos. I've showed people the actual rules of the sport when it comes to greasing. And now he's giving them this question and they don't know the answer because they don't know the sport. They don't know it as well as people think they know it, as well as they think these guys know it.
Is there a rule where you cannot put grease all over your body in the ring?
I mean, you can't put too much Vaseline in your face and
You
your
can
head.
put all the Vaseline on your face.
This is all they know. This is all they know. You see, well, you can't put too much Vaseline on your face. No, you can't put any on your body.
But not too much.
You can't pit on your body,
It's the
though.
ref's discretion.
It's the ref's discretion. No, it isn't, you dumb motherfucker. It's not at the ref's discretion. You're not supposed to put any grease on your fucking body at all. That's no discretion. Oh, we got a little bit of grease. No, you're supposed to have none. None. Zero.
Grease all over your body. Are you not in the ring? Is that what he's
I don't even understand. What's Max Kellerman saying here? Sorry, people.
The ref's discretion.
The ref's discretion is complete bullshit. The ref's discretion is what goes on your face. The body is completely prohibited. You can't put any.
all over your body? Are you not in the ring? Is that what he's at?
Hey, I know nobody sees that, but I did catch Pitbull putting that grease on him.
But one thing I
Do you
wanna
see
say-
how none of them address this question? None of them answer it because they don't know it. And even if they did, they would just lie.
Also, Max, you gave props to the ref, and I agree.
Look how they completely ignore this fucking question. Like, people, just so you know, this is a pre-recorded interview. I don't think this is a live show. They could have gone and researched that, but they just don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Or maybe they know the answer and they just don't want to. They just don't want to inform the public that guys cheat. And I mean, one of the biggest cases I just showed you, Terrence Crawford greased himself, which is grounds for a disqualification. If Canelo Alvarez wanted to push the case, he could have gone forward and said, I want this fight overturned. This guy was cheating. He's greased, which is against the rules. And within the rules, it says those could be grounds for a DQ. He cheated in clear view of the public. He cheated in order to get an advantage.
Props to the judges. The judges did a great job here. Roach, look.
No, they didn't. They did a terrible job. Roach lost. These dudes are fucking lying.
Expect both guys to think they won a fight in a close fight. You should think that. Roach had
It
great
wasn't close.
moments.
It was so not close that one of the judges gave Pitbull the fight, even with the point deduction.
Pitbull had great moments. Like Ryan said, I gave Cruz rounds 11 and round 12. He dropped Roach, and a draw was a fair scorecard.
Well, he can't say any other rounds, right? I gave him 11 to 12, and he dropped them. He won the what? So that's all? There's no other points, no other rounds? Just 11 and 12, and he dropped them. But it was deducted, right? It was, in a way, deducted because they took a point from Pitbull. So what about the other rounds? I would like to see these guys' scorecards. That'd be fun.
You did it in Texas, so good job by the judges.
Right, I agree.
Max, real quick. So,
and again, now he implies that, well, it's in Texas, so yeah, yeah, it's in Texas, so he got robbed. Roach got robbed.
Ask all y'all though. So, like, if you had to, I guess, rank Pitbull as a fighter, like, was like B fighter? Because you always
B plus.
It's B plus.
And
I
would
agree.
you say Roach?
Oh, Pitbull is B minus.
B
minus, but you have to, but like including with the determination he has.
I would say B minus.
Ryan is hot and cold, people. I think Pitbull is better than Ryan. I think Pitbull is better than Keyshawn. I think in many ways he's better than Haney. I think he's better than Shakur. People will be shocked by that, but I think he's a better fighter than Shakur. He has a far better jab. He has, in a lot of ways, he's better on the back foot in the way that he takes that step back and boom, he just hits you instantly with a power punch. You saw what he did to Roach. Roach would give guys like Shakur probably some problems, I think. What Shakur does is run away like a little pussy, okay? I don't know how anybody could say that Shakur Stevenson, because if you ask Max Kellerman what level Shakur Stevenson is on, he would say, oh, damn, the motherfucker's an A+. An A+. Right? He's A+ with Pitbull. He's a B+. Nah, he's in many ways the top of the heap, I think. For this time period, he's up there. He's one of the top guys. I think Shakur, a guy like a Shakur is a B- or C level, C+ fighter. He fights in a very cowardly way, and he struggles with electricians coming off the couch. Okay? This guy over here dismantles the guy that just arguably beat Tank Davis, who's considered one of the top guys at this time. Now, Roach beat him, and Pitbull took the cockroach and crushed him. Again, the ass style doesn't work on Pitbull. Doesn't really work. It didn't work with Riles. They just fucking made it up. It didn't work because Pitbull is the ass smasher or ass crusher, the ass destroyer. No Diddy.
I say B+.
What about Roach, you think?
Also a B+. I mean, they just fought to a draw. I think Roach has the chance to be an A-.
Well, they just fought to a draw. Yeah, no, it wasn't a draw, bro. Pitbull, what?
Beat to hit a 90.
I think if they rematch that thing again, I think he'll be a different game.
I think
plan.
Roach beats him.
I think he beats him easy though. I think
he beats him easy. This shit is so disgusting. How it's all for Roach. Look, Roach lost. Okay, he fucking lost. What could he do in this fight in a rematch? The guys are dishonest. They're either dishonest or they just don't know the sport. Okay. I tell you this, if these guys actually rematch, I'll make the same prediction I did in the first fight. Pitbull lays him out in the rematch. And that's what he's going to have to do to get a win. Because I think what Roach is going to attempt to do, he's going to attempt to run around and land little taps and grab. He's going to be allowed to wrestle his ass off. But you got Roach coming over here complaining about, oh, he kept grabbing me. But then you're going to see that Roach in the rematch is going to run his ass off and grab this guy as much as he can. He's going to wrestle the fuck out of him. And they'll award him the win and say it was an amazing performance. Yeah, well, no, we know that Roach would do nothing. He'll run around. He'll beat him easy. Once again, the wish and the hope here is that Roach wins. They're just on Roach's cock. And you got Ryan there who's completely against Pitbull. Right? He's just shitting on him the whole time. All these guys are shitting on him, and they're all hoping for this Roach win. But in reality, what we should have saw is Roach losing this fight and Pitbull moving on. Because there's better competitors out there. Yeah, Lamont Roach is an okay fighter, but he didn't win this fight. So this idea that they need a draw They need not a draw, a rematch. It's just uncalled for. I don't think we really need it. And I think that this Pitbull guy 100% is going to get railroaded if they have another fight. Roach will lose again, but maybe he'll lose in a less unimpressive fashion, right? He'll be a little more impressive. Maybe he'll land a couple more right hands or hold a lot more. Maybe land a couple more stiff jabs. And if he doesn't get dropped, they'll just award him the win.
I'm gonna push him back sometimes, and then I'm gonna really box him more than anything.
Now he knows what Pitbull got.
Easy fight.
You know the thing that Sugar Ray Leonard had?
Oh, Pitbull, come on. Pitbull, come on. It's not like he's better than Roach, because he is. He's just better. So what's your fucking obsession with Roach? It's so crazy that they just shit on this guy like this. Oh, Pitbull, come on. Oh, come on. What are you even talking about? Come on. He won. He won the damn fight. Come on. Come on. Live la vida loca. Come on. Live la vida cockroach. His name is Roach. What the fuck are these people even talking about? Like, they just despise this guy. I don't understand. Like, look, the guy Pitbull fought a very good fight, and he beat up a guy that they all thought would beat him. They thought Roach was going to box his ears off. And they pretend like he didn't box. Dude, he tried to box. He tried, and he failed.
Broke his hand too, don't forget.
When he hurt his hand, don't forget. And his dog had just passed away, and he had erectile dysfunction. He had you know that? He had erectile dysfunction. Roach, the judge was against him. They were in Texas. Did you guys notice how much ball sucking's happened over here from Mr. Cockroach? Even though you fucking lost?
Sugar Ray Leonard had more than,
You're making me want to hit this button over here. Give me a second, people. I gotta hit this button over here. Again, they just want this fucking guy to fight Tank Davis, I guess. I don't know what it is. Fucking disgusting. Dude, just so you know, I didn't watch this whole interview, but this is some ball sucking for Roach, for Cockroach. Oscar's got something to tell you guys.
Fuck you.
Is that working? Is my fuck you button working? Give me a second.
Fuck you.
I need to hear this. Give me 1 second, people. I'm fixing my Oscar button. Fuck you. Sorry, guys, if you hear a little too many fuck yous over here. I'm trying to find out where the fuck you is because I can't hear it.
Fuck you.
Where the fuck is my Oscar button? But give me 1 second. Sorry, people. 1 second. Looking around for the fuck you.
Fuck you.
All right, I turned that off for a second, people, because I'm trying to fix the Oscar De La Hoya button on my in my program here. Seeing what it's called. It's called Oscar Fuck You. Okay. Oscar. Sometimes the buttons in the show get messed up. Where is my Oscar? Oscar. Sorry, people, that he's on the screen this long. Okay, I found it. There we go. One more fuck you for the road. All right, guys. All right, Oscar, you want to say it one last time?
Fuck you.
All right, so there you go, Oscar. That's what Oscar De La Hoya thinks of these ball suckers.
Leonard was the fastest. He could punch. He could do. He's very blessed. But in close fights, when he was in his prime, he knew what to do. When to turn it up and how to win the fight. And a guy like Lamont Roach is missing that in his game. Here we are, and you pointed it out, Ryan, we're in the 11th and 12th rounds of a winnable fight for him, and he did just enough to not win.
Right. You know what? Y'all make fun on this show when I talk.
He had a winnable fight, and he did just enough to not win. He doesn't want to use the word lose. He did just enough to lose because he doesn't want to say that. Right? He wants to say, oh, well, just enough to not win. He puts the win in there. It's just fucking disgusting. All this shit is disgusting. And you see how they're all riding for Lamont. Well, if Lamont just does this and does that. Well, what about if Pitbull Cruz does this and does that? Right? We're not going to go there. We're just going to keep harping on this one guy.
About
like this whole segment is kissing Lamont's ass.
Brothers, the black fighters. Yeah. And I'll be so serious. When you are super talented, right? Not even super, but really, really talented like a Roach, because he has talent. Like, it shouldn't be like a bad thing where, you know what, I'm better than you as a boxer. I'm more talented. I'm more athletic. I'm going to use that to my advantage.
Yeah. But he's not more athletic, and he's not a better boxer. Pitbull is not only a better front foot fighter, but he's a better back foot fighter. He's a better thinker, Roach is just a better guy at being bigger and pushing this guy, like literally laying all over him and bulldozing forward. But I mean, he was eating all the big punches. Pitbull's got better jab, got better footwork, got better timing. He's got better technique on his punches. He's got a better boxing brain. He knows the openings. He sees the openings. He knows how to see your tendencies. He's got better setups. He's got better hand speed. He's doing a lot of things better. And the reason for that is that he's a better fighter. That's all it is. You didn't see him make a gang of excuses. He simply came out and says, I won. I was robbed. Period. He didn't say nothing about the ref wasn't on my side, and my hand was broken, and my kids got diarrhea, and my dad hit me when I was 5 years old because I ate cookies after 12. Like, that's what Lamont Roach is doing. My hand hurts. My hand's broken. He was holding. He just made a billion excuses, and then at the same time says, I think I won. I clearly believe I won. Well, you didn't hear Pitbull come out and say, I clearly believe I won and my hand hurts and all this other bullshit. He just said, I won. I was robbed. Period.
And I think of a fight with Pitbull, you show that. It's the reason why he don't want to fight certain fighters, because you know it's going to be hard to hit me.
Doesn't have those,
I think so.
He doesn't have the twitchies like
he's twitchy enough. He's twitchy enough.
Maybe. That's what I'm saying. And maybe, Ryan, the problem why he can't turn it up in the 11th to 12th is because he's already going he's already at the highest level he can reach. I don't know, but maybe.
And don't forget about this.
I don't know, man.
When Lamont was doing what you're advocating for him to do, he got caught with a left hook and got dropped.
No.
Yes, he did.
I don't know.
He was boxing that first.
Yeah, he was. Look, every once in a while, I was going to say Ryo, but that Pitbull didn't lose to that guy. So Ryan, he's going to tell Ryan what boxing is. Ryan knows what the guy did. The guy couldn't box with him. He couldn't take it, bro. It was too hot in that fucking kitchen. That's why Lamont had to start fighting dirty.
But he was exchanging hooks in the middle.
He was changing hooks in the pocket.
And for the most part, he's fighting on the outside the first 3 rounds.
Exactly. Oh, shit. Ryan pointing out reality. The guy was trying to fight on the outside. And that's where Pitbull was laying into him. If he would have kept fighting on the outside, he would have been knocked out. Just like I predicted. I said this was a 5-round fight. And Roach, I predicted he would try to be on the outside, because on the inside, he don't do much. But the thing is that Roach didn't really fight Pitbull on the inside. He just simply smothered his work. He didn't have an inside fight with him for the most part. And when he did get into mid-range, Pitbull was nailing him every fucking time.
It was all outside. Then he changed up and went inside.
When he got caught, he was an inside with him, and he was changing the hook.
He was
mid-range. What are you talking about?
Yeah, mid-range. I agree.
Exactly, mid-range. Exactly. I just said that. He was in the mid-range. And that's when he got rocked. He didn't, if you guys notice, most of this fight, Roach didn't fight it for the mid-range. He didn't fight on the outside. He either fought on the outside or right up on top of Pitbull, so close that Pitbull couldn't even throw a punch, because he's on top of him and he's pushing him over. He's using his body in order to not allow Pitbull to get leverage on his punches. It's a cowardice style, and the referee should not have allowed him to do that, to just push this guy over.
He was out of range. Pitbull ducked into it and came up.
But Ryan, he was mid-range. The game plan seemed to be, which I liked because of the point you made, don't just give up ground. Yeah. He wanted to slip and counter from mid-range. Use his feet. Go ahead, get out.
I want to show you guys something. All right.
Oh, Ryan educates you. Ryan, every once in a while, even though he is a hater, he will show them some shit.
So, you want me?
Yeah,
do you want me?
You're Pitbull. So I'm telling you.
Pitbull.
No. I'm actually serious.
Okay.
So
Shady, you're the Mexican dude. He's the black dude.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
You're funny. All right.
Look at this. You're the Mexican, and Ryan's like, you're funny. And he don't like it. He's like, shut up, Jewish man. That's pretty racist there, Ryan.
So first Lamont's fighting outside. Right. So when he throws his hook, he's not thinking to come inside. So Pitbull cuts range by smothering his hook. Okay. Then Lamont tries to pull back and gets caught in between. Right. The adjustment that Lamont made was when he throws the hook, now he's in here. Now throw the hook. You can't. It's smothered in.
Okay, right.
He's smothering his punches. Like I said, Ryan knows. He knows what he's talking about there. He's just smothering. But he also himself is smothering his own punches.
and then it's inside. Boom.
Yeah,
boom.
inside.
Okay, that's the adjustment
and you
that-
notice he wasn't able to really do that. Lamont was also not only smothering Pitbull's punches, but he was smothering his own punches. Because you have to remember, Lamont has a longer reach. He really was not landing much of anything. So, I mean, he really slowed this fight down, Lamont, with the stuff he was doing. In reality, Lamont could not fight this guy on the inside or the outside. So he had to get right up in his face and really just smother the whole fight.
Right, because when he was fighting on the outside, he was thinking outside. So when he throws the hook, misses it, he's thinking, okay, pull back, because I'm fighting on the outside. Boom, smack.
We got to watch that more.
And also, his head was not offline.
No,
when you move inside, you can take your head offline.
Yeah, exactly.
But he was trying to fight that way from mid-range.
Exactly.
And he was good enough to fight Pitbull to a draw, but not better than that.
So if you ask Pitbull
What's up,
what
Walker?
type of fighter he don't want to fight, what's he going to say?
Me.
I mean, okay, you, but I'm saying, what type of style fighter he don't want to fight?
I mean, he don't want to fight a guy that has mid-range skills. With
All right, people, we're doing a live analysis of the biggest stories in combat sports right now. At the time, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man. We're live right now on YouTube.com and Rumble.com. All right? This is the home of combat sports and all of our other programming. This is Food TV, the Real Food TV, actually. All right? The time right now in New York is 12:34. Very late edition of the show. We got a couple of other small topics. But right now, we're going to watch. We'll try to watch the rest of this. This is a long video. It's got 6 minutes left on the video. We'll watch some analyze this. I've seen little parts of this video. I didn't see the whole thing, so we're just going through it. But what I see right now is they're just kissing Roach's ass the whole time. It's quite disgusting how biased this really is. All right? What's up, Hawker? Salute Food TV. Wow, there. We are witnessing blatant corruption. Food TV deserves an Emmy Award. What? I deserve an Emmy Award. I'm not acting. Henry Garcia lurking. You can grease your cut, that is. Cut, that is. Or that's it. All right? You can grease your cut, that is. Yes, exactly. You can put Vaseline on cuts. Because if you don't, they can become larger. So the Vaseline offers some protection. The glove kind of slides off. The point is that you don't have drag. So on the skin, the face skin breaks pretty easily. Your skin is very thin on your face. So if you're, especially with these guys with all the weight cutting and all that, they have very thin skin on the face. So they put Vaseline in order to prevent cuts that might actually end the fight. But your body skin, the skin on your body is very tough and it's very thick. So for them to rub Vaseline all over that, the whole point for that is really to just take power off your opponent's punches. When they throw that, it slides and glides off. That's why it's against the rules, completely illegal in boxing. So much illegal that you could actually get a DQ disqualification just for doing that. But for some weird reason, the boxing media never points this out. And I've seen some guys do this. This is greasing. You're not supposed to do that. It's illegal. And some people, I've heard people tell me, oh, well, they do that all the time. It's like, where the fuck do you see this done? This is not a legal thing. And it's funny that Ryan Garcia pointed that out. And people think it's weird, crazy, but I bet you he's seen some of my videos. It has to. I mean, come on, I got a decent amount of views. We work really hard over here, people. So once again, remember, anybody who's new to the channel, to subscribe to The Real Food TV. All right, greatest channel known to man. We got Ryan Garcia's even a fan. All right.
Power.
And that's slick boxing. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, Lamont Roach.
But Lamont's not that. He's too compact.
No, Lamont Roach is slick enough. I've been doing my homework on. Once I see him fight Tank, I was like, oh, okay, right.
Again, you see, like, people didn't think Lamont would have a shot in that fight. That's why they're kissing his fucking ass. The thing is that Pitbull's better than Tank. He's better than him, all right? But these guys, they didn't give a shit about Lamont Roach till that Tank fight. I've been doing my homework since Tank. Well, one fight prior. If guys, you go back in my videos, I actually predicted that Lamont Roach actually might beat Tank Davis. I said it in 2 different videos. I said it would not shock me if Lamont Roach beats Tank Davis because I've seen him. But the one issue with Pitbull in this fight is that he was allowing Lamont to smother his work. Also, that's where Lamont likes to be, is in the chest like that. That is where he's at his best, when he gets up on top of you in the way he did to Pitbull. You really want to push him back. That's the best thing to do. But I'd say the adjustment Pitbull should do in the rematch is he should take that step back. And actually, he might want to fight on the back foot. You want to get in. Lamont's going to push forward. You try to hit him with your jab, and maybe pitbull boxes him. And then as soon as Lamont comes in, you set up real quick. Boom, you hit him with that left hook or whatever. You hit him with something and you step out. You don't want to stand with him and have him pushing on top of you because that's going to tire you out. He's a bigger man, and he's a liar coming in there and saying that, oh, I'm too small, the same height division. It's like, that's a fucking lie. That guy there is fairly large, and he showed that he's bigger than Tank Davis, right? And he's bigger than Pitbull Cruz. I think that guy in reality is a weight bully. He fights in the lower division and just weight bullies guys. That's it. But Pitbull could make some adjustments. They keep going and harping on Roach. But the reality is that Pitbull could make some certain adjustments that allows him to lay this guy out. Like, that's it. Yeah, I'll give it to Roach. He did make an adjustment of smothering this guy's work, which is what allowed Roach to last to the 12th round, to go throughout. But if Pitbull makes a small adjustment, takes that small step back, walks this guy into traps and boxes Roach, then that could be a totally different story. He might actually knock him out much sooner, or actually knock him out, because in this fight, obviously, he wasn't able to get the knockout. But I think if he would have taken those steps back, Pitbull, he probably would have laid him out, because you need some space to land those punches, to land them correctly.
Tank said, like, yo, he's a lot better than what y'all think. Yeah. And then I started really doing my homework on him. He's slick enough. I like Lamont.
He's slick enough. I mean, really, look, if he ran like a bitch, like Shakur, the boar, just ran and slipped and ran and jumped and grabbed, then he'd be ultra slick. That's what we want to see, even though we don't want to see it.
If they do a rematch, he outboxes him.
Lamont was good enough.
Yeah, and by outboxing is code for he'll fight in a very cowardly style and throw padoink and grab and then punch and grab, low blow, grab, elbow, headbutt, hit him low, hit him with a touch jab, and then grab him again and do that for 12 rounds. That's slick boxing.
Pitbull
he boxes his ears off easy. I'll tell you this, people. My prediction, if these guys fight again, is Pitbull knockout round 4 or 3. I think Pitbull's going to be a little more. I think he's going to make the adjustment of like, oh, this motherfucker's laying all over me. So what I'll do is just every time he comes in, he's close, I'll take that small step back and boom, and hit him with something hard, right? Maybe I'll be wrong. I'd say somewhere around the 8th or 9th round, around there. Because I think Pitbull had some stamina issues in this fight. I noticed it. They were pouring water on him around the 2nd round. That's very bizarre for this guy, because this guy in many ways is a workhorse. So to see him gassing out that early in the fight was really weird. I don't know what was going on. Maybe it was the weight of Roach just pushing on him. It could have been that. I don't know. But I predict Pitbull wins the rematch. But if Roach wins it, it'll be by robbery, 100% robbery. But I'm rooting for Pitbull. I think he's got more than enough skills to beat Lamont Roach.
Go to something.
And he's already beat him.
Never seen from him, which is frustrate him to the point where he's like, I'll stick out my tongue, I'll move around. That's a lot.
I think Gervonta would have did that if he didn't break his hand.
And you see the lies? He's frustrated him. Keep in mind, the round that Pitbull Cruz stuck his tongue out was a round that Pitbull Cruz very easily won. And when you see Lamont Roach looks at the Pitbull Cruz when he leans down and does that tongue thing, Roach turns around and he has this look of defeat in his face. And the reason why is because he knows the guy was too damn good. The guy beat him, and he knows it. He had this look of sadness in his face when this guy did that tongue thing, because he was taunting him. He's like, bro, I just fucking owned your ass, right? The ass style doesn't work on us. American slick style doesn't work versus Pitbull. He is the ass destroyer. Let me say this one last time. All right? For the show. Pitbull Cruz doesn't get beat by the American slick style. He is the ass destroyer. What do you think about them apples, all right? All right. All they care about is slickness. Yeah, but it's not. What is slick about it? It's actually more irritating than it is slick. I mean, slickness is when you slip a punch and come right back with a big shot. Lomachenko is slick. That is a very, because for people who don't know, slick has many different meanings. Slick could be like an oil slick, or it could be back in the day, I think in the 50s, 50s. It was more in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, I think. It was an old slang term that stood for style and fashion. Oh, that guy's slick. That's a slick style. They used to say it, I think, in the 60s and 70s big. You hear like a lot of black urban people would say it. A lot of people, Spanish people would say it as well. I wasn't around then, but my uncle would say it all the time. And he was like kind of like a street guy from the he was born in the 50s. And they would say slick. That was like what guys would wear, like really nice clothing, right? And they would call that slick because it's like fashionable, very flashy and kind of impressive. And that's what Lomachenko is to me. He's the definition of slick, but he's both meanings. He's also slippery, right? He's very hard to hit. His punches are just gliding by, and he's got a very impressive style. When I look at a guy like a Shakur Stevenson, that guy, that's not slick. That's fucking ugly. That's ugly. Unless you think or what Haney does. That shit ain't slick. But I think that's really what these guys want to see. This stuff they're talking about boxing, I wouldn't call it slick boxing. It's not slick boxing. It's dirty boxing at best, right? I wouldn't even call it boxing because it's not. It's what I call boxing wrestling. It's not pure boxing. It's when they bring wrestling into boxing. So that is completely very far from the definition of pure. These guys don't fight in a pure boxing way. That's what Lomachenko does. That's pure boxing. What Pitbull did in this fight in a lot of ways is pure boxing, right? He's just coming in, slipping off the line, catch and shoot, coming in with the jab, taking some steps back, walking you into traps. That's what he's doing. And he's far more impressive than Lamont Roach was. There was no moments in this fight where Lamont Roach was impressive. He was simply a guy surviving. And so he had to try to get some respect. But in the end, he really never got it. Pitbull Cruz came forward and he imposed his will on this guy more times than not. Okay? That's really what I saw, and I think that's really what happened. This guy imposed his will. Lamont Roach simply survived. That's it. He survived through the little tactics he was using and complaining to the ref and so on. All right?
That's a lot.
I think Gervonta would have did that if he didn't break his hand either.
Final word from you, Cop.
I feel like he doesn't even believe that. You see that? Where the way Ryan turns? The guy, he has to be a mouthpiece. Like, they probably told him, like, please, just lay it on, right? Let's zoom in. Look at it. Look what he says. Oh, wow, he would have done that if he didn't break his hand. Then he turns, like, with this look of, like, I can't believe I'm such a fucking sellout.
They would have did that if he didn't break his hand either.
Final word from you, Cop.
Final word for me is, look, Roach had his...
All right, guys. Final words of a bunch of Roach cocksuckers.
0-2 for the year, but a great year for him.
Great year.
He reached a new level in boxing, and he's still getting better.
Yeah, this is the best no-win year.
Hey, guys, it is like the Lamont Roach fan club over here. I mean, look, Lamont got a loss. Got a draw, and, like, his stock rises. The guy is amazing. We're going to say, oh, well, Pitbull Cruz loses easy in that rematch.
Remember, 2 draws and his stock went way up. In the co-main event, O'Shaquie Foster dominated Stephen Fulton.
Philly.
All right, so Ryan Garcia sleeping, right? Yeah, the fight was garbage. I called it live.
In spite of being the smaller man, Stephen Fulton, who was rising in weight from a lighter division, Fulton still missed weight by 2 pounds.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Foster
He missed weight by 2 pounds and was a smaller man.
Boxed well, took what Fulton gave him, won the fight wide. And guys, I'm very happy for O'Shaquie Foster.
Yeah, he earned that.
Like, not only that, but he didn't try to do too much.
Yeah, boring.
I'm just going to shoot ahead. Ryan Garcia's calling it boring. It was terrible.
He's good.
Yeah.
I'm happy, Ryan, that you watch the show. That's cool. We do appreciate it, man.
I would say a step above boring because he wasn't tying him up. You know, he was boxing him.
It's cool. It's cool that Ryan is honest because this fight was terrible.
Not boring, but yes.
Right. He was boxing him, but he
was boxing him because boxing, it means to be boring. If you ain't boring, you ain't boxing.
He got the win and kind of justice prevailed. Because here is a card that shows you what's wrong with the current state of boxing. You have one guy caught for PEDs. We're going to get into that, right?
Please.
He's off the card. You have another guy who misses weight by 2 pounds.
Yeah, here's the state of boxing. We got a commentator named Max Kuckerman, who's a piece of shit, and is over here shitting on the guy that brought the fight and then giving the win to the guy that lost.
He's moving up from a lighter weight class a lack of professionalism. Right
Yeah,
now,
you're
look,
right. Yeah.
look, I'm speaking of my employer when I say this.
The Foster is the problem with boxing is a guy that fights in a very cowardly, boring style, and then they just go praise him. Why? Because he didn't commit to any fucking punches. He really didn't commit to anything. He's like a really cheap fighter in a boxing video game who just hits you with the fastest punch he can push out, right? Just a little touch. This is most of what Foster did in that fight. Yeah, he won the fight. I had Fulton winning 1 round in that fight. And that has everything to do with the fact that Fulton is not Pitbull Cruz. You know, he's trying to fight in that Pitbull Cruz style, but he's just not, he doesn't do it. Fulton needed to be all on that guy. He had to be in his chest. The big problem with Fulton is his footwork. You got to be on that fucking guy, pushing forward heavy. Slip, boom. You got to be on top of him. Fulton was waiting too much. He was in the mid-range. You got to be on top of that fucking guy all fight long. And he just wasn't doing it. He would come in a little bit and then stop and then wait to counterpunch. But the guy he's fighting has the reach advantage, so he's just catching him with all this jab, right hand. And they're all straight punches, and they have almost nothing on them. So Fulton's hope is that this guy's going to throw a hard punch and put himself out of position so that Fulton can counterpunch him. But it's never going to happen with a guy like Foster. It's just not. So you got to fight similar like Pitbull Cruz and just got to be on his ass. And he failed to do that, and he lost basically every round. But it doesn't, even though he lost every round or all the rounds except for the first, the fight was absolutely horrible because it was a counterpuncher versus a counterpuncher. And what's crazy is that Fulton was the only one committing. Right? He was actually committing and throwing heavy blows. He was attempting to land heavy blows. This guy Foster is just fucking terrible. And he's just tap. And I think it's Nick Ball. Am I wrong, guys? I saw Foster lost to Nick Ball. And that's because Nick Ball has balls. And he came in and he just bum rushed this guy. And he caught him and he won the fight. He was beating him up the whole fight. That's the way you got to beat a guy like Foster. You got to go balls to the wall. Slip, and just get on top of him.
Something. One of the reasons I'm involved in Zuffa boxing, this is something that I'm hoping Zuffa cleans up, brings a level of professionalism to the sport where guys rising in weight, by the way, don't miss weight by 2 pounds.
There's got to be some punishment for that. It's got to be punitive.
Well, it's funny. Did these guys have the same energy when it came to Keyshawn Davis? Right? I doubt it. Right? I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to step away for a second. I got to go to the little sports room, right? We're going to go back. We're going to finish the rest of this, right? We're going to analyze this, and I just got a couple more videos, and then we're going to shut it down. It is very late right now, but I'll be right back, right? And remember to donate to if you guys like programming like this, you can donate to the channel through our Venmo. It's in the description of every video on the channel, right? 1 second. That's not supposed to be in there. 1 moment, please. All right. While I'm gone, I'm going to put on one thing so you guys can watch it. It's a very famous guy on the U cylinder. 1 second. Then we'll go back to that. We're doing a live analysis of this show, and then we got a couple more topics. And then we're going to get out of here in 1 second. Stories. I'm going to do a little story time with Mr. Greg Valentino. 1 second. While I step away and go to the little sports room, the Foo Sports Room. All right, in this very late night edition of the show, right now it is 12:52, extremely late Eastern time. It's only almost 1 in the morning, right? It is now Wednesday, December 10th. Probably going to go out and get a Christmas tree today to celebrate the season, all right? And celebrate, 1 second. Celebrate the birth of our Savior. All right, so here we go, guys.
This video.
Be right back. This is a man called Greg Valentino. He used to be a PED supplier back in the day, and now he tells funny stories on the internet.
Contains explicit content. Viewer discretion is advised. No, seriously, this is your last chance. This is going to get really fucking offensive.
What's going on? Glad to see you. I'm here to tell you some stories.
I don't think we need them in town.
Come on, guys. Didn't you ever have fun when you take a shit? Didn't you ever, like, it's coming out and you're like, oh, fucking, as you're pulling your pants down, boy! You know, sometimes you hit the toilet. Well, I guess I was at an angle. I missed the toilets here. I missed, and it went there, and it was mud. It was mud. Right after I got arrested, I took my kids, after I got out of jail, I took my kids to, we went to Lake George, and I was up at the Lake George Holiday Inn, and, there's a buffet. So I'm over there, fucking buffet, it's free, it's for me. You know what I mean? Like, that's my motto, all you can eat, fucking A. So I'm over there, I'm eating eggs, sausage, I'm fucking popping all, Mr. Bodybuilder, gotta eat the protein. Now, who doesn't get fucking diarrhea from eggs, right? So I'm over there eating fucking piles of that shit. Piles and piles and piles of eggs. And I'm not gonna lie, there's bacon and sausage, the pork is, who fucking, what guy in their right mind is gonna stay away from pork? It's a man's food. So I'm over there eating fucking pork and eggs. And all of a sudden, we're paid a bill, we're about, we're leaving, and we're out in the lobby area, okay, where the lobby's right out in front where the food is. And a shit bubble hits me. And I'm thinking, oh fuck, we're in like room Ugats, all the way up at the fucking top. And I'm going, oh my God, how am I gonna do this? I'm never gonna make it to the room. I'm gonna have to shit in the lobby bathroom. Here's the countdown. 10, 9, 8, oh my God, 7, 6, oh boy, here we go, 5. I get in, I see the empty stall. Get in, open up the stall. And just as I'm at that 1 to hit the 0, I pull my pants down and I go, this, and I miss the bowl and shit all over the floor. Diarrhea. But what I didn't know was I shit on a guy's feet in the next stall. It was an old man. I look, you know when you're in a stall, you see, like, oh shit, there's a pair of shoes there. You see the guy in the stall next to you. I shit all over his feet. My shit missed the bowl. It went all over the guy's feet. He punches the stall. It was an old man. He punches the stall. You son of a bitch. You just shit on my feet. You son of a bitch. He said 3, 4, and hit the stall. And I'm in there going, oh my God, this is fucked up. And I was like, I didn't even want to say anything. And he goes, and the whole stall is shaking. He was like shaking the stall like a polar bear. Hitting the fucking stall. And I see him fucking slam the door open. He punches the front of my door. And I'm sitting in there going, oh my God, this is so... First of all, there's shit all over the place, right? And I'm sitting there going, oh my God, this is fucked up. He kicks off his shoes, throws them in the garbage. Throws his shoes in the garbage, screaming bloody murder, and runs out of there in his socks. I quickly wipe my ass, job ain't over till the paperwork's done. So I wipe my ass, right? I get out. And my son and my daughter are sitting there. My daughter was really little. My son goes, hey, what did you do? Did you do something to that guy? And I said, why? He goes, some guy ran out of the bathroom in his socks. And he ran to the front desk. And I said, I don't know, but let's get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Because I knew that, I was mortified. I just shit all over some guy's feet. And, so... I mean, crazy stuff like that seems to follow me, and you may say, well, what does that have to do with bodybuilding? It has to do with the fact that when you eat big, you shit big. You know what I mean?
Tune into Generation. All right, so there you go. That's from Generation Iron. That's their YouTube page. That's Greg Valentino's pretty funny guy, I thought. People, when you eat big, you shit big, right? That's what it is. Anyway. Got a little bit more show to go. We're gonna go back to that video with Max Kuckerman in a second. Give me 1 second. 1 moment, please. 1 minute. Okay, so. Damn, I gotta find some of my files over here. Damn, I'm gonna have to streamline this. Anyway. We got a couple of topics here, and then we'll get back to that video, analyze that. Boxing, okay.
Give the gift.
Okay, so right here we got what, Steven? All right, so we got one of Terrence Crawford's amazing training partners over here getting himself arrested for a very serious crime. This guy's team seems like a bunch of scumbags. His good buddy, you got the Booty Bunch there. You got Keyshawn Davis, Terrence Crawford, Shakur Stevenson, and you got this guy over here, Steven So Cold. Here's another Steven So Cold Nelson. Yeah, very, very cold. He's involved with a shooting, which I think ended with the death of a 14-year-old girl. Right? Very good guys, huh? No loyalty. Dudes are in constant issues. You got Keyshawn over here having a brawl after a fight where his brother loses. Dude's got a baby in a stroller and is about to have a fist fight with a man who just beat his brother in a boxing contest. Then you got Shakur Stevenson getting into an altercation with a random couple. I think it was in Atlantic City or Vegas, one of those areas. He goes in, he's tossing sexual advances at a man when he's with his girlfriend or wife. I don't remember which one, but I think it was the people were in a relationship together, and you got Shakur Stevenson's friend, who I assume is his boyfriend, but I guess he goes both ways. So Shakur over here punches this random man in the back of the head, right? And this is a look. If this woman was with a guy, who knows what Shakur and his buddy would have done to this woman, or attempted to do to her, because she actually started beating the shit out of Shakur's boyfriend. She was hitting him with knees in the stomach and everything. It was hilarious. But he's a piece of trash. He's a total piece of trash. I'm reading the comments. Hawker says, weird story, bro. It's a pretty weird story. About the poop, he pooped on someone's feet. The guy's a piece of shit. Look, Greg Valentino took a big shit, and I don't know. Look, that piece of shit looked a lot like Shakur Stevenson and his buddies, and that's has everything to do with them, their character, who they are as people. Okay, don't try to inject some race stuff in here. Let's see this story.
Breaking news, a prominent local athlete accused by Omaha police of shooting a 14-year-old girl. Steven So Cold Nelson is the director of operations for B&B Boxing.
Oh, so Mr. So Cold over here, chilling out with millionaire boxers, and he is accused of shooting a 14-year-old girl.
Academy, and last summer he fought the undercard before Terrence Bud Crawford's big fight. We've learned Nelson was booked into the Douglas County Jail on Thursday. On March 31st, the Omaha Fire Department took a 14-year-old girl to the hospital after she was shot near 35th and Lincoln Boulevard. Nelson facing several charges, 3 counts of assault, using a gun to commit a felony, and shooting at an occupied vehicle.
All right, so there you go. Look at this. That's pretty serious shit that's going on there, Mr. So Cold. He could be facing a lot of jail time. Maybe his buddy Terrence Crawford will help him out. Okay, there's some more stuff about it. I don't know when this happened. Over here we got Omaha boxer Steven So Cold. So this has been ongoing for a little while now. So I don't know how he was able to fight. But I saw him in all these different videos with Terrence Crawford right before the Canelo fight. So maybe they got him off. I don't know.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us tonight. New this evening, Omaha boxer Steven Nelson has his day in court for allegedly shooting a teen girl while looking for his stolen car. 6 News' Johan.
So the fucking dude shot a 14-year-old girl. Isn't that insane? This guy's got a boxing career. He's a pro boxer, and he's out there shooting basically children.
Was in the courtroom today and breaks down what the judge had to say.
According to court records, on March 31st, Omaha boxer Steven Nelson found his car was stolen after leaving a Blackstone bar around 1 in the morning. Court records say he was then picked up and taken home, and then he told authorities he realized he left his phone in the stolen car, so he decided to track it. Nelson then told authorities he and at least one other person eventually found the car stopped in an alley near 35th Street and Hawthorne Avenue. Court records say he then got out, walked to the stolen car, and fired a gun, hitting a 14-year-old girl inside. Court records show 3 teens in the car fled the stolen vehicle. The victim and another were dropped off near Ohio Street, where police were called. The girl was shot in her left arm, and a bullet grazed her chest. Now, 3 weeks later, Nelson appears before a judge.
Mr. Nelson, there are 5 charges filed in this matter, and
Count one is.
According to the judge, those 5 felonies include 2 counts of attempted assault and 1 count of unlawfully firing a gun. And as the judge read the charges, Nelson's attorney pleaded as to why he should receive a fair bond.
Look, I would like to hear the whole story because, look, they robbed him, right? They stole his car, which is not really grounds for, I don't think, grounds for killing someone unless they strong arm robbed you. You know, like an example would be if they literally said, get the fuck out of your car at gunpoint, or came in with a knife and like tried to like yank you out of the car. The thing is that these people, in a lot of ways, they put this on themselves, because why are you robbing this man's car? But that doesn't automatically give him the right to go find it and kill them. Maybe I think it would depend on if they were a threat to him. Like he found this property, so he had a gun. He should have said, hey, get the fuck out of my car. Or he could have held them and done what they call a citizen's arrest. Now, in that case, if he was trying to apprehend them and say, hey, get on the ground, put your hands up above your head, put your belly on the ground, get on the fucking ground. Like if he does that and he holds him there, calls law enforcement, that's one thing. But the thing is that I don't know what happened here. For all I know, he tried to tell them get out of the car, and maybe they did a move and kind of turned to him or whatever. Maybe he thought they had a gun. I don't know. We don't know because they don't lay it out. But, you know, he shot a 14-year-old girl, which is what I believe is just completely crazy. The guy's obviously something going on, that he finds his car and then there's like a girl in there, a young girl, 14, and he shoots into his own vehicle and shoots one in the chest. It's pretty wild.
He works full-time, Judge. He's the executive director at B&B Sports.
Well, he'll get into some shit because this is basically vigilante justice. Instead of calling the police and talking about his car, he went and tracked it down himself and then shot the people. If he would have called the police and they would have gone over there, you know, he could have told them, bro, my phone's in the car. I know where the car is. They would have gone and got it. And maybe there wouldn't have been a young girl shot like this.
Academy and helped thousands of members.
The problem with citizens doing this sometimes is that they're very emotional. So in the heat of that they're, you know, pissed off because obviously it's personal, right? That's their vehicle. These people have stolen their property. So he's got a beef with them. Then that's the thing. Well, if he would have sent law enforcement, they'd have no emotion towards it at all. And they would just go find the car. And they would most likely, if the people were there that robbed it, they would just simply arrest them.
Through sports and other means, boxing, wrestling, MMA. He runs a summer program and much, much more through that program. He's a decorated military veteran, faithfully served the United States.
Court documents also show Nelson retrieved the stolen car and called the police, which led to his arrest. On your side.
Well, he called the police after he fucking found the car. After he shot the fucking girl, he's like, oh, by the way, I found the car.
I'm Johan Marin, 6 News.
Nelson's bond is set at $100,000. He is set to appear again next.
All right, so I don't know what's happened to Nelson. I don't know if he got out, but this is a case I've heard about recently. I don't know if he got out, but I read the story earlier, and that was a news story. The one I showed you earlier, that's recent. But yeah, there's some weird stuff going on here. I'm going to show you one last video, and then we're going to go back to the other one. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. The guy shot a 14-year-old. Well, who knows? Maybe she's the one that robbed the car. I don't know, but I don't think that's worth killing her for. I mean, again, this wasn't like in the heat of like a battle, like fucking, you know, this guy's trying to yank him out of the car, right? All right, people, this is kind of hot off the presses. Let's see if you guys can see this. This is what I just found. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. We got Charlo versus Caleb Plant. All right, 1 second. Charlo says Jamal Charlo says the date for the Caleb Plant. Sorry, guys, got hiccups. Caleb Plant is looking like January 31st. All right, so this looks like they're still trying to make that Charlo Plant fight, even though Plant was absolutely dismantled in his previous fight, got his ass whooped. All right. One moment, I'm going to see if my phone works. Okay, 1 second. All right, this is the other phone that I have, okay? One moment. I'm going to see if I can, we're going to look at some stuff I have on my phone, a couple of little files here. Right. 1 moment, please. What the F? What the F and F? Okay. Just going to go over here just for 1 second. Okay, go to my tools. Again, people, I got a new control. This is for controlling all the different aspects of the show. It's a control that triggers videos and all this stuff. It's called a Stream Deck. I got a new one called the Steam Deck XL, and I'm having some issues controlling it. It's just different. I have to configure it because my other control is 15 buttons. This one's over 30 buttons, so there's a lot to look through. And so I'm actually still configuring this controller here. Anyway, got some weird things going on in that culture, I'll tell you that. The Lamont Roach. Guys, got to fix your community, man. There's some fucked up stuff. And I'm going to show you some more proof of this. So we have an interview that was done of Pitbull Cruz and Lamont Roach. And so they asked both fighters a question. And you're going to see the difference in these answers. All right, so we're going to hear this right now. Sorry, guys, I can't hear it right now. I think it's muted. Let me see if I unmute this real quick. I think it's actually muted in my program. So I'm going to unmute this. Okay, I just got to look for where the fuck it is, okay? Where the F is this? I'm looking for... is this it? 1 second, please. I don't use the audio from this phone very often for this show. I use it mostly for chat. So what I'm doing is I'm configuring the audio right now. It's going to take about a second. Okay, let's see if I can get this to work. Hopefully I get to work. Okay. Okay. I still don't hear it. It's still... Check. Okay, that's my microphone. All right, so there's no audio coming from this. I have no idea why this has no audio. Sorry about that, guys. I'm going to have to go through this a different way. Yeah, so it's supposed to be playing audio through this, and I don't know exactly how to get the audio to run through it. I think I might have found it. Let's see if this works now. So here we go. So this is the question that the guy asked. You're going to see the difference in the answers, all right?
What's something that you carry with you at all times?
Mi esposa y mis hijos en el corazón, en la mente.
What is something?
So you see the difference, right? So look, he's saying the love for his family and his kids. And now they ask this guy, right? What is something you carry with you, right? You got to understand, you carry your love for all the people in your life, right? This guy's actually seems like a very nice man. And they put this kind of like, oh, right in there. So it's like sappy. And so look what this guy says when they ask him this question. Oh, sorry, guys, I got this weird sound. I'll fix that in a second. Sorry about that.
Thing that you carry with you at all times.
And then look, it's so different. The funny part is that, look, you got to understand the community that these guys live in. So he's got to carry a gun all the time. Why? Because he's living around evil and people that aren't very good. Because in this community, there's a lot of violence, and it's always against them by their own people. Like people, that's really what it is. Like, so he's looking over here because he's carrying a gun all the time, right? You see this guy over here, he's living a family life, kind of like in peace, you know, and even though he's a beast in the ring, he's not living the way Roach is. And that's all Roach's fault. I mean, bro, look, why are you carrying a gun all over the place? Listen, look at this. And he also thinks it's funny. He thinks it's funny. Look, dudes, people, look, I'll tell you full disclosure, I carry shit with me. You know, that's what happens, especially you have your Second Amendment. You can carry weapons in the United States. So that's not a terrible thing. But I would never laugh the way he is. He's like fucking laughing and all that, like, because he thinks it's funny, because I guess to him it's like not normal to carry around a weapon. It's a stupid thing, and that's where his mind goes, is towards oh, whoa, I'm carrying a gun, bruh.
Next question. Next question. Oh shit.
Oh, well, sorry guys, this is super loud. Gotta lower this. One more time here. So and what's funny is that the answers of the people in here. Look at this. Look at this. I'll show you. So look at what this guy over here says. He says the Lamont kept it real. He carries the heater. Pitbull just corny. He's just corny. Why? Because he loves his family and his children. They instantly jump to violence, right? Let's see this guy. Sorry, I don't want to be an asshole, but let's click on this guy's thing, right? We can scroll around. What do we see? All right, we're going to swoop around. Or just, we just assume what it is,
Oh, I found this little girl.
It's a guy with a very negative worldview. We got a lot of dark-skinned people, and what it is that these people have been subverted. They literally, on many times, are nihilists. They're nihilists. They tell these people that religion is evil, and it's the white man's, and it's all stupid. You need to help. You need to hate your fellow man, and that's really what we see. This nihilistic worldview, and actually, in many ways,
two sons and two daughters.
yeah, we know what it is. So this guy over here, is calling Pitbull corny, right? Because why? Because he's loyal, unlike Terrence Crawford, right? He's loyal. He's got something to fight for. He has a wife and kids. That man is far more dangerous than Roach is. Why? Because he's got his home base. He's got a base there. He fights for their survival in a lot of ways, right? So they have food on the table, and he's going to make a good amount of money. This guy over here instantly just jumps to, I got a gun. It's like, what do? You live on the street or something, bro? Like, why do you need... And also, look, if you got a gun, why do you need to, like, smile and laugh about it? That shows that you're not real. To me, that's fake. Because if I got shit, really, I wouldn't say much about it. I wouldn't say anything at all. What do you carry with you? Oh, you could have said you carry your wallet. Or tell him to rephrase it. Or ask me the question again in a different way because I don't get it. What do I carry with me? But this guy instantly jumps to my family.
Mi esposa y mis hijos en el corazón, en la mente.
Yes.
What is something?
So that's what he fights for when he's in the ring. Okay, so there you go. Lamont Roach is just... It's not a good sign, man, that you instantly jump to, I got a gun. I have a gun. All right? Not too cool. Now the guy calls him corny. Why? Because he loves his family. It's fucking weird. Anyway, we're going to look at just a little bit of this. This is a little bit outside of boxing. I just thought it's kind of funny.
That terrifies me more.
I just think it's funny that they interviewed Russell Brand. Russell Brand, look at this.
That terrifies me.
Look at this shit. He's got no shirt. Like, bro, can you put a shirt on? She's saying this interview with this fucking guy that has a coat on with no shirt underneath. Like, who believes that this guy is some conspiracy theorist? Like, this is like total like inside shit. Like, he's a plant.
It could have been the
and she is as well. Like, this lady ain't real. She just goes on there like Alex Jones and acts like a fucking psychopath. They think, I'm real, bro. I mean, this is the perfect move. Like, really, this lady here was completely disgraced. Sorry, guys. I'm going to fix that real quick. Oh, sorry about that. One moment. Got a lot of shit going on over here. My phone keeps making this fucking sound. I'm going to fix that real quick. 1 second. Then we'll go back to this. All right, got to fix this. Got a program that just keeps ringing. It's like a notification. All right, 1 moment. How do I turn this crap off? All right. 1 second. Okay. And just turning off the notifications on my phone. Right. All right, so there you go. I got it. It's done. It's fucking done. All right, let's go back to Candace Owen.
The Truman Show. That terrifies me more. That nothing in your life is real. Genuinely, like, I was expecting, like, we're all getting the old band back together, and it's going to be me and Shrub, and I'm going to have the FBI help me investigate this, and we're going to figure out what happened to my friend. And it was like, Candace is the enemy for asking questions. Was Charlie?
And Candace is a fraud. Just so you know, people. Steven Crowder came out, another right-wing guy. He came out and he completely exposed the Daily Wire. And so this lady, Candace Owen, was a attack dog for Ben Shapiro. And so since that destroyed her credibility, they had to come out and say, well, she's disgraced. And so now she's J-word. She's anti-J because she was with this guy Schmoley and talked a bunch of trash, which was probably completely orchestrated by her owners. She probably has a contract with Daily Wire. Wouldn't shock me if they're still collecting money from her. So she comes out and they make it like she's now anti-Semitic or whatever. And now she's on here championing for her little buddy, Charlie Kirk, who totally was killed for real. Totally happened because, I don't know, because it was on film. And so she's going to come over here and she's the new conspiracy theorist who puts the right wing or the truth movement in crosshairs because she comes out and acts like a fool every day. That's like her big thing. But she saved her reputation because now she's, I guess, I don't know, anti-Semitic. So it makes it look like I'm not with Ben Shapiro. I'm not his attack dog anymore. I work for myself. I'm all about the truth. But she's really not about the truth. She's about making herself look like a fool.
Life real.
And by extension, it makes the right wing look dumb. I guess that's the idea. And she's like, I'm totally, and she's like anti-small hat and all that. That's her new thing. She wasn't too anti. She wasn't. Sorry,
not fighting for him. Charlie's life could have been the truth.
She wasn't too anti Israel when she was working for Ben Shapiro, right? But I really feel like this is a play. She's a puppet. She's a fraud, right? She's what they call a controlled opposition. Sorry about this. Kind of weird. Phones on phones and phones and phones, right? All right, so we said that. I showed you this Lamont Roach shit. We're going to go back into that video. I'm going to see if I've gone through all the... All right, so I got this...
I'm Maria, and I...
Sorry, guys. This might be... I have actually one more story here from Mr. Tanky Davis. Okay, one moment. Got a lot of buttons here. So many buttons. All right. They got an ad here for Ozempic. We're going to skip past that. Ozempic, you know. All right, 1 second. Going to go back to the chat on U-Cylinder. All right, guys? You hanging in there? All right, so Hawker said, weird story, bro. Yeah, we went through that. All right, so we're going to look at some of the stuff Mr. Tanky Davis had to say, right? About this Lamont Roach fight. All right, we're going to go back. I don't know if I missed anything. All right, so that was the first thing. It says, nigga, a gatekeeper. That's it. I'm going to tell y'all one thing about a tank fight. You usually can't tell who won at the end. All right, so this is a quote from Mr. Tank Davis. All right. Do he fight the same? Question mark. Did he change anything up? Question mark. I'll be there whenever I'm ready to call his name. Now get off my dick. I might get the better man. This my show. So what Tank is saying there, I'm going to try to decode his English. He's saying I might get the better man, meaning that he'll get the guy that won. The guy that won. Not just Roach, right? He's not assuming that Roach is going to win the fight, right? Or maybe this is after the fight. I'm not sure. Do he fight the same? Did he change anything? So I assume he says he might get the better man, meaning he doesn't think Roach won the fight. And he's going to reveal that in a second, right? He says, I might get the better man. Better man. This my show, okay? Because what they want him to do is to fight Lamont Roach. And he's saying he might get the better man, which means that he doesn't think that Lamont Roach is the better man, right? This is usually what they say in a boxing match. When the guy wins, they usually call that the better man. Right, there's another same that Dom Hall, whoever that is, I don't know who that is. That nigga Roach went on a whole tour celebrating a draw against you just to get one against Pitbull. And you beat him with one hand for half the fight. This is the guy talking about the Pitbull fight, which is total bullshit because Tanks Davis, I don't think he ever got a broken hand in that fight. I think the injury was not really an injury. I remember he threw in, I think it was an uppercut around like the 10th or 11th round. And he might have torqued his hand, but he didn't break it. I don't think he broke anything because he was punching the very next round with that same hand. And then at the end, since Tank looked so poor, they came out and I think they made up this false narrative of that Tank had a broken hand. This is like a classic trick. Maybe they learned it after Floyd broke his hand in a fight. Because I know that Floyd, I think, actually broke his hand in one of these fights. And you could see he did, because you could see the grimace in pain, and then he stopped throwing that hand completely. You know, because it's hard to block shots with a fucking broken hand, and it's hard to punch with it. So what happens is what you'll see a fighter hold their hand low and just kind of move around, or even bring the hand up to pretend that they're gonna block, and then kind of slip around and try not to take shots on that hand. Even if they have the glove, it's still, you're gonna feel it. All right, so Gervonta Davis said they only doing that to keep him in the loop for other guys. His ass lost. So Tank Davis thinks that he lost. He thinks that Lamont Roach lost the fight. All right, either on or off the drugs. See you bark bout cruise nigga. People, I don't know how to read this stuff. It's like weird English. I'm taking him next soon as my knee gets better. So now I guess Tank Davis has a knee injury. I thought he had legal problems. What the hell? All right, this is what Gervonta Davis says. He says he was getting his ass beat in camp. I was gonna do him bad, but everything happens for a reason. That's why I didn't trip. Shawty has a whole history going after men for money. It's me, so y'all believed it. Y'all couldn't wait more opportunities in the future, though. All right, and so this other guy, Arthur Williams, says, bro, we need you back. I personally think Jake pushed that in the media because he was scared to fight you, which I think is retarded because guess what? That was a fake fight. It was fake. And I'm pretty sure these people know that fight was called because it wasn't going to generate money. And they could lie all they want. I think it's a lie. I believe they lied and that fight just was not generating money. And it isn't because of Tank, it's because of Jake. People don't want to see fake fights. They want to see real fights. All right, we're going to skip ahead. I don't know why this is going on.
That you've taken this fight rather than the Roach rematch fights with the likes of...
All right, so they go on more. We see it there. Mr. Tank Davis believes that Pitbull Cruz beat Roach, okay? Okay, we'll give him 1 second. All right, just so you guys know, Chimaev is talking about going up and fighting for getting another belt. He wants to defend this title. UFC Cosmo Chimaev defends his title, then so he wants to chase a second title at the, I guess, what would it be? Right now, was he fighting at? Is it middleweight? Yeah, so he's at middleweight. So he's talking about he wants to go up to light heavyweight after his next title defense. All right, so who would that? Light heavyweight would be Pereira. So he would have to fight Pereira. I think he would probably lose. Just saying, because Pereira is a much bigger guy. Yeah, Chimaev is a very good wrestler, but I don't see him beating Pereira. I don't. So there you go, UFC. They'd probably let him do it. It's just cash grab. I mean, he might be able to do it, but he's big for middleweight. He for sure is big. He probably is a natural light heavyweight. But the thing is that Chimaev. He's just wrestling smaller men. That's what it is. I think, and he's also terrible. I mean, look, you just saw anybody that saw his last fight. It was fucking terrible. He was just holding the guy the whole time. It was absolutely terrible. Like, give 1 second, people.
This one led to the point.
I have a clip here. I don't know. I sometimes I load clips into the show and I forget. So this was just something I was going to show earlier. It's just the fact that it's a slap. It's just a slap. It's not an actual punch. In order for it to be a punch, you have to turn it over. The thing is that the posture, it's a lot easier to land a punch than it is, well, not a punch. It's a lot easier to land a slap than it is to land a punch because you don't have to turn it over the same way. you can get in closer and land the slap. In order to land the punch, you have to have the right positioning, right? The slap hits the target first. It hits it faster than a punch. So that's why he's throwing in slaps. And they're not counted. They're not. You see, that's not a scoring blow, but a lot of people will watch this and they'll say, oh, wow, we hit him with a nice left hand.
Point deduction here, round 7.
And so he throws in this, it's like a slapping shot there from Pitbull. The fact that they took a point on that, and look where it lands. I mean, it lands on almost a legal area. I mean, it's arguably a legal punch because it's for the most part towards the left side of Roach's body. A lot of it is landing in, well, some of it hits the back, but again, it's an open hand. In a lot of ways, it wouldn't even be considered a punch. It's kind of a slap.
Here, round 7.
But they go and they take a point for it.
James Green had admonished Cruz often for holding, causing so many clinches.
And so they're going to go and blame it all on Cruz, even though Roach is bulldozing his way in, okay? It's bullshit, all right? All right, we already went through the Steven So Cold Connecticut thing.
The Ultimate RV Show is...
Or wait, he's in connection with this story from the, actually that's an older story, but again, he's involved in a shooting of a 14-year-old girl. That's kind of an older story, but he's going through some shit with that. I got to go look into that. I'll update you guys later on that. We're just going to watch a little bit more of this interview with Max Shitterman, and then I'm going to be getting out of here because it's extremely late. But before we do that, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man. It is very late right now in New York. I'm going to end the show on this. We're going to watch just a little more of this, and I'm going to go to sleep.
When you miss weight,
I mean, I missed weight. I had to pay, what was it, $700,000?
$700, Jesus.
I mean, makes you not want to miss weight again, right?
Next time you see that little food on the plate, it's like, no, it's not
but
worth
they let you off the
$700.
hook, Ryan, because they should have had a rehydration clause in there. And
Oh yeah,
or maybe
of course,
you, or
yeah.
maybe Lupe, you know,
I
did a
would
good
never
job
let that
negotiating.
happen. But yes,
Is Oshaki the guy to beat at 130, you think?
Oshaki, look, he's pretty good. I'll say that. I always loved how he fought in the amateurs. He was kind of one of my favorite amateur fighters.
Because?
He was just a little older than me, and he's just so snappy, so quick, so sharp.
What changed in the pros? Why?
I think in the pros he's still fighting like that, which is still amateur-like a little bit, kind of pity-pat, ta-ta, and kind of plays it safe. To me, I feel like in the pros, you got to be an entertainer. There was nothing that I seen in the fight that made me even want to continue to watch the fight. It was one of those fights that was like, can't wait this is over so I can fight, so I can watch Lamont. And,
yeah, exactly how it felt.
See, I felt the same way. It was garbage. The fight was absolutely terrible.
I think I like
Once again, Ryan, we appreciate you appreciate you watching some of our content over here.
boxers though. So you don't really like them boxers like that.
No,
If you
I
were
love
saying
boxing,
boxing
but
outside,
he's
well, I think he outclassed him. Or Fulton, I was going for him. I was Philadelphia and all that. But if you watch that, Fulton outboxed him. It made it look easy.
Could have stopped him.
I'm with Shady.
He made it look very boring. That's what he definitely did. It was an absolutely horrible fight to watch.
For this reason. I'm with Shady on this for this reason. When I criticized Haney over the second half of the fight with Norman, it's because he wasn't boxing. He was holding.
Okay.
And I know Norman was also. Devin, Norman was holding you too, I know. But that's not boxing. Oshaki Foster boxed the whole way.
Right, yep.
Right? Now,
Whole
he
way.
didn't turn it up. You're right. All that stuff is true. But he never stopped
Max Kellerman admits it. Holding is not boxing. Yes, exactly. I agree.
boxing. His hands were moving. He was in punching range. He was taking advantage of misses. He was countering. That's boxing. Any boxing.
And the name of the game is to win. If I can win and I can make it look easy, why not do it? Because I'm talented enough and I'm long enough.
That's not the name of the game, though. This is showbiz.
1 second.
Bootstrap. The real fuck TV or whatever the fuck his name is, Boots is C-level. Name a fucking B-level fighter that beats Bootstrap, buddy. In the comment section. Last comment.
They just say
They just be
I think
typing,
motherfuckers just be saying shit to say shit, man. People just talk to talk, but they got lips.
Right. You don't know shit about boxing if you think fucking Gerard.
Look at this dumbass. He says people just be saying stuff just to say stuff because they got lips. Because they got lips. Yeah, I think you can actually talk without lips. Actually, what's creating the words is your vocal cords, and I think it has something to do with your tongue. It doesn't have anything to do with your lips. All right, dummy.
Fighter. You fucking goofy. Click the link and come tell us who's the B level that beats.
Nah, fuck, just block that nigga. Get him the fuck out of here.
You see how anti-free speech these people are? They don't want to even hear you. They're like brown-skinned Nazis. And not to say anything bad about the black people. I love black people. I love all people pretty much. I love everybody. Now, people are flawed, And these guys in this comment section were heavily flawed. They don't want to hear any difference of opinion. And then when they ask you a question, they don't want to hear the answer.
This shit crazy, dog. Fat thumbs and fucking no sense in their brains.
Yo, it's so crazy, y'all. Everybody be talking all of this smoke shit. And I don't see, I only see people who supporting Boots hitting the link. Where are you Boots duck people at?
All right, so that was a panel that I spoke to, and they didn't like the fact that I said Boots is B level. They asked me, the question they asked was who can beat Boots. I think I said B or C, I don't remember. But they asked me what B level fighter could beat Boots, and I said Fandora. And then they didn't put it on their show. They didn't say, "Oh well, look, he answered it, Fandora." They just pretended I didn't say that.
Man, listen, you're right? But the same thing I say about Devin Haney. Some people might say Devin Haney's boring. This is what I say. You bring a guy out.
You know who would say Devin Haney is boring? All people. Not just some people. All people. Even the ones that support him would say he's boring. I mean, they probably would conceal it, but they know he's boring. Not so deep down inside.
There, right? And if he beats him however it looks, he's winning it. Now I'm going to keep going. So you talk about 130. I think Raymond Ford is another one that I want to see. That'd be a good fight.
Hey, guys, I forgot to show this earlier when you heard the something Anello guy. I forgot his full name. The guy that says, Mamma Mia, when he was in the Pitbull Cruz fight. And he's like, I know who I thought won. And then he waited a second, but what I think doesn't matter. And then seconds later, he came back and said, Pitbull Cruz just didn't do enough. Right? You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of this right here.
Guys, we know what we just saw. Bud Crawford just beat Canelo Alvarez. Let's see if the judges agree.
So it's the same thing. It's these fucking scumbags trying to lead the audience to what the agenda is. Well, I know what, guys. We know what we just saw. Well, he says it's even what he did was even worse than what the fucking guy did on the on the boots. Not boots. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. It's fucking late. What he did, Max Kellerman did there is even worse than what that Rowanello guy did. The guy that said that he thought that Pitbull didn't do enough because he said that's what he thought. What Max Kellerman does is he says, guys, we know what we saw. Because so right now, he's speaking for you. He's telling you what you think, right? He isn't saying that I think, hey, guys, I know what I saw. No, he's saying, guys, we know what we saw, right? So he's an absolute piece of shit.
Right? But if you talking about, even Shakur's the other one. People say, Shakur's so boring. To me, boring. I don't think it's boring. I think that
Shakur, the ball, the whole. To me, I don't think it's boring. Yeah, because you're a fucking cornball. And maybe if that guy was a different complexion, you'd think differently. No offense, to my viewers that, are dark skin. But a lot of times there are actually very racist people out there that they choose these guys simply on the color of their skin. No joke. They really do.
Whatever the other fighter does.
And it's because they see themselves in that fighter. So they do that. People do this all the time. Some people do it because the fighter's white. Some other people do it because the fighter's Russian. People do this all the time. And so I think that's what this guy is doing here. And it's just weird that they're all railroading against Pitbull. Like Ryan's Mexican. That guy, well, I guess he's not. I don't know what it is, but I think Ryan doesn't like Pitbull. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that Pitbull is not an underachiever. He's a guy that's worked very hard and he has a family. And when he gets in that ring, he's never hot and cold. It has to. Most of his struggles in the ring has to do with the style of the fighter. It has nothing to do with his commitment to the sport, right? When it comes to Ryan, most of his failings has to do with his lack of commitment to the sport, him being lackadaisical, or him not really committing himself completely. That's right. I think that's what a lot of it has to do with.
He makes it look easy. He takes it
but
away.
He does have the potential to be to do very well, Ryan Garcia. He just needs to screw his head on right, Maybe a lot of distractions outside of the ring. Maybe that's what's happening to Ryan. But I do have faith. I do have some confidence that he could come back and do very well. Possibly be considered one of the best fighters of this time. But he has to really commit himself. That's his one issue. I think one of his issues, his biggest issues.
And I beat you real easy. I go home with my wife and kids.
I want to say something. Bro, imagine if all fighters fought like that. Boxing would be dead.
It'd be dead, yeah.
It'd be dead.
Yeah, and by the way, you can change rules.
He is correct.
to incentivize the kind of product you want. I agree. Like, for
Why,
example,
people, why can't we get a boxing show that's all pro boxers? No joke, I think we would have a better boxing show if we had people on social media like who know the sport, like myself, obviously. Or, you know, people like, you know, there's a lot of good channels on here. There are some good channels on YouTube. You know, you got guys, Fight Film, I like Fight Films, I like Thunderdome. BDA puts out some really good stuff. There's some good content creators on here. I think they really should be the people who are getting these kinds of shows and getting well funded. The only issue is that these corrupting elements, when you get into this level of boxing commentary, again, it corrupts you. So that's why it is important for you guys to support the people on these social media platforms, mostly us at The Real Food TV. Obviously, you want to support everyone. But people, remember, our Venmo is in the description of every video on the channel. People,
okay, The Real Food TV, people.
See it right there.
Just trying to, money.
You want to help the channel?
Trying to get some money over here, you know.
Remember to donate to The Real Food TV.
Thanks a lot, sir, for dropping the damn whatever you had there. What was that? Oh, thank you very much. What's that? How the hell did you give me a nail?
Why don't you work a construction job or something, you bum?
I got to fix that graphic, but you see it there. People, you can donate to the channel if you appreciate this content, right? Let's get back to the video. We're just going to analyze it a little bit more, and then we're going to go to sleep.
Well, I would penalize much earlier in the fight and DQ guys for excessive holding. I want to say something about what
Look at this guy. He's talking about excessive holding. Why doesn't he say this when Floyd's in the ring? He's like, oh my God, it's a virtuoso performance. Floyd Mayweather's on another level. But now he's talking about DQing people for excessive holding.
Real easy.
I want to say something about that. I want to say something.
Bro, imagine if all fighters fought like that. Boxing would be dead.
It'd be dead, yeah.
It'd be dead.
Yeah, and by the way, you can change rules to
Yeah,
incentivize the kind of product you want. I agree.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I would penalize much earlier in the fight and DQ guys for excessive holding.
Wait, what is he talking about? Changing rules. Hey, Max Kellerman, you are not changing the rules if you talk about excessive holding. That's already in the rules. You get DQ'd for holding. That's already in the rules. You're not changing anything. The only people that change the rules are you, guys like Max Kellerman, this guy here, and all those little fanboys of that fighter that's in the ring that's fucking cheating. Right? This guy is so dishonest. It's crazy because he's going to talk about, excessive holding, but then he watches Floyd and he's like, oh my God, what a great fight. Like when he saw Manny Pacquiao fight Floyd Mayweather, this guy was A-OK. He didn't say nothing about excessive holding, even though Floyd was tap and grab, tap and grab, tap and grab, 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 run, grab, run, grab.
I want to say something about what you just said. You could blame some of that on Muhammad Ali, because Muhammad Ali got to the point in his career and legend where people didn't care so much. I'm talking about when he hit his mid-30s. People didn't care so much how he won. They just wanted to see if he could figure out a way to win.
That's funny. That's funny that he's saying that. Again, maybe Max Kellerman watches my videos as well, because I've been pointing this out for a long time now. That Muhammad Ali is the catalyst for a lot of this bullshit. This like grabbing and hugging and constant wrestling and running. This is what Ali normalized in boxing. Well, obviously it was happening before him, all the excessive wrestling. But that was around the time when the Queensberry rules came in and the guys were still wrestling. But Ali, like, I think in a lot of ways he popularized running like a bitch, sitting up on the ropes, which is losing. If you're sitting on the ropes, you're being controlled. The ring general is what the guy that's got you on the ropes. And so you saw Ali in the Foreman fight. I think that's really the one that really solidified this. Ali's sitting on the ropes, like basically taking a pounding. He shoots in and grabs the guy. The guy, if you hear the commentary, they're just rooting for him the whole time. They're acting like this is like the greatest strategy ever. Sitting on the ropes, losing, and somehow that's greatness. But yeah, again, I give Max Kellerman some credit there that he pointed that out, because he's the one that reintroduced this shit into the public, right? This shit goes outside the Queensberry rules. This sitting up on the ropes, getting beat up, and then excessively fucking wrestling. And now they call wrestling boxing. That's not boxing. It's called wrestling. There's always clinching. Yeah, clinching is wrestling.
because he's Muhammad Ali. Can he figure out a way to beat Bernie Shavers, Ron Lyle, Kenny
All these
Norton,
hard punches?
Jimmy Young?
Yeah.
Right, how do you do it? I think a lot of fighters post Ali looked at that. It got into the culture like, aha.
Dude, he's correct. I'm telling you, either he has he's thinking the same thing I'm thinking, or he watches my shit. It's not shit, people. It's actually amazing. But I grew up in New York City, so we say shit, which is not a good thing to say. You don't want to call your amazing, super amazing content that everybody should subscribe to shit. It's definitely not shit. There's actually a lot of work goes into this. Donate to our Venmo. Do it now, please.
All you got to do is jab the guy, tie him up, win on points.
Dude, I got to sample this because this is literally what's happening for like over a decade now with these fighters. The American ass style, right? And Pitbull Cruz destroys that ass.
Guys, you're not Muhammad
No, did he?
Ali. People care about the way people win fights. If you
Which is total bullshit. It's bullshit because they still win even doing that shitty style.
Legendary status to the point where people only care whether you win a fight, good for you. Most fighters aren't that. Most fighters do have to entertain.
At one point
I don't agree with him because a lot of these fighters, most of them actually win on that. They do that shitty stuff. They just tap and grab. They win on that. So you don't have to be Muhammad Ali. You don't. If the referee is allowing you to excessively clinch, then you're already anointed. They're letting you cheat.
Real quick, right? Boxing is not like other team sports. In the NFL, they don't have the game of the year. People don't rewatch NFL games. In boxing, there's the fight of the year because this is entertainment also. So it's not enough to just win.
My problem is if you have a chance to make a statement and destroy the guy, then do it. If not, you're boring and you're
Shaq, I think you win this one. Look, great.
Who the fuck is this guy right here? Can somebody tell me who the fuck this guy is? Because he's beyond annoying. I mean, look, these guys are all annoying. But this guy here, if anything, these two guys should have been the only ones talking. This Ryan Garcia and Max Kellerman. That's it. These two guys can go. I'd rather see, even though I don't like Max Kellerman, and Ryan says some questionable, interesting stuff from time to time. Look, Max Kellerman and Ryan Garcia would have a far better interaction when it comes to boxing, right? To what the sport is, what it should be. These guys here are just extra baggage that don't need to be here. Even though, once again, I don't agree with most of what Max Kellerman says most times, but he is, a lot of times, he's about the business of the sport, and that's what he is. He's a mouthpiece, but he does have a boxing knowledge. The stuff he says when it comes to some of these fights is all because he has to spew a certain narrative, which is about money. It's just what keeps him employed. He has to do that to stay employed. But from time to time, and he knows it, he's pointed it out in this interview. Muhammad Ali created a culture where this style is accepted. That's really, and I've been saying this over and over again, and I agree with Max Kellerman here. And I agree with Ryan as well. I think these guys have the best points in this interview, these two men here.
Next time, I thought you looked pretty damn good.
But if you're a killer,
this guy's just like talking mouth sounds and just like diarrhea in the mouth.
Puncher, and you hit hard and all that, and you fight me, and I'm nothing like
Fulton
that.
does it.
Hold on, and I beat you. What are we
For
talking
those
about?
watching on YouTube, head over to the Zone to catch the rest of the show. Coming up, Bud Crawford.
Oh, so this is where the show is aired, and this is played on the Zone.
Of one of his many belts, he had a lot to say about it. So do we. We get into all of it.
I agree with Bud.
Inside the ring.
I agree with Bud. The guys got me $50 million, but I'm gonna bail out on them and not give them shit. Right? That's great. But the thing is that the sport, I've said it many times on the show, boxing is going away from the diva. It's mostly about the promotion now. So, and I know Floyd has done this in the past, right? He's done this whole thing shitting on the sanctioning bodies. But I think that has more to do with him avoiding fights. With Terrence Crawford, it's just a disrespect of the sanctioning bodies because his boyfriend, Turkey Yella Chicken, has a vested interest in removing them. They don't want to give any more of their money to them. And they want to control the fights. And that's okay. I'm totally happy with that. The fact that Turkey Yella Chicken wants to come in and hopefully make the best fights. But they do want to delegitimize these titles. They want to get rid of these other sanctioning bodies. So this is what Terrence Crawford's doing here. It's a strike against them, and he doesn't have to worry because the thing is that he's almost towards the end of his career. Not almost, he is at the end of his career. So he can go and shit on the sanctioning bodies. That's what he's doing right now. What is it, WBC? He's going to come in here and he's going to shit on him because they don't care anymore. He's got the biggest fight. He may get it again. I mean, it'll have nothing to do with them. Nothing. But the interesting part is that if they're going to have that fight again, well, it won't be a undisputed fight. That's the thing if he fights Canelo again. But again, the whole point is to undermine the sanctioning bodies because Turkey is going to be removing them. That could be one of the reasons for this move, I think, right? And it's not the right thing to do because, again, these guys got this guy $50 million. They really shouldn't have even made this fight, right? They helped him out, if anything, and he didn't help them out.
This dude.
All right, so we're going to go out here. But look at this. Look at these guys stealing my graphic style with all the posters and all this shit. All right, so there you go, people. Tune into the zone to watch the rest of Inside Ring, all right? Inside the Ring, all right? That's what it says here. So that's what we watch. Interesting video. A little bit of brainwashing in there. All right, a little bit of brainwashing. But, people, right now, New York City, New York, it is now almost 2 in the morning. I need to get the fuck out of here. You guys want to support the channel? You can do that through our Venmo. It's in the description of every video on this channel. We've been here very, very late. I've been here for a couple of hours. I want to thank all you guys for coming here tonight. We definitely do appreciate it. Even if you don't donate, you can hit the like button. Tell your friends to subscribe to the greatest channel known to man. You're watching Foo Sports Live on the real Foo TV. Right? Foo Sports Live. Foo Sports Live! Right? Want to thank all you guys for coming here tonight. I'm going to scroll through these real quick. 1 second. I'm going to zoom in with let's see this. Right. Got all of our amazing guests over here. Maybe not guests, but you guys did join. And again, we do appreciate all you guys coming here. Weird Story, brah. Yeah, I know Hawker's in there. I don't know how to pronounce that. Pin X he. Is that how you said it? I don't know, man. You got some of the guys in here leaving some comments. We do appreciate all the input. All right. All you guys coming here tonight. I was just going to scroll through real quick. Oh my God! Look at this guy over here. Would that be considered racist? When Matador said here. Oh, the crews fought the referee, the ref, the promotion, the commentators, the judges, and then Roach. Exactly, man. I agree 100%. Ryan makes me throw up. That's hilarious. They enjoy seeing a boxer on the bicycle. I agree, man. Kung Fu TV live. Exactly, AMAC PVP. He's in there. That's AMAC. That's an amazing Filipino over there. Filipino-Mexican, I think. He's a nice guy, people. AMAC should make a channel. He's funny. He likes balut. Balut. Again, guys, thanks a lot. I really do appreciate it. Ryan cooking. Yep. Ryan Pitbull knocked down, but they called it a slip. But I don't know what that means. Sorry. Salute Foo TV. This is fire. Thanks a lot, man. Again, alien status. I read that earlier. I want to thank you guys. You see all these guys, millions of people in here. This is a very late night edition of Real Foo TV. I really do appreciate it, people. I really appreciate you guys coming in here. We worked very hard on this stuff, extremely hard. Everything you saw today took actually a few hours of work to produce. You see, like the Shakur video in the beginning and all that. There's a lot of stuff we do over here. But again, you want to support the channel. All you guys on Rumble and on YouTube, ShitTube, just hit that like button, subscribe. And if you can, donate to our Venmo, which is in the description in this video. I'll put it on Rumble later on.
New York becomes the one maximum security prison for the entire.
But again, here we go. Got to go out. We're going out the back door right now, people. We're going to step out the back door. All right. We got Lamont Roach getting himself a little robbery draw. He shouldn't have won. But he didn't win, but he did win the robbery sweepstakes because he lost the fight. That's some bullshit. All right. It's bullshit. It really is bullshit. But we got big plans for Mr. Lamont. Lamont's gonna fight Tank Davis. And then he'll have a fight versus Pitbull. Maybe we'll rob Pitbull. You know what we should do? We'll rob Pitbull in the rematch. And then we'll have Lamont take a dive versus Tank Davis. To set up the Shakur the Ball fight. Shakur the Ball the Hall. It's kind of crazy that we'll have this guy that's absolutely, totally, terribly boring fight Tank Davis. It's crazy. The sport is crazy. There's a weird narrative going on here that you guys don't understand. I'm not going to go into it right now. It's a little too late. But the fight, and by fight I mean the sport, has returned to a sense of normality right now. Some sense of normality where it's highly corrupt. For a little while there, we had guys that were winning fights. Guys that should have won the fights were winning the fights. What the fuck? That's not supposed to happen in boxing. The sport of hugging and running. Why is it that these guys are complaining so much? You know what we hate? We hate the complainers. We hate the ones that see through the lies. And that's in every aspect of life. The truth bringer is the enemy. Always. Especially when the truth they're bringing is the actual truth. When it's a lie or a bunch of bullshit and we tell you it's the truth, then it's okay because they're bringing you, they're misleading you, which is what we love. That's what we love. Because sometimes the truth is a lie. We just call it the truth. We support it. And that's how you know it's a lie. When the deceiver calls the truth, when they tell you what the truth is, you know that's A-level bullshit. Isn't it amazing? Anyway, go fuck yourself! And I can't wait till we rob some more of these beeps. We'll rob them and rob them and rob them. We get a lot of money from guys like Lamont Roach. He just doesn't have the marketability. So we love to make guys like this win, guys like Terrence Crawford. That really doesn't generate much money, but we get to go a little deeper into his pockets than we can versus a ginger guy named Canelo. You'll fight with nobody, man. That guy's hilarious. But anyway, like I said earlier, the funniest thing in this world is telling you that the truth, well, sorry. The funniest thing is we convince you that the lie is the truth. And you believe it. Think about it. Think about it. Fuck you and good night. All right, guys. I want to thank you all for coming in here tonight. All right, you've been watching The Real Food TV, the great channel on demand. We work real hard over here, people. If you want to donate to the channel, we're gonna go on a super duper duper high note. Right? Just give me 1 second while I set this up. I'm gonna just set this up real quick. All right, you guys are gonna love this so much. All right. All right, this is a track. All right, 1 second. All right. Probably be back tomorrow, people, with some new content on The Real Food TV. We just keep going. We just keep on going. But we want to thank you all. Once again, I want to thank you all for coming in tonight. The Lamont virus is the new strain of the Shakur 19. We're going to have to shut this shit down. And this is what we did throughout the stream. You see, Roach was robbed. In reality, it wasn't Roach who was robbed, right? It wasn't Roach who was robbed. It was Pitbull Cruz who was robbed. But they want to lie to people and frame it as, you know, just really what it isn't. It's just, like I said, it's not enough that Pitbull was robbed of a win, but they're going to come out and say that it wasn't Pitbull who was robbed, it was Roach that was robbed, which is just completely insane. It's just the manipulation is just so disgusting. But, people, till next time, I want to thank you all for coming in here. Have yourselves a good night. Sorry, guys. Sorry. There's a band called Health. I actually really enjoyed this song. Again, have a good night. All right, and for anybody that likes the music show, we might actually be coming back tomorrow with Fu and Bob music review. I have an episode ready to go. You guys like the show? It's coming back probably tomorrow. It's either going to be dual streamed on YouTube.com and Rumble. So if it goes down, we will be on Rumble. YouTube does not follow copyright law, so they can go fuck themselves. Truly, like this site, no joke about it. They've been hampering my channel for a long time, for me and Bob's channel. They've been fucking it up. So we are dual streaming. So if you guys want to watch the Fu and Bob music review, probably tomorrow we're going to be doing it. You can go to rumble.com. It will be uninterrupted. All right. Usually on YouTube, it goes down, the screen turns black, and they remove my videos. Just go to rumble.com. All right. Once again, guys, we really appreciate that. We really appreciate you guys coming here and watching our videos. And, you should donate at least $100 a piece, right? I want to thank you for coming in here. Have a good night, everyone. All right, so that's the band Health. This is again a song from the band called Health. Song is called Dogma. The last one for the night before we get out of here. Again, people, we appreciate it. No joke. Thanks for coming in here.
Sold Canelo Alvarez got rocked. Sold Canelo Alvarez. Cry like a baby.
All right, guys, this band you're seeing right now, once again, is the band Health. The song is named Demigod. You want to find them, they are on. You can find them actually on youtube.com. If you don't find them right away, just type in Health Band, right? Health Band. And if you want to listen to the song, I'm pretty sure if you type in Health Demigod, right, you will find it on the service. All right. Going to be getting out of here. So it's Health, Demigod, Demigods. The name of the band is Health. The word health, right? Health, right? We're just going to finish this song and we're going to go to bed, right? Good night. It's that classic industrial. This reminds me of the band Stabbing Westward. It's actually pretty awesome. It's an awesome part. Here it comes, people. It's gonna be really cool. The cool part of the song. Oh, wow. They're using Command and Conquer for the video, but it's original music from the band Health. There you go. There's the confetti. Awesome song. All right. We will be back soon. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be over here again doing the music review show. Have yourselves a good night, everybody.